Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational Grand Finals. This is the final day, Vivek. This is what it's all been leading up to. We have two teams duking it out in a BO5 for the lion's share of the rupees 50,000 prize pool. The match is going to be played between Global Esports and FAR Esports. My name is Floki. I'm joined by Vivek. And Vivek, man, what an exciting day we have on our hands.
Yeah, it's going to be pure nuttiness, right? Because we're going to be going all the way into 5 maps. Means statistically or logically, one map should play out more than once. And that is where, we're going to be really seeing and testing who can, adapt better. Because this is what this game
Mhm.
is about. If you play that map one time and then you play it the second time, you got to make sure that the second time you play it, your strat book is deep enough to find those adjustments. Now, we did see what SMX and the others like to do on Split, Haven. I don't know if Hellranger's watching the stream. I don't know if he needs to even watch the stream, but I'm sure he's come prepared to some degree for today's
Yep.
best of five. So I'm curious to see what his preparation is. And I know that SMX, Knight Rider, and the others can be fluid, can switch things up because inherently, Floki, they're a team that has this aggressive playstyle, and it's very hard to really put a finger on what their playstyle is all about.
Absolutely. And I think Hellranger is going to come prepared, just like you mentioned. He's not going to be switching up his playstyle too much. He often says that he doesn't like to treat teams with respect, and the respect is something that they have to earn from them. So I
Yep.
believe he is going to be really testing the waters here with FAR Esports before he narrows down that, okay, guys, we need to counter strat. Okay, guys, they're doing this. This is how we counter that. And that's what I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see if FAR Esports can sort of put a dent in that global esports' way of thinking that, okay, you guys need to honor respect first, and only then will we start adjusting to what you're doing. Until then, you're playing our game. But the brackets are in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that these were the teams that duked it out in the semi-finals. Unfortunately, Rat Syndicate and Team Wilderness were unable to make
Yep.
it. Both games were actually rather quick stomps, both 2-0s. And I think the map veto should be up on our screens pretty soon as well. So you can have a look at what maps are going to be played. I believe Haven is going to be repeated twice. And yep, there we go. So the first map is going to be Bind, followed by Ascend, Haven Split, and Haven again towards the end. And I have to say, Vivek, playing Haven twice, it's could be a little tricky. I mean, especially if there's some sort of like a reverse sweep going on, coming back on a
Yep.
map. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if it does go to
Yeah,
5 games.
Haven is supposed to be the 50-50 map, and you play that 50-50 map more than once. I really don't even know what happens to these players because of course, at some stage, Floki, you're going to reach some point of fatigue because at this game is so demanding. If you're not ready for the sneaky pushes, if your pushes have started to become predictable, it's not going to work. Players and match fatigue will definitely set in, and that second time you move on to Haven, uh, the stronger team mentally is the team that wins, Floki. I think one thing I want to point out about the veto, it's only on Bind that Global Esports do get to start out on offense. I mean defense.
Hmm.
Everywhere else, they do not have the luxury of starting out on defense. But I think Global Esports is going to be okay with that. FAR Esports definitely, in a way, they have a better shot just because they're starting out on defense. And this game inherently does tend to favor defenders because they have to hold angles, and because of how angles and even the so-called peekers advantage, Floki. I really don't think it's that strong an
Prominent.
advantage for the peaker. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe since we had the Mumbai server, I've got to re-examine this. But
Hmm.
when I started to play this game, and when we played at the latency that we had, uh, it just felt like being a defender is a lot simpler. But I think
Yeah.
that's simple talk from a act long ago. I think now we have to look at Act 3, and we have to look at who just out mind games the other. Bind is where we're looking at a little bit more control. So I won't be too surprised if we see a Brimstone get picked up, because we did see Hellranger value the Brimstone in the past on Bind in their best of three versus the Millers. He's much more useful on that map because the incendiary as well as the one ways are just a lot more potent on Bind. You can also, there are only so many entrances to those spike sites when you play offense. So the Brimstone can be really key. And maybe
Hmm.
SMX might want to pick up the Omen. He's shown great proficiency with the Omen on Split, but
Yep.
he might actually switch things up this time around. Uh, guys, those of you tuning in, we're going to take a short 60-second at Master, just trying to hold on to screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of side to get that kill with the Ghost. And bit by bit, Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit. He's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense, but Master with the Ghost looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information, and the rolling thunder is going to come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The push that's
Okay.
Hey, we're back, just like we promised. 60 seconds, not longer. Like all good things in life, patience is key. And you know what they say. There's a saying around that. I can't quite remember it, but there's a saying around that, and you know what I'm talking about. But regardless, man.
Yeah. Why is 60 seconds key, Floki? Like, what can you get done in 60 seconds? I mean, you can hijack a car. At least that's what we used to do back in the day. But what else can be done in 60 seconds? I have no idea. You can maybe make half a packet of Maggie noodles. I think that's what you can manage. But yeah, 60 seconds is key. I don't know. I couldn't get too much done in those 60 seconds. But maybe you probably pull something out.
You could defend the spike. You could defend the spike in 60 seconds. You could plant it down and then hold it off against defenders.
Okay.
You could do that.
Fair enough.
And,
fair enough.
I think that's exactly what these teams have to do today, Vivek, because like you mentioned, Global Esports is going to be playing attack on a lot of those maps. So for them, getting those plants is going to be key to having a good half, really. And I think we've often talked about how attacker side is really the side that makes or breaks the difference, because defense is slightly easier to coordinate and execute.
Yeah.
And if you're good on defense, like being good on defense isn't as hard as being good on offense, because you're not playing. You have to go to the enemy. You're the one taking the initiative, essentially. You're not the one who has to adjust. You're not the one waiting for information. The time isn't on your side, so that ends up, like always, being a huge factor. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Game is underway. The agents are right on your screens, and we can see both the agent vetoes from both sides at Global Esports opting for the Reyna, Vivek. This is very interesting.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. I'll tell you why people pick up the Reyna on Bind, because there is that potential to snowball. Now, the lure isn't ideal, but if you can really snowball off the Devour, and when you get into Empress mode, if you can really start to make those individual plays, it can work. I think, who is it that's playing the Reyna there?
SK Rossi is going to be one.
Interesting. So this is the switch up that Global Esports have done. Yesterday, we asked Hellranger, how deep is the strat book? His strat book is deep. So SK Rossi will not be... I mean, I think he's still going to be running the operator if needed, but he's just going to be doing it on the Reyna, Floki.
Yeah, and this is something that I think we should elaborate a bit more upon, because playing the operator on an agent like Reyna is not as rewarding as playing it on someone like Jet. The ability to get in different positions, to get out of a fight if it's not going your way, I think that's going to be key. And with Reyna, I think the pressure is even more to get consistent shots. But the good thing is that you can really end up holding down a site, especially all by yourself, with the help of that Devour, like you mentioned. You know, you keep getting your health back, you keep building the shields up, and unless you maybe double or triple peak the Opper, it can be hard to bring him down. You know, the old adage goes, don't go 1v1 against an Opper, you're going to lose that battle. And, well, that really applies here. We'll see if the side of FAR Esports really hammer that in when they play against Global Esports.
Yeah, so I think in this map, I think SK Rossi is going to be set up a lot, because the lure by itself, Loki, it's not perfect. The lure isn't perfect. It really fails, because it's not a blind, it's not a full duration blind. It actually near sights you. So there is a way you can play against it. If you play hookah, if you play elbow, you just need to be holding a corner, and if you're holding a corner, the near sight isn't going to be enough. If you're out in the open, you're going to get punished. And if you are out in the open, there's Kappa with the recon bolt. So it's an interesting draft that's coming out from Global Esports. Now let's take a look at FAR Esports, because they're the ones starting out on defense. So I mentioned Brimstone does offer a lot on defense. They've picked it up for themselves. They've got the Sova as well as the Cypher. No surprises there. Skargod will be playing the controller, SMX on his Sova, White House is going to be playing the Cypher. Nothing much has changed. Shivi is going to continue to play the Breach, and Knight Rider is going to be running the Operator this time around, I guess, on his Jet. The one advantage that Breach does allow you on a map like Bind is that Concuss doesn't allow you to scope in. So once you get concussed, you immediately get descoped. And if, as for the duration of your concuss, whether it be the fault line or the rolling thunder, you can't scope back in. So that's one strong aspect of the Breach that I believe FAR Esports will look to work with a little bit more. We're jumping into the map soon enough. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you tuning in, it's the One Play Esports Valorant India Invitational. It's 50,000 Indian rupees at stake. It's a best of 5 between Global Esports and FAR. And Floki and I, we have no idea where this best of 5 is going to go. We're going to take it one map at a time. The first map of the day is going to be Bind. And the only thing I remember of this video that's going to be really, really brutal is that Haven is going to be played twice. We're jumping into the first pistol round of the day, Floki. Global Esports and FAR starting out on defense. That's a nice little advantage that they can work with. Is Shivi's Breach the answer to all the aggression that comes out from the side of Global Esports? Can that concuss make the difference that is really required of it?
I think that it's going to be highly possible, and one of the like we talked about earlier, right? If the Jet is the one who gets concussed, you don't really care because you can just dash out. But if it's the Reyna who ends up getting concussed on SK Rossi, you have no choice but to stand and fight or maybe go back into cover. And all of a sudden, that single fault line can really disable the opping potential that Global Esports have. But it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with it when that happens. Maybe they should do rifles or something else. But for now, FAR Esports, in typical FAR Esports fashion, is going to take it easy for the first pistol round with a very, very measured approach. The Cypher, first here outside B long, is just trying to get some information, holding on to the spike and making sure there are no rotations that they don't know about. But now with this group up coming to a shot, I think they're going to start hitting the site, Vivek. And I think Knight Rider is going to be the one who's going to go in. Smokes come out from the Omen, Global Esports, so they are aware that this is happening. It's not a very solid 8 defense, I must say, with one person pushed up to heaven. And just like that, Knight Rider exploiting that loophole quickly gets the first kill onto Lightning Fast, and the spike is planted. And everyone from Global Esports scrambling back towards this A site. 4v5 can still work. They just need to make sure that the trading game is up, because if they don't, then FAR Esports are going to punish them, especially when you dink SK Rossi like that and run the hell away. And look at this. The Jet and the Breach is making sure that they're not really giving up this lamps area, and the Breach now getting into position, but Skills is able to pick up one. SK Rossi finds another as well, but he's not able to set up for the kill. Down to a 2v2. We'll see what Shivi can do. The spike is being tapped. The cover has been laid down, so they really have to make sure. Oh no, the Sova ended up going inside the teleporter, and these kind of blunders, they can really end up costing you. I'm not sure if they have enough time for the spike. With just 1 second, they're able to get the defuse. But wait, no, wait, they actually didn't. They didn't FAR Esports. They won SMX. It was a big brain play. He knew what was going on. He knew what was happening.
200 IQ debate coming out from SMX. He knew that he had enough time. They heard the spike being tapped. They didn't push through those Omen smokes. They were extremely patient. FAR Esports are here to play Floki, and so far they're looking really, really good.
Yeah, and I have to say, the debate was so good, even I thought that he didn't have enough time to get the spike down, to defend the spike, essentially, but it exploded, man. Like, SMX, this guy, looking very, very sharp in game number 1. And it's only going to get better from here on out. You know how SMX can be once he's turned on. And
he's toggled himself on. He's in ownage mode. He needs to get this kill. Kappa does try and challenge him. And FAR Esports are fully ready for this aggression. It's only SK Rossi who manages to find a trade towards B shot. But Shivi, they're quick with the Spectre ready and waiting. So SK Rossi dead. It's now Hellranger. Well, I mean, I don't know how much Hellranger can really manage. The Cypher is just holding lamps. He's trying to be a little cheeky. Lightning Fast will manage to find 1 kill. He's brought down Shivi. It's now a 3v2. Lightning Fast needs a weapon or another kill. Both of those will be denied, as White House says enough is enough. I'll take care of the enemies. Cypher and Hellranger, there's not much he can do. He's got no shields. If he picks up a weapon, if he finds a weapon upgrader or even a couple of exit frags, I think it's a moral victory for Global Esports. I don't think he can even find himself a weapon. Just looking for exits at this stage, Floki.
Absolutely, and that Cypher Dart is not going to make things any more easier for him. Both of them are going to peek out at the exact same time. Well, don't even need to actually, because Whitehouse is still able to find the kill by himself. And just like that, Global Esports, they picked two heroes off. They picked two agents off on FAR Esports. They're able to get 2 kills, so it's something. A little bit of extra pocket change, but it's not going to be anything amazing. It's still going to come down to how well you play this spy round. I have to say though, Global Esports, I mean, this is what they're known for, right? Like, the first 2 rounds may not go their way in Valorant, but if there's anything I took away from after talking with Hellranger, it's that these rounds don't really matter as long as you know what you're doing on those buy rounds, because those buy rounds are the ones that really end up mattering and setting the pace of the game. So if you know how to play with rifles, if you know how to play with all your abilities, then the stakes on the pistol round and the subsequent round are much lower.
Yep. Well, I think Global Esports, now the stakes are building up for them, right? Because I think now they're committed to weaponry, and FAR Esports, they've got to try and find openings. If you just look at the map, SMX is towards Shaz. Brimstone can't just break all that Cypher utility all by himself, but Knight Rider and the others, they're starting to group up towards B, and immediately, I believe that was Kappa with the shock dart, just trying to hold them off. Knight Rider took a little bit of damage, but not too much.
Yeah, but look at the positioning of SMX on the map. He's towards that A side. So after showing this presence over here on FAR Esports, I think they're deliberately forcing rotations. And Global Esports recognize this. So the Razors moved back on towards the A side. And I think Global Esports are going to be ready for what will eventually be an A push. You can see Knight Rider falling back and doesn't really want to give away a lot of noise. But the spike is here. So still considering their options, they realize that SMX doesn't really have a lot of info. He doesn't know exactly where everyone's positioned. And looks like the spike is going towards A, but Knight Rider and Shivy have made their way towards B. In fact, they have a lot of B control with just 14 seconds remaining. It's actually going to end up being an A take, and the gamble from Hellranger, it's starting to pay off as Skill is able to find the first kill, and with 6 seconds left on the clock, the spike is going to go down, and SMX will be able to hold on, but not for long, because SK Rossi is going to be there to trade him out, and Lightning Fast will be there to clean up. And great read by Global Esports once again, showing that those first 2 rounds don't matter as long as you know what you're doing on your buys.
Yeah, I mean, that was a perfect read coming up from Hellranger. Hellranger positioned himself towards elbow all by himself. He wanted to cut anyone moving into B late, and the rest of his team had already swung A. So they did manage to catch the Jet. They did catch Knight Rider as he tried to, get onto the B spike side. Hellranger was ready towards elbow, and the rest of the team was already there at A. So whatever little offense was being put together by FAR Esports was held down quickly. You've got to look at positioning in the beginning of that round, which is so crucial. Both Skills as well as Lightning Fast, they played lamps. You can't get spotted out at lamps. It's one of those places where the recon bolt, the owl drone cannot find you, especially when the Sova is just lurking Shaz. The owl drone cannot go into lamps. It doesn't have that distance when you send it from Shaz. So if SMX wants to make that play work, he's got to take more map control away from Global Esports. Shaz now has a trapwire in it, and so does Lamps. So Global Esports have made an adjustment already. The offense, they're trying to read Global Esports and try and figure out what opening is there that they can try and abuse.
Yeah, and I have to say, this is beautiful stuff coming out by Global Esports. This is artistry, as they're able to predict what's going to happen next. They're almost like pundits at this point, predicting the future. And looks like they predicted this A hit, but FAR Esports don't care, because they can just tap heads all day long. And they venture into the site, get the plant down, and it's now a 3v5. SK Rossi, though, has his ultimate at the ready, and we know how dangerous that Reyna can be if you keep giving her 1v1s. Knight Rider, he's prepared. He's waiting for one of his teammates to bait out this Reyna, so maybe he can find the trade. But no, the Reyna's actually making away towards Lamps, and SK Rossi, he's going to be able to pick up the first kill. Knight Rider misses with the knives, a very crucial one. But now SMX with the ulti is going to be able to take out SK Rossi by himself, and that's a Reyna ult down. Global Esports only remaining with Kappa here, and I think the call is going to come in to just save his rifle, get the hell out, and maybe if you're lucky, find a pick. But saving that rifle is going to be number 1, Vivek. Great round by Global Esports.
Yeah, I think Whitehouse is trying to hunt him, and Whitehouse will not even let him save that rifle. The Oni skin being put to good use there. Looks good.
I meant to say FAR Esports. I meant to say Global Esports. My bad. My apologies.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, I can just make it simpler for chat. Global Esports, they're playing defense on Bind, and FAR Esports, they're playing offense. And so far, it looked as if Global Esports had made the adjustments needed, but FAR Esports, they said enough is enough. I think Scargod, with just that little bit of information coming in from that recon bolt and whatever his team managed to communicate over to him, he had the confidence to just walk in with the Phantom and get 2 kills. And that's a useful bit of firepower to have on your Brimstone. Brimstone is a controller, but if you can press W and if you can just take out someone at heaven and on sight, that's really, really useful. Now it looks as if Shivi and the others are trying to group up for a B hit. The Aldrone is pushing for information. From that kind of distance, I think it only spots out Hellranger's position. Hellranger's playing elbow. And yeah, SMX is looking for openings, Floki.
Yeah, and look at SK Rossi. They know exactly what's going on because the Raze is pushed all the way outside from Shower, so they know that this is going to be a B hit, and they also know it's going to be towards B main because they don't hear any sound towards Hookah. They know that no one's really coming from there. Kappa is holding that angle, so now the operator is in perfect position on B. Maybe it's a little hard for him to get out, but you always have the phase if you get the first kill with the Reyna. And Global Esports, once again, with the perfect reads, Vivek. But the question is, can they click heads? Hellranger pushed up onto the side. Shivi. Oh
Shivi's found an opening. And then there's the orbital strike. The smoke's being deployed as well. Hellranger through the smoke gets 2 crucial kills. And when he's not chiming in, you got Kappa for backup. Kappa's been dealt with. It's now Scargod and Shivi. And I think somebody took that B-long teleport. They've swung Shars. They're swinging in. There's no trap wire that's going to stop them. But there is the Omen. Hellranger himself is going to move into heaven. How much can he do? He's got 1 Panna to work with. He's waiting for his teammates to join him. Skills is coming through. And him and Skills have got to piece this retake together. 1 trapwire did give him a little bit of information, but there's the paint shell. Skills with the utility gets the kill. Shivi just commits the Rolling Thunder, and now he's got to hold on for dear life. Bit by bit, Global Esports will try and dismantle Shivi and hopefully get the defuse. Hellranger's actually moved into sight. He's got the smokes deployed. He might just tap the spike, and Skills is there to back him up. Skills closing up. The fusion cannon baited out. Shivi will manage to take out Skills. It's now a 1v1. Hellranger doesn't have time. He's got 52 points of health. No friend by his side. He needs to find this kill. He needs to decide what he needs to do. More importantly, he's looking for the kill first. He'll bring down Shivi, but time. He just doesn't have the time. He did stick the half defuse, and Hellranger knows this. He's got to back out. In Shaz, he'll take a bath. It's the AoE of the spike, though, that doesn't touch him. As he manages to hold on to his Vandal. He did his bit, Floki, but it just wasn't enough.
In Hindi, we call that a kawasna. We call that a crow's bath. And that's what Hellranger managed to do there. But looks like that's not enough, because when the spike explodes, it's not you who wins the round, it's the enemy team. And FAR Esports, Shivi playing that so patiently. I mean, this man is, I think he's a psychic or something, because he did not care at all that the spike was being tapped. He knew that Hellranger's going to come, try to peek him out, and he's not going to stick the defuse. So he maintains his position, and he's able to get the job done. I mean, that's a big brain play by Shivi, and I think his ability to understand how people like to play is really coming in handy against Global Esports. But man, look at this. This is going to be a slight force from Global Esports. They're still going to be saving for the most part. They just bought Sheriff, so it's not going to be that bad for them. But yeah, they're going to give up a lot of side control. And SMX is going to pick up Kappa. Does a fair amount of damage, but at this point, Global Esports, you're really just hoping for exit kills. And White Horse, well, he's going to shut that Raze's dream down of picking up a weapon for herself. And SK Rossi, he's coming in from the flank, but the Cypher is ready. But SK Rossi is even better because he finds the headshot, but Scargod's there to trade him out. This round's done and dusted. Wait, what am I even doing here?
Yeah, I don't think there's much that Global Esports can do. They just have Lightning Fast, and Lightning Fast, well, he's given away his position. I don't know if FAR Esports feel the compulsion to hunt him. They don't really need to. They've not given away too many weapons, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Lightning Fast. Okay, did Lightning Fast pick up something? That's what he was hoping to do, but is he going to escape? Oh, this is hilarious. They've all taken the teleport. Lightning Fast does manage to catch Shivi because Shivi was just guarding the teleport. Lightning Fast did pick up a weapon, so he's done his bit. I think he managed to pick up a weapon somehow and survive the blast.
Yeah, so that's going to be really great for them. Having an extra rifle is always really, really good. It's the best case scenario you can hope for, especially on a round where you're not really spending any money. And I have to say, lightning fast, man, that's pretty decent. Getting a kill onto Chevy, picking up his gun, economical damage. It can play out in the long term, but it only plays out in the long term if you're winning your rounds, Vivek. A small technical pause here. I'm not sure who's taken this, but yeah, both teams going to take their time. As FAR Esports starting to build a really big lead here on attack, Vivek, and we know, I think we've talked about this before, how important that attacking side is. It's a difference maker.
Yep.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
So far, though, I mean, go on.
No, in other tactical shooters, Floki, you are allowed to take a timeout. And I think if this is what Global Esports wants, I think they've maybe taken a tactical timeout and not a technical timeout. I'm not quite sure what the nature is of this timeout. I really not quite sure if you're allowed to take breaks. But yeah, hopefully whoever this break has taken, it's been justified in a sense, because especially for the defense, you get an opportunity to reset. Mentally, you get to reset. So just look at that buy. SK Rossi's gone for the operator, and SK Rossi has got to do work. He's going to push out Shaz. He's got Skargod to contest with, and he's dealt with Skargod. Skargod dead. He's trying to overheal. Actually disjoins that link, and SMX takes care of his buddy. The all drone being sent in, the shock dart doing work. SK Rossi wants to hold the angle, wants to repick, but the operator is not that kind, and SMX is not kind one bit as he takes care of skills. SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, all three members of the A defense pushing for information, dead and punished. Kappa will join them, and now it's just Hellranger all by himself. The defense has crumbled. That timeout, technical, whatever you want to call it, didn't really work for Global Esports because they've lost an operator. They've lost a lot. Hellranger will try his best to make do of this round, find a couple of kills, maybe build his own economy. He's got a Prime Vandal to work with. The skin is nice, but the shots have to be better. Half his HP to work with. Whitehorse swings confidently with the Phantom and undoes him.
Man, I have to say, Global Esports, this is not really working out, and SMX is taking a whole new meaning. He's giving a whole new meaning to the idea of showing presence. For him, showing presence is going into a site and getting 3 kills all by himself. Man, he single-handedly blew that site open. In fact, FAR Esports were thinking that even if SMX dies, it's going to force some rotations and we can have an easier time taking B. That's what they generally do. But when SMX just kills everyone like that, they're just like, oh, alright then, guess we're going to go A. And Global Esports really need to put a stop to this. They need to start respecting FAR Esports. I know Hellranger said that they have to earn their respect. Maybe because it's a BFI, he's going to take it easy. But if you don't start respecting FAR Esports soon, you're going to pay the price.
Yeah, but Floki, you've got to remember, this is the only map they start out on defense. And defense, so far, on Bind, hasn't looked very inspiring for the side of Global Esports. If you ask me, is Bind defender favored? It's supposed to be. And Skills is trying to prove me right, as he does manage to equal out the numbers. But Shivy and the others are bit by bit working at B long. And that owl drone has been dealt with. Kappa is just going to summon the Hunter's Fury. He's going to try and halt the push, but he tags no one. They actually snuck past him. The first player at elbow is going to be Hellranger, and he's done his bit. He's brought down Knight Rider. Whitehouse didn't get the trade. The paranoia is there. Shivy will manage to find one, but there's still Hellranger in elbow. The neural theft committed. Whitehouse wants a little bit of information. He's spotted out too. The spike is actually moving towards B. They know exactly where Whitehouse is. They should know that he's somewhere on the spike side. Now it's down to our man SMX, Floki.
Yeah, it's going to be SMX against the wall, and how much can he carry his team on his back? Has the Hunter's Fury at the ready, and he's looking for a tag. He knows that if he finds a tag, he can open the side up. But you know what? He's just going to go for it. He doesn't care about the tag. Can he clip the raise? No, he cannot. And, well, it's going to be a 3-1. He takes the teleporter back towards the A side so he can at least get the plant down. Great awareness here by SMX too, showing that he's not really good at clicking heads, but he's also really quick with his decision-making and quickly sprawling out on towards this A side. Yes, he's going to get surrounded by Global Esports eventually, but there's still a chance here. I mean, you know how tricky those shock darts can be.
He's not giving away his positioning. Wanted that kill. He should have got skills. He didn't get skills, and Lightning Fast immediately peaked. SMX had to choose where he had to look. If he found skills, even then, Floki, it would be a very rough post plan for him because he had to deal with Lightning Fast Skills and Hellranger, and it wasn't going to be easy. And just Lightning Fast and Skills was enough. So Global Esports, they put their second round on the board on defense. 6 rounds on offense is good, but if you can close the half with a lead, you're going to be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, also think about the lack of mental stress. Like, imagine you get more rounds on attack, and all of a sudden you only need to win like 3 rounds on defense. And you can pull that together very easily. You're not going to be worried at all. Global Esports, you also have to account for fatigue, because this is a best of 5. And if you start making too many decisions, the decision-making fatigue is going to kick in. And slowly but surely, that process is going to get worse for Global Esports. So far, if they can pick up a good lead for themselves here, it's not only going to be a literal victory, but also a mental victory for them going into game number 2. Game number 3, and so on. But interesting setup from FAR Esports here. I think this is going to be White Horse's death, as Hellrangers pushed all the way out towards B main. This time around they have information, and finally they know that all the members from FAR Esports, they're perched up towards this A side.
Yeah, now Global Esports are starting to piece together their defense. Shivy, he's going to try and open up A. He's got a dash coming in from Knight Rider. Smoke's being deployed by Scargod as they smoke off any vision for the defense. But the defense have 5 members, and Skills has got the showstopper if he needs it. This can be a very tricky post plan for FAR Esports. They've got to just make sure that they have angles that they're comfortable with. Scargod is literally playing next to the spike. The 3 of them are grouped up towards Lamp. There's the Rolling Thunder. It actually concusses some of his own teammates. Knight Rider needs to win this duel with Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast will get the better of him. The false line committed. Shivy gets 1. So that's the showstopper done with. But FAR Esports just don't have numbers as SMX is dead for. And Scargod, the last man alive, can simply not clutch it out. They lost a bit too much in the process. Lamps was their undoing, as that Rolling Thunder was not as ideal as it needed to be. I saw 2 of his own teammates get concussed and jump about.
Yeah, that wasn't very ideal.
Yeah, they capitalized, Loki.
Absolutely. I think they still have a buy together. Yeah, White Horse has a lot of... I mean, I see a buy on White. Allowed to make these sort of errors when you're this far ahead. But this is going to be the round that decides if they can continue to assert that lead and assert that dominance on this offense side that we've been seeing since the game started. And Knight Rider, this time switching things up with the Operator. The Poombot is going to reveal his position, so he's going to have to move the hell out. But he gets his teammates to trade for him. Doesn't really give away that he's there. The smoke... It's going to make sure they don't get a pick. And the Reyna finding the first kill on SMX. That's the key frag gone for FAR Esports. And now that they know that he's over here, they might suspect a push towards the A side. But there's a Cypher, so they don't have to worry too much about that. But Hellranger peeks out, destroys everyone. Yeah, this is a slaughterhouse. White Horse left all by himself. How much can you do? The answer, not much when you get spammed down by the Phantom.
Yeah, those angles were very, very weird coming out from FAR Esports. Knight Rider did the right play, right? I mean, he had the Operator, he was scoped in. He was hoping that his teammates would back him up. He was just being patient. But I think Hellranger deployed his smoke, and I think Hellranger flashed and pushed through his own smoke. I think he caught the majority.
Yes, this should do. That goes there.
Get out of my way!
Careful now.
One player remaining.
Okay, so they bit by bit they're trying to just try and see if they can find any sort of an opening at A. Shivy has the spike. Shivy,
30
Shivy,
seconds
how
left.
much can you do? I'm not quite sure. Lightning Fast and the others are just waiting. There's 23 seconds on the clock. Can Shivy try and make this happen, Floki?
Last round before the hash.
Sorry about that. Small hiccup. I see you and I hear you.
Oh, this is a nice
Perfect, there we go. Yes, small technical issues here and there, but the grand finals is back underway. The score, Global Esports really stringing a couple of rounds together, Vivek. I don't think we saw this coming after that fantabulous offense coming in by FAR Esports. And I have to say, Global Esports, there's a reason why this team is respected. There's a reason why they were able to come this far without dropping a single map. It's because these guys are good. They know how to adjust on the fly. And Hellraiser, I think I can slowly sense him going back into the mode of like, okay guys, this is what they do, here's how we're gonna deal with it, don't worry, we got this, the game is in our bag. That's what I imagine what's his comms to be like right now, but yeah. You can see FAR Esports can take this final round if they can. It's really good for them on defense. You'd have to worry a lot less, but even 6 rounds on offense is not that bad.
Yeah. I think 6 rounds on offense is really good for FAR. If they manage to claim one more, if they close this half with a 1-round lead, they're going to be happy with it. But will SK Rossi allow this? He goes intangible, gets into that cubby. He's wanna try and, you know, deal with one player at a time. And well, if he's not there, he's got lightning fast with the operator. I think they switched things up. SK Rossi did his bit with the vandal, excuse me, and lightning fast with the operator did manage to find the kill. Shivy is just dropping the fusion cannon, the fault line, all those abilities, but he's not ready for the Empress that is Reyna to just push in and find those kills. Hellranger has been sneaky elsewhere. He's found another onto SMX, and Skills has the operator. I don't know whose operator that was, but they were tossing
Those are
it
two
about.
operators.
Switching
Yeah, they have a lot
sides.
of money to work with after winning those rounds in a row, so they actually purchased multiple weapons. I saw a Vandal on the ground that the Cypher purchased for himself in case there was a rush towards a shot, and then he also had the op. And Skills also had the op, so they had a double op setup at this A site. And Global Esports reading that perfectly, man. SK Rossi able to go in, get that first kill, showing us how the Reyna is played. Not overextending like my Park Reynas, not really going in and just trying to get as many kills as possible, maintaining his position and forcing the offense to come to him. Great stuff by Global Esports pulling this back. 6 rounds on offense can be a little difficult, but with a captain like Hellranger, you definitely can make it happen. Pistol round gonna be all important, Vivek, and I think you should take this one.
Yeah, I think SMX, I mean, you said captain like Hellranger. On the other side, it's SMX. You can see him as the initiator. Just try and make these rotations. He's got a little bit of information, and that information is enough. Shivy and Skargod have got to hold on for now. Scales is trying to clear out the side bit by bit. The paint shell's committed. They want to deal with those two as defender spawn. Where is Shivy looking? Even Shivy doesn't know. But he's got SMX by his side. SMX there blindly gets the trade, and now Shivy swings back. The classic doing work, and SMX, this man, the initiator, with the ghost, just finding all the kills that they require. The spike does get planted, but the defense have managed to get the defuse, and FAR Esports are going to be so happy with that round. SMX with a solid read. You could see him start out at B, and he immediately just swung A to help out his buddy Shivy and Skargod. Great stuff coming out from FAR Esports. They have found their mojo, Floki. I think they're here to play defense or offense, bind or ascent, it doesn't matter. This squad has come to challenge what some say are one of the best in Indian Valorant.
Absolutely, and I think the way they're doing is that they have an Ouija board inside SMX's mind, because as soon as he figured out there's nobody over at A, I mean there's nobody over at B, he just ran, he just ducked tail and he ran towards that A site, giving his teammates cover, getting those 3 kills. Like, what has SMX not done in this series? I think this man has done a lot of work already, and as the game goes on, Global Esports are really going to have to address this issue.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, Shivy peeks out naked, gets punished.
Yeah, this is why the Reyna is a bit of an issue, right? Because of Overheal and Devour and all those things. She's working with the Sheriff. I think the Reyna just picked up a Sheriff. But SK Rossi got a kill, and he's got that Overheal to work with. So he can get more sneaky, can be a little bit more aggressive if he wants to.
Absolutely, and we know how dangerous that Reyna can be with the Sheriff, putting her on par with some of these rifles even, if you have the aim to make it work. And that's the reason they picked it up for SK Rossi, showing us why this agent can be so strong for them. And it seems that the trump card that they have does seem to be working out. I'm not sure if I can call this a trump card, but it does seem like it. Look at Whitehorse though, Vivek. This is so juicy. I bet he's
30
smacking his
seconds
lips
left.
right now.
Yeah, the tripwires are there. Nightrider will peek with one of the traps. He gets 2 kills and Whitehouse there with the trade. And if it's not Whitehouse, it's Skargod. The trap was perfect. They did manage to catch one. Nightrider playing that close angle with the Spectre. Does his bait. Peeks. Takes them by surprise. And the rotation also timely coming out from FAR Esports. They've won the most crucial rounds on defense in a sense. Can they keep this going? Can they be as unpredictable as Global Esports were on their defense? Or will they fall prey to SK Rossi and his Reyna nonsense? I have no idea, Floki, but this time I think we should keep our eyes peeled on SK Rossi and what he tries to do with the Reyna.
Absolutely, and this is one man who can change the face of the game entirely if you give him a little bit of leeway. Not even looking to get those full shields, he doesn't even need them. He was like, you know what, light shields is enough, the Deva's gonna be there for me, I'm gonna find the first kill and move on to the side. But SMX though, he is gonna have some other plans, immediately spotting out that tree. Now that's actually really huge. So now the side of FAR Esports can start pushing up towards this A shower side together if they want and find some more info. And I think they've found enough because Shivi, he's already playing towards defense spawn. He knows that it's probably going to be a hit towards this B side. And yeah, FAR Esports once again, great plays all around. Really capitalizing on the information they have. But,
yeah, Shivi's got a good read, but how much can he help? SK Rossi there with the lure. He needs to find one man on the side. He's done that. He's found SMX, and now he's starting to overheal bit by bit. Skills is there towards Hookah. The defense has been caught enough. It's one man, Whitehouse, towards Elbow, who will manage to bring down Kappa at the very least. It's a 3v4 retake for the defense. Shivi, Skargod, and Nightrider alive and healthy. Nightrider has not yet connected with his team, so Shivi and Skargod have got to just hold on, but SK Rossi is not giving them an opportunity. He's going to push out. He brings down Skargod before he could do too much on this side. The stim beacon there. That's all that Skargod managed to contribute. That fire rate increase, is it enough? Well, it's gone. So now it's just Shivi. And Shivi's dead. Nightrider's called the save. Can we just switch over to Nightrider? Yeah, the Elder Flame Randall. It's something you want to hold on to, Floki.
Yeah, and I have to say, man, this round, Global Esports, time and time again, showing that they are not to be underestimated when it comes to buys. The first 2 rounds, they don't matter because Global Esports will always pull it back if you're not prepared on the buy round. And I have to say, Hellranger really starting to prove his mettle as a captain here. But the question is, can he keep this up, Wake? Because they're down a couple of rounds and they're on offense. So it's going to be a tall order for them to win this. They're going to have to get a snowball up and going if they want to make a dent in this series and possibly take it to overtime if necessary.
Yeah. Yeah. They haven't got, nobody's really got any big ability to work with. Lightning Fast, if he gets both the ultimate points on the map, he could, you know, have the neural theft, which would be nice. Maybe that's something Global Esports does look to play around. For now, it's skills that's got to try and just take control of Hookup at that boombot. If you throw it at a particular angle, it does give you a little bit of information. Nightrider doesn't care. Angles don't matter to him. He just swings out, gets a kill. But the problem is he's lost Skargod somewhere in the process. At what cost is the question? And now Shivi is still trying to hold down Shaz.
Yeah, and SK Rossi, I'm surprised he didn't heal there. I'm not sure how that interaction exactly works, but it seems like he took damage as he was overhealing, and that stopped the healing from going through. So he's actually sitting quite low. Sort of become a liability here for Global Esports. Down to a 3v4, still very doable for the attackers, but it's gonna take a little bit of caution here coming out from them. Shivi and Cypher, the both of them perched up towards this ramp street, and I don't think they know Skills is here. Oh no, this is gonna quickly fall apart for FAR Esports as Skills is able to lurk all the way around the side in towards that lamps area, and Global Esports put another round on the board and slowly but surely solidifying their economy, Vivek. This is not looking good for FAR Esports.
Definitely. I mean, can we just look at the scoreboard? I don't think FAR Esports have much of a buy this round.
Yeah, I don't think they have a buy either. They're probably going to be working with Sheriffs, maybe a Stinger here and there, but it's going to be mostly light armor and Sheriffs for the most part for the side of FAR Esports. Yep, there we go. They don't even have armor. They just have a bunch of Sheriffs. They
Yeah.
could potentially go for a Stinger on Knight Rider, Stinger in light armor. He'd have enough money to get himself a rifle in the next round, but he won't have the op. I think he wants to
Yeah.
save up for that.
Yeah. I think we're looking at some sort of a technical issue. Whitehouse needs to rejoin the server, and that's why FAR Esports are just grouped up waiting in defender spawn. I think the one thing they have that they can work with, the one thing I noticed was the blade storm. So if Shivi can flash some really close angles, if Shivi and Knight Rider have the confidence to go off with the blade storm, maybe use it in burst mode or maybe even just tap away, they can get themselves some kills and start to snowball. But
Absolutely.
it's a call they have to make, Floki. I really don't know if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's putting a lot of pressure on Knight Rider's shoulders, but the thing is, it's such a high risk, high reward situation, right? If you win an eco like this, with the knives out and you're able to get the plant, maybe even make the bomb explode, it's just such a comeback into the game. It's denying the enemy team what should be a free win for them. So I think it's definitely a gamble that FAR Esports are going to take here, especially when they have Shivi on the breach with all his flashes and his fault lines.
Yeah.
I think this should be doable for FAR Esports. And I know this sounds a little crazy, but I think they can win this round, Vivek, if they played with a little bit of intelligence. They played a little bit smartly.
Yep, I think on defense, if you can just take out your knives and if you can go and chuck them and get yourself a couple of kills, maybe get yourself some weapons and snowball on the back of that, you've done your bit. Maybe you can just deny the plant altogether, like Floki was saying. Maybe just deny the plant, and maybe even you can make a retake work. So let's see what FAR Esports decide to do. For now, I believe it was Whitehouse that had disconnected from the server. Whitehouse is back. They're starting to move bit by bit. So we should be ready to go and resume this round anytime about now, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, he's alive, he's booing, he's doing well, but yeah, I think there's still a bit of an issue that needs to be fixed. So we're just gonna chill out for a bit here, wait until the teams are sure that there's no packet loss, there's no ping. Grand finals, BO5, you don't want those factors to be affecting your performance. There's already a lot of other things you need to deal with. Crappy internet being one of them. And I think we all know that lesson, and how thankful we were when those Mumbai servers were introduced to maybe make up for the lack of good internet here in the city, or rather in this country.
Yeah. I mean, the Mumbai servers have definitely been a blessing, and I think Riot has definitely noticed that India is a region that needs a little bit of attention, a little bit of love, and we've got those servers. Now, I don't know, the sky is the limit for India as a region in competitive Valorant. Now, the first thing we need to really address is the first track qualifier when it's happening. How they're going to divide up Southeast Asia, because when I read the Riot press release or like whatever they put up on their website, they said more details for Southeast Asia coming up soon. So which Indian teams are going to represent India and really, put a spotlight on India as a region remains to be seen. I don't know if Velocity, Global Esports, FAR Esports, Tamilas, and the others have enough to, tussle it out with the best in Asia, but it's going to be an interesting qualifier, if nothing else. I've been looking at North America. I think it's very hard to put a finger on the meta. I think nobody is really abusing the Judge. Nobody is abusing the Odin that much. The Odin is still strong, but I've been seeing that Sinatra has been a little quiet with it. So because it's qualifier time, Floki, everybody's playing their cards so close to their chest, at least in North America and Europe.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just going with the comfort. They're not really open to testing out things just yet, but slowly but surely over time, teams are going to open up to the idea of purchasing the Odin. Now, let's take some time to talk about the Odin. The Odin is not that expensive, actually, compared to some other tactical shooters. For its price, it's only a few hundred credits more, but the amount of firepower it gives you is really astounding, because the ability to spam through walls at that fire rate, at that penetration, it can really win you some rounds that will just make the enemy team go like what the heck? Like, okay, are we just gonna die like that? Are we just gonna die to some spam because we can't exactly attack a site? And that's what we've seen some really good Sovas do on Ascent at B. They just pick up the Odin when they get the when they have the cash, and they wait a little bit throughout their recon dart, see a couple of people, and just pick up a kill or two. And
Yeah.
that can make or break the round, Vivek. I mean, at the highest levels of competition, even getting one kill like that can upset the balance in the favor of one team. So do
Yeah.
you think that is something that Riot should maybe focus on? Maybe just nerfing the Odin slightly. Maybe it's a little bit too OP in its state right now, or maybe it's.
I think it's balanced for the credits it costs. I think it's
Mhm.
about 3,000 credits. I think it costs about 3,200 credits or something like that. So there is balance in that weapon. If you manage to pick it up as say a Sova, you have got to keep it going for more than one round on defense or on offense. So it does require skill. There is balance to that weapon in terms of the credits it costs you. So I don't know if there's more balance that is required for that weapon per se. One thing I've noticed about how Riot likes to balance weapons is that if a weapon is too strong, bump its price and then immediately just slap another 100 credits on it. This is
Yep.
what they did to the judge when they tried to make the Guardian a little bit more effective. They actually increased its fire rate. Its price was reduced by about 100 credits. But
Mhm.
enough about that, Floki, because we're going to jump into this best of three. The scores are tied 8-8. You're watching the One Play Esports Valorant India Invitational. If you're enjoying this broadcast between Global Esports and FAR Esports, if you're enjoying all the content that's coming out, do subscribe, do hit the bell icon. You can find One Play Esports on all their socials. They're on Instagram, they're on Twitch, they're on Facebook, they're on YouTube. The number one, Play Esports. For now, there's not even one round separating these teams as they're tied up. Knight Rider does go with the knives out. SMX immediately gets picked off at B long. Knight Rider's journey hasn't found him any rewards just yet, as Global Esports are just going to group up and get the spike down. I think they've got the spike. This is what they expected. Knight Rider pushed out Shaz, but he didn't find too much. And
Spike
now
planted.
the retake is starting to come in. Knight Rider wants to find an opening. So does Scarguard. But Scarguard only finds lead to the head as Skills with the Vandal will take him out. Knight Rider's managed to do work. He's found one. How much more can he really find with these knives? He's got Shivi by his side. A Cloudburst to maybe go aid him a little bit. He's actually not going for the weapon. He doesn't have a dash, Floki. So he's committed to
Yeah.
this corner.
Absolutely. He needs another kill if he wants to get the hell out of this place. And I think he's speaking out, looking for that, tapping away slowly but surely, trying to find the headshot, but is unable to do so. Hellranger and Skills are going to pick him up, and just like that, FAR Esports, their dreams will remain dreams. They're not going to find the eco round frags that they were looking for. But thankfully for them, the economy resets. There's a buy, but holy crap, look at Global Esports' economy, Vivek. 9,000 credits on Hellranger, 8,000 credits on Skills, almost 6,000 credits on SK Rossi. Yeah, they're not gonna be running out of cash anytime soon. They've invested it well. You know, they've bought themselves some property. They have bought themselves a few stocks. There's an FD going on in there as well, somewhere. And FAR Esports, they're gonna have to gamble everything on this particular round. If they're able to win it, they can come back. They can maybe put a dent in the global esports economy. But if they lose this, it's gonna be super hard for them to make a difference. And SMX looks like he's not really gonna give them a chance to even get on the site, because he uses the Hunter's Fury, tags up a few people, but isn't really able to find a kill right off the bat.
Yeah. So SMX, when he used the Hunter's Fury right there, he thought that they actually sidestepped it and they started pushing B long, but they actually all fell back collectively as a unit. I think he did manage to get one tag. I'm not even sure if he got a tag. It doesn't matter because Knight Rider is there. His operator, reliable. He finds a kill, and now Global Esports have 4 members on the server. And they're actually wondering if A seems to be the site they need to work, because they've got a little bit of information courtesy Lightning Fast. There are not too many trapwires towards A. Unfortunately, Lightning Fast is going to get smoked out, so he can't push out A's shot immediately. Shibi is playing lamps, and SMX is playing just the back of site altogether.
Wow,
Global
Scargo
Esports up bit by bit coming A, Floki, and there's the scatter coming out from Hellranger. He's actually TP'd into his own smoke in heaven. And SMX wants to check. SMX wants to be ready. Shivi's managed to find one kill. That was crucial for the defense. And now Hellranger, well, he wasn't ready for SMX's push. SMX will just push out from the heavens. He finds 2 crucial kills. SK Rossi tried his hardest, but Skargod there with the trade. That operator on Knight Rider is starting to pay dividends. This is what FAR Esports like to fall back on when everything goes wrong, Floki.
Absolutely, and I have to say, SMX, man, this guy's awareness is next level. He can hear the Omen clearly up towards the Heavens area, so he peeks out, takes his time, gets the kill on the spike first, and then kills off the Omen, and then just retreats because he doesn't have to deal with it. The round's over. The SK Rossi, he's gonna have to, like, he had no time to get to the spike and take the fight. So I have to say, SMX, man, this guy, he's really putting in work for FAR Esports, and I can clearly see why they picked him up. He's good. He's damn good.
I think they all have a lot of potential. I think when one of them falters, the other steps in, and today is also Knight Rider's day, at least on Bind. He's found the second opening kill required for the defense. Global Esports, they have 4 members on the server. They had a lot of credits in the previous round. Skargod's also got the orbital strike if needed. Global Esports, what do they want to do? The Rolling Thunder committed. Shivi says, nope, you can't get in here. This is the other station. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to hurt my friends. I don't care, but I'll push you out of your position. Skargod will manage to find a kill. He's there at the back of side, reliable as always. He's also dealt with Hellranger in this cubby. He's waiting for any more aggression coming up from A shot, and I don't think Global Esports have it in them. Knight Riders there with the operators well towards the heavens. Global Esports, bit by bit, they're trying to rethink what they need to do on this map. Their offense is being read like a book, and now it's Kappa. His leg has shown Floki. His head is shown as well. It's an easy hitbox for Shivi to work with. Shivi gets the kill. Kappa dead. 10-9. FAR Esports, they're coming back on defense, Floki. They've started to come back.
Yeah, and we talked about how they need to string together a couple of rounds if they want to put a dent in the global esports economy. And global esports, I think it's worked so far because this is their last buy, I believe. After this round, they're gonna have to put together an eco if they want to have a chance of making it out alive from this game or even taking it to overtime. And FAR Esports, they too are in a comfortable spot. They have room to work with. They know that. That the economy on global esports, it's not great, that they probably still have a buy, but if they win this round, the next round is certainly going to go in their favor. And we're going to see who ends up winning this one, because this is a very high stakes situation here, Vivek.
Yeah. SMX is just droning out hookup for information. He knows that there's one player there. He can confirm, just relay information to his team that, hey, the raise is there. He spotted the raise. Where is the rest of Global Esports? Global Esports, well, they're clumped up towards B long. The spike is actually dropped elsewhere. So they're just looking for openings. They've set up tripwires, Floki, or trapwires, as if they want to hit B. If you just look at the trapwires on your minimap, they're trying to mark any aggression towards A shot. But look at Knight Rider's timing. Knight Rider's timing is so perfect with the operator. He's gotten his squad so much information. He knows that there's no one lurking outside A, and the spike is most likely going to hit B.
Yep.
FAR Esports are sitting here, Floki. They're ready.
Yeah, we talked about this. We've talked about this time and time again. That if you give Knight Rider room, he will exploit it. He will go forward and get that information. And FAR Esports, let's see how far they can put that information to work. Brimstone comes out, prevents them from getting onto the side, but SK Rossi is able to find the first kill. And now the aggression comes through with the help of those Cypher cages, providing them ample of cover and ample of opportunity to get onto the side and get the bomb down. Shivi, though, with the fault line, is unable to get the stun, but at least he's able to find the kill onto Skills. Skills missing his bazooka. I don't think he expected him to push out like that. And Shivi, just putting the team on his back, is able to pick up another. In fact, it's White House who finds the kill, but still, this site is, I mean, they should be able to get the defuse off. White House is pushing it out.
They're trying. They're trying. White House committed the neural theft as well, Floki. It's just one man, Hellranger versus Shivi. It's a battle of the minds. It's a battle of the phantoms. And Shivi with his phantom comes out on top. He's done his bit. His phantom works for the day, and he's going to get the defuse. It was real touch and go for FAR Esports, Floki, because they committed the orbital strike, and immediately Skargod got picked off. SK Rossi was there with the operator. He was marking that angle, the very common angle towards defender spawn, where the defenders try and, just piece together a retake. It was a very interesting round, Floki, because it wasn't the post plant began before the post plant, in a sense,
Yeah.
because Skargard had already committed his orbital strike. SMX and the others had a solid read because of
Night
Night
Rider.
Rider's push. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think Whitehorse getting that kill and putting that neural theft to good use really helped Shivy clutch that out towards the end in that 1v1. So good stuff coming out from Whitehorse. Now they've got 11 rounds on the scoreboard. One more round to win for FAR Esports. They can smell victory in the air, and Night Rider, he's smelling blood on the map as well. He's found SK Rossi. The shock darts are there. Shivy is going to get pushed out. And Shivy, well, he's got the fusion cannon, but he's going to give up Lamb. He's given up Lamb, but he's now got a friend by side, so they might look for control again. Skargard needs to trade, but he's getting pushed from everywhere. Hellranger, well, he was a little bit sneaky, but his sneakiness was enough for Kappa to find the trades. It's now a 3v2. There's no operator to work with. SMX, the man who we regard as the main clutch master of FAR Esports, has died as well, and now it's just Whitehouse. I
Yeah.
think he's been spotted out by the neural theft Floki. This time, lightning fast to use his neural theft. I don't think Whitehouse can do too much. He taps the spike, Floki.
Yeah, but they're aware of where he is. The SOA has a perfect read on where the Cypher is, but guess it doesn't matter when you can just click heads awake. I mean, he keeps saying that time and time again. Unfortunately, this time around, he just doesn't have enough seconds left on the clock. He's gonna need more hours in a day to get that defuse off. And at least he's able to pick up a few exit kills for himself. So there's going to be some extra money going in for FAR Esports' bank. Unfortunately, the round did not. So they're going to have to pull this. They're going to have to pull back together and string another round here on this defense side, because Global Esports are inching closer and closer towards that overtime. And FAR Esports, I mean, yeah, like I mentioned, it's going to put all their chips in this basket this round. It's going to make or break the game.
Yeah, one more round for Global Esports, and they've taken Bind to overtime. If you're looking at a best of 5, I'm curious to see how many maps go to overtime. FAR Esports have got to be a little bit disappointed. They've played so well on so many rounds. Are they really ready, and are they really up for the task that is overtime? Night Rider is being tested. They're hopping about, but he's not giving away his position. The boombot there, he has to fire at the boombot. He's got a friend by his side. He peeks again, but Skills did have the advantage in terms of positioning, and both Night Rider and Whitehouse are going to fall towards Hookah. Hookah control has been taken, and Kappa just lurking towards B-Long will deal with SMX. Global Esports should be able to get the spike down, and it's now up to Shivy and Skargard for FAR Esports to piece together this retake. Both of them are clearing Shahs, and they're making their way towards B bit by bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is gonna work out. SMX there though, a really unfortunate misplay, completely missing out the spray. It happens sometimes, and those can get to you. And Global Esports, they were quick to exploit that loophole. They were quick to get into the site, get control, and get the spike down. I think it's just gonna be a safe call from FAR Esports, as both of them just chilling over here towards attack or spawn. And Global Esports, they're not gonna contest them. They're not going to try to go out there and take the rifles away. It could be dangerous. Even they need the money.
Yep.
Man, have to say though.
Overtime it is, Floki.
Yep, it's probably going to go to overtime. I mean, unless Global Esports can string 2 rounds together in a row, it does seem unlikely, but it's something that they can do. This game is most likely going to go into overtime. Now, FAR Esports, I think they can save here if they want, because they have rifles and shields up on 2 of their players, and if they just eco this one, they will have a full buy next round. But if they buy this round, they may not have the opportunity next round to win this, but they say that they want a tempo back under their control, and they're going to go ahead and purchase up all the weapons in the world, and without really caring about the next round. So yeah, you can see the credits. They're sort of all in on this one, especially one of them. I believe that was the Breach, who was second on the scoreboard with 0 money left. But yeah, Night Rider holding on to Hookah. We'll see how many kills he can get. There's a lot of people perched up here, Awake. It's going to be a quick one from Global Esports. And there we go. There's the shock and awe. Night Rider gets the kill through the wall, and all of a sudden Global Esports scurrying back like rats to the other part of the map. They don't want to have they don't want to deal with this Night Rider operator one bit, as they were scrambling their way back towards A, it seemed, but now they're making their way towards B main. And I think SMX, well, he's ready for this. He knows that this is what Global Esports like to do, and well, he spotted it out. He knows that there are going to be 2 people outside B main. The Jet, once again, running all the way back towards the B side, going around like a little cockroach, but Global Esports, they have 40 seconds on the clock. They can take the time and figure out what is it that they want to do. Well, for now, the Hellraiser wants to TP into a fault line that didn't really work out for him that well, and now down to a 3v5. They have to hit this A side.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they swung back to A. Scar got his position revealed, but he's got an incendiary to work with. So he's just going to try and slow them down. The cages are being committed. The Cypher cages are there, but SK Rossi is just going to push out Lamps. He's got in control of Lamps, but this man with the operator, Knight Rider, has done so much. He finds himself 2 kills in this round. How much more can he do? They know exactly where he is. SK Rossi did give away his position towards Lamp. SMX, Shivi and the others have got to piece together this retake, but they don't deal with SK Rossi, and that could be their undoing. The spike needs to be tapped. The spike, unfortunately, is out in the open. Cloudburst being tossed out. Shivi, he's got 1 flash to work with. He needs to tap the spike. Can he even get a half defuse? Knight Rider summons the knives. The Blade Storm is there. How much can Knight Rider do? Not enough. Global Esports managed to clutch it out on the back of SK
Match
Rossi.
point.
And
Man.
I think now FAR, they're hoping, they're really hoping that they can put together a win here, Floki.
Absolutely, and they have a little bit of money going. SMX is going to be working with the Bulldog, but sacrifices have to be made. He's going to go back for the Owl Drone, I believe. He's going to go for the utility rather than getting the full rifle up and running for himself. But FAR Esports, they have a chance. They can take this to overtime if they want, but they really need to win this round, Vivek, and they don't have a lot of ultimates to work with. It's only SMX with the Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, on Global Esports, you have Hellranger, you have Hellranger's ultimate, you have the teleport, you have the Hunter's Fury on Kappa as well. So this round, it's gonna be a tall order for FAR Esports. I believe even SK Rossi is really close to his ult, yeah. I mean, he has 3 points in. If he picks up an orb, he could potentially just go berserk and win this round on his back alone like he did in the last one.
Yep. Those of you in chat, if you're wondering what the overtime rules are, it's as simple. It's exactly like your pubs. It's raised to 2. That's all there is to overtime. And Global Esports,
Yeah, this is gonna be do or die for them. They're not gonna be too pleased if they end up losing this round, so the pressure's on them. But once again, they are doing the same thing they did in the previous round, pushing up towards this hook area, trying to show some presence on that part of the map. And it seems like this time around, they're going to commit to this site. And the Rain of Flash goes out, the Leer is there, the smokes are coming in as members of Global Esports all perched up in hookah. Now they're going to jump down and maybe try to get some peeks here. Lightning Fast is able to find the first kill. In fact, he finds 2. The Sentinel getting the opening frags. That's not something you see every day. But Global Esports doing unconventional things and making them work. Whitehorse comes back towards this side. Can he find a few kills? Yes, he can. In fact, he catches Hellranger with his hands up. Now the Neural Sept is going to come in. This is going to completely compromise Global Esports and their positioning, and Knight Rider is there to find the opening with the operator. Scargod just looking to find a kill. He knows somebody's in there inside that Cypher cage, but he's not able to pull out his weapon in time. SK Rossi turns around, puts a bullet in his head, and now Knight Rider, how much can you do? Stuck in a 1v2, he can find the first kill, jumps up, SK Rossi. Can he find the second one? No, he pulls out his classic, but no, Global Esports are able to take this round. And just like that, this map is going to go in the favor of Global Esports. Knight Rider really trying his hardest to win that, but Global Esports are just able to pull through. Call it misfortune, call it bigger brain plays, call it whatever the hell you want, but this map is gone the way of Global Esports, Vivek.
yeah, I mean, they clutched it out. They really did their bit. They've managed to claim victory on Bind, and I was concerned, Floki. I was not sure how this map would turn and where this would go, but Global Esports did their bit. I really can't put a finger on an MVP. I really have no idea who's my MVP. It looks like SK Rossi is topping the fragging charts, but I don't know. I think everybody played really well on both teams. Hellranger did his bit. SK Rossi did his bit. And I think if you look at FAR, Shivi, SMX and Scargod, I really don't even know if there's one backbone. If you look at the scoreboard, it looks like Knight Rider got the most kills, which is why when we were casting yesterday on Split, I felt that this man, he has an X factor which he brings to the team. So yeah, that's what we want to see more from Knight Rider. You know, his ability to just carry with the operator.
Absolutely, and we've seen this time and time again. Knight Rider being the reliable operator he is, like you mentioned, it can be very hard to pick out a backbone from FAR Esports when all of these players are so well coordinated with each other. They're sort of, I mean, we've talked about how individual skill can be a factor in this game, but this is individual skill supplied with a good awareness of the map, with a good awareness of how the teammates like to play. Unfortunately, it's just not enough to beat global esports. When you have the strategic
Yeah.
superiority, it seems that there's not a lot of ways you can beat Hellranger and FAR Esports. They have two more chances though to make it through. So it's a BO5. That's why it's a grand finals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've been enjoying the stream, please feel free to follow One Play Esports. You can follow them on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitch. The name is One Play Esports, the number one. You can find them everywhere. And in case of future tournaments as well, you can follow these guys so you get the notification. Make sure you hit the bell icon. In case you like the
Yep.
work we've been doing, you can follow Vivek on Instagram at official Vivek, and you can follow me on Twitter at @Hirakti. But we're gonna take a quick break because both of these teams need one, and we'll be back within a few minutes. So go get yourself something to eat, but don't go anywhere.
At Master, just trying to hold on to screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of side to get that kill with the Ghost. And bit by bit, Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit, he's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense, but Master with the Ghost looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information, and the rolling thunder is going to come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The push that's going to come in from the enemy sniper coming in from Batman. Look at Tito though.
Wondering if they can start swinging towards A. If they can't swing towards A, this is what happens. Tito gets punished. Batman peeks with the Vandal, manages to bring down not just Tito, he's got Hush as well. You got the Omen keeping in, but Starboy just being calm, composed, deals with the immediate threat, isolates the duel. It's close. It's going to be really touch and go. It's going to boil down to that first pistol. Sai, though, is not ready. He's not going to wait. Not going to bother about that first pistol. He's going to kill right now as he's picked up 3. He's got the knives out. He wants to hunt for more.
Opening things up, and this round, well, it's just going to be about how much money you can build up. Baldos building up a fair amount of it, finds 3 kills, might find the 4th one. The breach comes in with the Shoni. Instant down, gets his hands on an SMG, but the trade is going to come real quick from Hush. Master gets the bazooka off the fire them. He's going to get the kill onto Lexi, but the return fire in the hole coming in from Hush with that bazooka. That grenade also going to be thrown down. The bazooka coming in from Hush, trying to find someone, but I don't think he's going to end up. Oh, he gets 2 kills! And just like that, Rad Syndicate, this map is done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Master, how well can you go? You can move very, very well. 2 quick kills. What Noble Esports will be up to as Master shuts down the fish, goes back and finds the Omen. Just a lot. Then look at Starboy comes back in. Rexy pulling it back with 2 collapses.
And Paradox is just waiting towards B window, waiting patiently for Tito. Tito sees the angle, but Paradox, he's fast.
Have come in from Noble Esports. So maybe this push won't go their way, but Master has something to say about that. Is able to find the first kill. Hush, quick to trade him out. Can he find the second one? Yes, he can. In fact, even pick up Batman. That's what happens. You don't keep up with the kill feed, but Rat Syndicate first 5 round. It's down to a 1v1. Not a situation you want, but look at this. The Jet actually taking the sound of the... Oh no, the Jet's holding it. No, he's not. He sees his hand. Really tension here, Hush, and his patience is rewarded as he finds 2 kills for 1. Master caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's not going to be able to get the kill.
That requires to deal with. He's managing to try and get past them, and he's just holding down the spray. The ability to react and adjust, and that's really making the difference for that Syndicate. Now it's MPDF, who's got himself a Spectre. He'll take off these kills. Batman will chime in with 1. He manages to pick off Sai. The spike does get planted. 4 members and Noble Esports bit by bit trying to take control of the side, but there's still Starboy anchoring on from back outside, getting that kill needed on the Ika. He's going to follow it up with another 3v1 on the Tito.
I can get the neural set up and running, because if that gets up and running, that big of a loss, but it's still a man advantage in the favor of Rat Syndicate. Can they do more here though? ZPDF is able to find the second pick onto Hush, and looks like this push is quickly going to scrap for Noble Esports as Rat Syndicate are able to shut it down rather swiftly. Master comes in.
3 members of Noble Esports, have they got enough? Make that 2. Hush has been deleted. Rexy dead. Ika to follow.
Batman with the collateral. Holy crap. I mean, we were talking about how Sai pulled through, but Batman in that last round as their IGL managed to pull it back in the favor of Rat Syndicate. And ladies and gentlemen, what a BO3. We couldn't have asked for a better ending.
Reposition himself, and SMX is going to end up falling. Goro with the Vandal finds the kills, but Scargod and Knight Rider are there for those kills, for those strays, as Knight Rider finds 2 crucial kills with the knives. It's NXS all by himself with that Sheriff. He's going to tap the spike, but I don't think he's going to be able to do this. He needs the headshot. He gets the headshot. So it's not going to be easy to take control of Lambs. Dodge has tossed the flash. There is a smoke coming in from the Brimstone on the spike. Somebody needs to tap it. Somebody needs time to tap it. But NXS is just finding kill after kill after kill, and now it's 1 man for the defense, SMX, and look at how far he's been pushed off. The operator paying dividends, Floki, as
This round could just be shut down very quickly for Team Villainous. As you've seen, all the rounds they've lost at from Bangalore and Thunder. For now, the flash is coming in from the Jet. Is going to get blinded, but not before finding the pick. Quick to find the trade. Quick to find a man advantage to get spawned. No! Quick single-handedly locking down the site. Down to a 3v1 FAR Esports. They are going to be caught with their pants down. And the side of FAR Esports are going to find some control towards A. They're just not going in yet. So the 3 people are still together, and Quake is cleaning them up. Most certainly going to be 4-7. In fact, look at NSX, he's gotten the other corner. Spam is not going to come through, and he's going to be greeted from the back as NXS by 3 kills, single-handedly shutting down this mid-control coming in from FAR Esports. And NXS, this round is done, it's dusted.
he's aggressive with the breach. Is it good enough for FAR? Knight Rider now with the op will sing in SMX with the Phantom will manage to pick up 2 crucial kills. I don't know what kind of buy is going to be coming out from Villainous. I don't even know if Quick can clutch it. No, he can't. The Rolling Thunder. So they'll start with the run it back. Stargod will deal with it. Knight Rider actually finds a kill elsewhere onto the enemy Jet. That's huge. So 1 ultimate down. Dodge finds the kill. No opportunity for the neural theft. Shivy, the first point of contact towards B-Main, finds 2 crucial kills with the Phantom. And there's Knight Rider with the op. The defense has done it. They've shut them down.
From the side of Team Villainous, but can they find kills? That's the question. Whitehorse shutting the push down, gets the first kill onto NXS. The bazooka goes off from Scargod. Does do a fair amount of damage, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The grenade is going to find the kill. It's going to find 2, in fact. Who's the god also ends up going down. And this match is most certainly done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going to game number 3 as FAR Esports take game number 2 on split.
Smoke has come out towards defender spawn. Quake has been smoked off. He doesn't have the recon bolt for information, so he's got to spray wildly based on whatever sound cues he gets. The paranoia there, and Quake with the spray finds 2 crucial kills. Progress towards the side. Shivy is the one though with the spike, and Quake will not let Knight Rider pass. It's now a 2v3 for the offense, and it's slowly chipping down to just 1 man on the server. Stargod, he made progress towards the side. He will manage to pick up the spike, but look at the clock. 10 seconds on the clock. He wants to just get the spike planted. Will he be allowed to? Paranoia blinding him. No sound cues to work with. He's got his flame blindly and get 1 kill. Follow it up with the second. The Phantom has done wonders for him, but INXS is his undoing. The trick. He finds the kill towards B-Main. It's SMX, Knight Rider plus Stargod. Knight Rider does work with the knife, does manage to find 1. It's SMX and Stargod that have got to pull this back. It's just 1 man on the server though for Villainous. He's done so much with the Sheriff in the past. Can NXS pull it off? NXS under heaven, knives in hand, has nowhere to go. And Villainous will lose the series 1-2, Floki.
I have to commend them, even though they lost. It's a great showing by them to be able to show up last minute and give this level of performance, which we haven't even seen by some of the other teams in this tournament. It's really something, and it's something commendable.
At Master, just trying to hold on to screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of side to get that kill with the ghost, and bit by bit Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit. He's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense, but Master with the goals looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information, and the rolling thunder is gonna come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The push that's gonna come in from the enemy sniper, coming in from Batman. Look at Tito though.
Wondering if they can start swinging towards A. If they can't swing towards A, this is what happens. Tito gets punished. Batman peeks with the Vandal, manages to bring down not just Tito, he's got Hush as well. You got the Omen keeping in, but Starboy just being calm, composed, deals with the immediate threat, isolates the duel. It's close. It's going to be really touch and go. It's going to boil down to that first pistol. Sai, though, is not ready. He's not going to wait. He's not going to bother about that first pistol. He's going to kill right now as he's picked up three. He's got the knives out. He wants to hunt for more.
Opening things up, and this round, well, it's just going to be about how much money you can build up. Bad Dog building up a fair amount of it, finds 3 kills. He might find the 4th one. The breach comes in over the Shoni. Hastened out, gets his hands on an SMG. But the trade is going to come real quick from Hush. Master gets the bazooka on to fire them. He's gonna get the kill onto Rexy, but the return fire in the hole coming in from Hush with that bazooka. That grenade also gonna be tossed out. The bazooka coming in from Hush, trying to find someone, but I don't think he's gonna end up. Oh, he gets 2 kills! And just like that, Rad Syndicate, this map is done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Master, how well can you go? You can move very, very well. 2 quick kills. What Noble Esports would be up to as Master shuts down the fish, goes back and finds the Omen. Just a lot. Then look at Starboy comes back in. Rexy pulling it back with 2 collapses.
Woof! What a close game one, Vivek. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational. My name is Floki, joined by Vivek. This is the grand finals and a best of 5. We just saw Global Esports take a game of a FAR Esports, but by the skin of their teeth. That was really, really close, Vivek.
Yeah, I think it was a good map to start out with. I think Buying Global Esports are going to be happy that, they started out on defense and they managed to close things out, Floki. But we're going to be heading into Ascent now. And Ascent is where Global Esports do not have the luxury of starting out on defense. It's actually FAR Esports who start out on defense. So they're going to maybe just pick up more smokes. Who knows? I think an easy way to just shut down any access to the map is to have more smokes. But it really boils down to how FAR Esports want to run this, Floki.
Absolutely. That's definitely something that FAR Esports can look to do. Just getting a Brimstone, getting all the map control in the world, not letting Global Esports get onto a site very easily. Could work out. But if there's something that I've noticed about FAR Esports is that their offense has always been stellar. The defense tends to falter at times. They tend to make some risky plays that may or may not work out. But more often than not, their offense is the side that is most consistent, and this really surprises me because you don't usually see teams with a very consistent offense. Usually, the defense, like you mentioned, where they're able to pick up the key rounds and they're able to establish a lead for themselves. FAR Esports, kind of like a unicorn in this regard. And what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think FAR Esports are a bit of an anomaly, and being an anomaly is better than being predictable. I think this is what they work with, Floki. They like to be, completely unpredictable and just keep switching things up. And I think it's a good way to approach the game. And yeah, I think we should see a lot more of this from FAR Esports, Floki.
Absolutely, lots of pressure that they've been applied, and the map screen is up. You can see it now. Ascent is going to be the next map, and followed up by Haven. So if FAR Esports manage to win this, the final map will be split. But if they don't, hey, could all be over on Haven. It's going to come down to how well they can perform on Ascent. And Ascent, like you mentioned, it can be the most puggish map in the veto that we have so far.
Yeah, it is puggish, but even then, if you just look at the statistics, it is a map that favors defense. So if FAR Esports really have a solid defense, if they have a draft that can, help them out on defense, then they should be fine. But, when you draft for defense, you got to make sure that you at least put up 8 rounds on the scoreboard. 8 is a bare minimum. So yeah, I'm very curious to see what the agent selection is going to be coming out from both FAR Esports as well as Global Esports. If you look at FAR, they've got a Sova. They've got a Sova and a Cypher. Just seems to be the common mirroring for both teams. I think the difference here is that Shivi's still valuing the breach, which I don't blame him for. And Global Esports, they want to give Skills the run it back and give him the Phoenix, because there are a lot of opportunities to, just be a nuisance, pick up 2 ultimate points and just keep running it back time and time again. And Skills has that raw aim. He has that confidence to make Phoenix work.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've seen this again and again where this man just presses W, goes in, stays true to his nature. And even if he doesn't find the first kill, it's a body that you can trade with. And that's what Global Esports really like to exploit. Just giving Skills this room to work with, especially on a map like Ascent, can end up paying huge dividends if you can give him a good start. If he gets a head start, if he gets the spike down, gets a couple of kills, he can start taking over the game very, very quickly.
Yep.
Uh,
I think
And
I think Skills really likes to do that. This snowball of a duelist. Skills is really, really good at that. And if you look at the other duelist, Floki, it's going to be SK Rossi. So SK Rossi, he likes to just pick up the operator and just be cheeky and dash about. We're ready to jump into our pistol. You're watching game number 2 of this best of 5 between Global Esports and FAR. Map number 2 is Ascent. 50,000 rupees at stake. It's the One Play Esports Valorant India Invitational. If you've been enjoying the broadcast, do remember to follow One Play Esports. They're on YouTube, they're on Instagram, they're on Twitch, and they're with us right now on Ascent, as SMX is just going to drop that recon bolt and get a little bit of early information. No one towards B main just yet. Nobody really showing, but SMX knows, Floki, that it's not that simple. The all drone is there. He's got 2 on camera, tagged 1 with the bolt as well. And it looks as if FAR have to just give up control of B for now, Floki.
yeah, they're just gonna have to play it for a retake, complete control of the B side, but that's the problem. It is the B side. Playing post plant can be difficult. So FAR Esports gonna take their time, gonna get into good positions and make sure that Global Esports are not able to just run out of here. SK Rossi, how much can you do? Peeking out at the right time, not really able to find some heads, but it's gonna get spotted out by SMX, and he's quick to blow his head off. Skills get the trade with the kills, but look at this, trades going all the way around. It's now a 3v2 in favor of FAR Esports. They have complete control of the spike. Kappa gets the kill onto Chivy, but can he kill Knight Rider? The recon dart comes through. SMX is there. He's there to ensure that there's no trade that can be. Wait, he actually. What? Okay, the movement of SMX was so swift, I didn't even notice that man hit a headshot. That's how smooth it was. He hit the headshot, and just like that, the round was over. Wow, okay. This man keeps blowing my mind constantly. Like, every time I watch him play, my mind just melts. Like, how is he so consistent on these pistol rounds and on all these buys? Man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Okay,
if you had
be
to
honest
pick
with me,
up-
Vivek. I'm gonna interrupt you, but be honest with me. Did you see SMX get the kill? Did you notice that he got that headshot? Because I certainly did.
It was ridiculous. I think there's a time when people are trying to justify new technology. Graphic cards are just going up and up as far as numbers are concerned. I've heard of a 360 Hz monitor. I think Valorant is the one game where SMX can ask for one, because he is fast, he is fluid. You don't see him coming, just like Shivy is. Shivy will sneak into B main. He's done his bit with the Spectre. He's also got SMX towards Boathouse, SMX with the shock darts, but he has to switch over to the Spectre, and that much of delay in animation is enough for Hellranger to capitalize upon this. Hellranger there with the Spectre. He knows where one man is. Shivy holding the back of sight will bring down Hellranger. It's one man Kappa, who will eventually bring down Shivy, but he's not got too much health. Knight Rider says the ghost is enough. Kappa dead. Global Esports, well, they don't win the pistol, and they don't win the second round after that, but now is when they're going to put together a buy, Floki, and it remains... Okay, they can't put together a buy.
Yeah, they actually spent money in the last round, so they're gonna end up giving an even bigger lead here to FAR Esports, and that's the nature of these gambles, Vivek. If they don't work, you lose big. And FAR Esports, it's gonna be a very simple round for them to pick up. They're even gonna have some extra money in the bank, so Global Esports need to string 2 rounds together in a row. If they somehow manage to win this one, that's the best case scenario. In that case, just a hard reset. But if they don't, yeah, FAR Esports, they're going to be very happy with the spot they find themselves in. And SMX, I think he's going to relay the information back over to his team for the spot he is in. Knows that no one is there towards the B main area, and everyone's pushing out here at mid. They have given up mid control, and I like the way FAR Esports approach this. They leave that area when it's too hard to defend, but SK Rossi goes in and just finds the one tap on Whitehorse's head. Scargod, in the meantime, is looking to shut down this push, but I'm not sure how successful he's going to be because they've managed to make it towards the site. There's no one there just yet. Now he's going to peek out, but he ends up shooting at his own teammate. Getting slightly confused, they're getting a little paranoid, but fortunately, they have the weapons, they have the money, they have everything they need for this retake, Vivek, and it's slowly but surely coming together with them.
Yeah, skills at Rafters. He does manage to get it linked with the frenzy. He should be able to bring down SMX. But he needs to find these two members. He needs to find Shivy and he needs to find Scargod, and both of them aren't showing. He first needs to get to the spike. He knows that there's one player by that generator. Shivy caught silly looking up towards the rafters. Ends up falling. Skills with the frenzy. Might just be able to clutch this out. Skills does it with barely any health. At the beginning of that round, he did get dinked quite a bit, but he managed to use his hot hands, use the frenzy, and bit by bit win that round for Global Esports. It looked as if they were not going to be able to do this. Shivy as well as the Cypher by his side, both of them are going to be Shivy as well as the Omen by his side. Both of them are going to be really disappointed. Scargod and Shivy are going to be really disappointed about that one, Floki.
Yeah, skills really pulling through when it matters like that. Just with a frenzy, this man can do a lot, and that's why you give him the Phoenix. His ability to snowball is off the charts, and now he's going to apply so much more pressure because he has to run it back, and he has the freedom to do whatever the hell he wants. FAR Esports, on the other hand, they're stuck with just playing on pistols, and this round is going to be a tall order for them to pull through, especially when you're going against the likes of Skills, who just blew your head off with nothing but a pistol. Global Esports, they're going to be really happy with this. I mean, that gamble paying off. I think just for that round alone, you can call, if Global Esports win this, just for that round alone, you can call
I want to
Skills
look
the
at
MVP.
Shivy's POV. I want to look at Shivy really quickly. Yep, there you go.
Well,
he died.
he's dead.
Because he pushed up B main and he was sitting in this corner and Skills cleared that corner. Knight Rider. Oh, SK Rossi, you didn't have to do that. SK Rossi whiffed the shot, dashed away, but then went for the repick, and Knight Rider made the Ghost do his bit for him. The run it back being committed. Scales has shown a lot of presence towards B, but the spike is swung into A. Yep, the spike swung into A. Kappa's planted it. The defense got looking a little silly. 4 members of the defense just trying to regroup and find their way into this post plant. The first man that they need to get past is Kappa, and Kappa's actually given away his position. He's going to toss out a recon bolt. Doesn't really tag anyone because he looks the other way. Kappa, you've got to give yourself a chance. You can't mark every angle, but he's got friends for that. He's got 2 more friends to help him out, and those 2 friends have got to do a lot of heavy lifting. Lightning Fast Lane is missed. Both of them have actually given away their position. They're just spamming the spike through the smoke, and Skills is actually pushed through. Cloudburst, Omen Smoke. Skills doesn't care. He's just going to push through and get the kills as he clutches it out for Global Esports. It was a real touch-and-go affair there because FAR Esports, they had the numbers. It was a 4v3, but Skills and Lightning Fast say enough is enough, and they put a shut to that round. Again, Skills just lurking towards B main, taking care of Shivy. Really setting up Global Esports for success in that round. And Ascent, again, is going to be a very interesting affair, Floki.
Yeah, brains over brawn, Vivek. Brains over brawn. That's what I'm seeing Global Esports do consistently. Not really taking those rowdy fights because they don't need to. When you're holding a position like that, you don't need to go in and take those wild duels. FAR Esports, on the other hand, that's what they're comfortable with. So that's what they've been doing. And so far, it seems that it's not really working out for them. This round, though, it's going to be the round that makes it or breaks it. Fortunately, they got a lot of kills in the previous round, so they have a lot of money to work with. And Shivy has his ultimate. This A-take, oh boy, this could go south real quick for Global Esports if they're not careful here. There's the Rolling Thunder. It ends up connecting onto 3 people. And there's SMX's ulti with the Hunter's Fury. He's able to get a lot of damage off. Has the Odin at the ready as well. And Global Esports down just to 2 members. Can they pull it back? Skills is able to find 1 kill. Has the hot hands to heal himself back up. But the Odin says, no, you will not heal yourself back up. In fact, you're going to get spammed through walls and die a nasty death. Kappa repeaks, though, is able to find the kill onto SMX. And now it's Knight Rider. Spike still not planted. It's on the site. He's watching it. So there's not going to be a lot of reason for the side of FAR Esports to go aggressive. And Kappa, well, there's not much he can do in that situation. Had to go
Yeah,
for
and
it.
look, Whitehouse even wanted to retrieve the Odin, I think. He ran onto the site. I think he was trying to retrieve the Odin. I think that was the call SMX gave. But yeah, Kappa all by himself in that awkward 1v2 couldn't do all that much. Especially when there was an operator just marking that angle, Floki. Was a
Yeah.
bit tricky for Kappa.
Great round coming out here by Chevy as well, holding on to that breach ultimate. This time around, he didn't hit anyone else. There was no collateral damage. I was watching his POV. Great stuff by Chevy, pulling through when it really matters. And Global Esports, once again, a little bit adamant here, Vivek, as they once again sprawled out towards this A main site. All 5 agents up here. And Global Esports slowly but surely going to make their way in. And I think FAR Esports know this. Shivy is moving towards the A site. He has the flashes to work with. And Scargod throws out the paranoia. The near site's going to be there. They won't hear the teleport, but I think the Cypher might have. He may not have been caught out in the flash. I could be wrong. But for now, he's going to stick around and Global Esports will retreat to fight another day.
Yeah, Cypher, I mean, he's the lurk, right? He's stuck into wine. I don't think they know that they've got one member to deal with at wine. I don't think Scargod figured that out, although Scargod did get a reposition. Both teams being really, really flexible right now. Global Esports are actually trying to work shot. There's that paranoia coming in. SK Rossi tries to challenge at close range, can't really do its skills. Fortunately there, Will managed to deal with one. Knight Rider tosses in a bunch of knives, none of them hit. Kappa just jumps
30
up.
seconds left.
Today, it's Legolas that will best those knives, as Legolas will eventually get the spike down. Global Esports, they have a 3v2 in this post-plant. Shivy is coming in from the rafters and his position has been given away. SMX just holding Generator, hoping that somebody peeks. Does get peeked. Scapper is fast with the Phantom, the Odin. Well, it's worked and it's not worked, and SMX has tried his best. Now, Shivy has to just hold on to what he has, Loki.
Yeah, and once again, Global Esports are showing that persistence pays off. This is what Hellranger said yesterday. We're not going to respect you. You're going to have to earn it. And so far, FAR Esports really struggling to earn Global Esports' respect, as I don't think they expected them to sprawl out onto A main again like that. This time making their way from short. I have to say, Global Esports, I got to give them a lot of consistency. To be able, I have to give them a lot of credit, not consistency, because they're very consistent with their play. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
They always make their way towards a site where they think they're going to have the best chance. They don't really care how well they're set up. They believe in their executes. They believe in their defaults. They know that they can pull through when needed.
Yeah, I think the entire point of just hanging outside A main was to set up that lurk towards wine. I think that really helped them, and then they just swung towards Catwalk and they hit Garden really, really fast. Well-placed paranoia coming out from Hellranger that definitely helped Global Esports just take control of the map. And then on the retake, the Odin is good, Floki, but you actually first got to get some information with your recon bolt. So SMX at that kind of range wasn't ready for Kappa to just dry peek him that quickly. This map is small, Floki. You got to remember that once you start approaching parts of the map, if you're a defender and you've rotated not even towards rafters completely, but you're just moving towards defender spawn, you got to be careful that there's no one who's pushed out mid-market. So you got to respect how punishing this map is just because it's so small. I'm just looking at the defense. I'm looking at FAR Esports, and I'm trying to understand what the Cypher is trying to halt on their side. What is it that Whitehouse wants to stop Global Esports from doing? For now, Global Esports, they're just grouping up outside B. They've got to run it back, so it seems like a simple hit. Kappa might also be setting up with a recon bolt. You actually want to look at SMX to see what kind of... Okay, so he's got the Sheriff. He's going to be so disappointed that he lost the Odin, Floki.
Yeah, and the recon bolt is going to get quickly destroyed, but at the very least, he knows that there's going to be people coming outside B main. One Sheriff, one man, let's see how much he can do. The paranoia gonna near sight him. He's not able to see anything. Blind as a bat, ends up dying a gruesome death. Shivy comes in with a fault line. They're able to concuss a few people, but I don't think there's anybody to really capitalize on that. And now Global Esports with complete control over the site are going to be able to get the spike down. SK Rossi finds himself another. Kappa throwing out his Aldro, wants to scout things out, but look at this. Whitehouse as well peeks out, gets his head chopped off his shoulders. Head and shoulders, I'm sure this is not what they meant when they released their product, but Global Esports, they're taking that name to a whole another level as Hellranger finds the final kill. and no mercy from Global Esports. They're gonna get in there quick and they're gonna beat you when you're down.
Yeah, the good news for Global Esports is they immediately had a read that it wasn't a very good buy. They found out soon enough, and Skills didn't commit the run it back. So he
Yep.
has to run it back. He can flick his collar into position and just try and take control of any part of the map. He's been so effective with it. Skills
Yeah.
is also not just by himself, Loki. They've got 4 ultimates. Did you catch that?
Yeah, they have 4 ultimates at the ready and they also have a buy together. But the thing is, Skills is their trump card. He has the extra body. So if you want to deal with this man, you need to start showing the initiative. I mean, you have 2 ultimates up at the ready. You have the Neural Theft as well as From the Shadows from the Omen. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to just go head first into his site. But if Skills is the one leading the charge, I have complete faith in the man. Look at this though. Once again, same stuff like always, an aim in. Push. Knight Rider is gonna get beat out and destroyed by Kappa. A little too close for comfort there outside the B main area. And just like that, Global Esports are gonna make their move. They're gonna sprawl out on towards this A side, get the spike down. It's gonna be an open plant, so they can play post plant rather easily if they want. And FAR Esports, they seem to actually be going in for the save, Vivek. This is strange.
Yeah, it looks as if they called a save, Loki. All 4 of them are just moving on to B and they're trying to save. I think some interesting things happen in that round which I got to talk about. I think the first thing is how quickly Global Esports take mid control. Immediately, Hellrangers just drops a smoke towards Pizza, towards Courtyard, and Skills is just immediately running up Catwalk. So Skills is relentless. He moves up Catwalk, he's flashed, he's cleared that cubby. I don't even think I have time to break down how Global Esports take mid control because right now they're not letting FAR hold on to anything. Scargod gets a kill with the Operator, but the Operator isn't going to carry forward into the next round. It's just SMX and Shivy at the back of sight, and SMX and Shivy can hold on to whatever they have. But I believe that's no Operator for the side of FAR Esports, Floki.
Yeah, big win for Global Esports there. Great awareness too, knowing that they just called in the retreat. Hellranger tells his troops to march on and not let them save. Takes away the Operator from their hands, and now FAR Esports at a severe economical disadvantage as they're going to be working with SMGs and light shields as a bulldog here and there. They scrap together a buy, and they could potentially buy in the next round, but even then, it's not a pretty one. It's one or two members, they still don't have a full buy, so it's going to reduce their potential by that much. Global Esports though, this time around taking a different approach, coming out towards the mid area and looking to get some information over there and showing absolutely no presence towards A. Remember, Vivek, this is when FAR Esports wins rounds. When you give them all this room to work with on defense, they will push, they will get info, and they will make the right adjustments.
Yeah. Knight Rider's done his bit with the Bulldog. They clip enough for him to get a kill and stay alive, but I think the dash wasn't available. Skills there, quick with the trade, and SMX trying to push that smoke a little bit ahead of himself, just gets caught out, and SMX is dead. The weaponry is starting to fall apart for FAR Esports. Their economy being shattered bit by bit. SK Rossi and others, they do get tagged by the Neural Theft. I mean, White House finds a body, but they need to find kills, Floki, the 3 of them. White House and Shivy, as well as Scargod, need to find some sort of opening to really even begin this retake. There's so many Cypher cages. Skills is just going to play them. He's going to throw out a flash. He knows exactly where they are. The spray control, perfect. He finds himself 2 crucial kills. It's only White House all by himself. He's pushed onto the side. He finds no success as Kappa anchors it, just sitting at the back of side. A beautiful close plant coming up from Global Esports, and Skills just being that nuisance, pushing through those Cypher cages, taking FAR Esports by surprise.
Man, this game is so amazing to see. It's FAR Esports every single time I feel that they have some sort of an advantage. Global Esports just proved me wrong. They were able to get all the information out towards A main, but Global Esports just went in towards the B side. Skills is able to find the opening, and then he even goes back in and doesn't let FAR Esports anywhere near the actual bomb site. So this man, he's sending a message right now. It's more about his confidence than it is about at this point making sure that they win the round. Those kind of plays that really has to bolster your confidence as a team. But these kind of plays could bolster FAR Esports' score. I mean, yeah, those 2 kills, they should be boosting the confidence back up. But Eskiros is quick to find the trade, making this a 3v3. Global Esports, 2 ultimates to work with. They're looking for a body for the Neural Theft, but they haven't found it yet. Hellranger is gonna teleport somewhere on the map. It's gonna be towards the back of B, and he's gonna be able to get the spike down. The Cypher, though, he is miles away, Vivek. This could be an easy retake for FAR Esports if they just go in.
Hellranger, he's jumped up this box. They might have heard it. I think SMX heard it. I'm not quite sure. SMX, he's lining up bow and arrow. The recon into boathouse. Hellranger gets to, and he's all by himself now in this 1v1. Hellranger versus Whitehouse, another smoke to work with. I think Whitehouse should know where Hellranger is. Whitehouse doesn't have the best of weapons, just a frenzy to challenge with, and Whitehouse cannot challenge Hellranger. Hellranger just being so sneaky. Getting on top of that box, I thought SMX would have heard him, but SMX tossed out the recon for Boathouse. Didn't try and clear the box, which is, well, the easier angle from the side. Hellranger, big sneaky, abusing the Omen, using the Shrouded Step really well. Shrouded in the shadows, he's going to clutch that out for FAR Esports, for Global Esports.
Yeah, Hellranger, we can see his character tree. He has stealth maxed out, and that's clearly paying dividends with the Shrouded Step, being able to get on top of that box and finding those 2 surprise kills. FAR Esports, though, they have another shot. They can still pull it back. Still 2 rounds remaining, and if they can pull 2 through together on Ascent, we know that they have a good offense. They can definitely bring it back when they're on the attacking side. But if they don't win this round, they might not be much of an offense, Vivek, because, I mean, Global Esports, they're changing things up. This time around, they're going to take it slow. They're not even revealing their positioning towards B, and they're leaving FAR Esports guessing. Fortunately, Knight Rider is so pushed out, he's going to at least know that there's nobody over here towards this mid area. Yeah. SMX, though.
Somebody pulled out their knives, and SMX is pushing. He's going to spray with the Vandal. He gets 4! SMX! This man will try his hardest to win these rounds single-handedly for FAR Esports. And if he's not doing it, there's Knight Rider with the Operator coming in from market. FAR Esports are still very much in this game. Global Esports, they managed to do their best. But there's still one more round that they can try and take on offense, Floki. And will FAR Esports really let them have it? The Operators are in play. Knight Rider has started to kick in into his most ultimate Naruto ninjutsu form that he has. The Operator, the dash, the knives.
Yeah, the 9-tailed fox is out, and it's not going to be so easy for Global Esports to take this one. They have a second body on skills, the run it back available, so if he can go ham, they could put this under their pocket, but Global Esports just so damn persistent. They're like, you know what, you did it once, but can you do it again? That's the question. Skills goes down without using his run it back, so that means it's going to be a definite 5v4. In fact, Knight Rider doing a fair amount of work. He sees the Cypher, but the Cypher gets blown his head off by Scargod. The Jet is in towards the Cypher. She hasn't found any control just yet, and Knight Rider, as a result, is able to peek out, find a kill, gets traded, but it's down to a 1v2. SMX, he pulled the last round back in his favor, but can he do it again? That's the question. SK Rossi sitting very low on life. Kappa has his ultimate at the ready, but the spike is not there. And just like that, I think SMX realizes this. He knows that SK Rossi doesn't really have a lot of HP. Pulls up and just shoots a B at him, and he ends up falling. Great stuff coming out here by FAR Esports. SMX, once again, I think it's safe to say that this guy knows how to clutch.
Yeah, SMX has single-handedly won 2 rounds for FAR Esports. Not single-handedly, but the push in the previous round from SMX, just having the courage of conviction, having the guts to just push out B main and hold your spray and out 2 skills, and the others, Global Esports weren't quite ready for it. FAR Esports did manage to sneak in at least 2 more rounds on their defense. They started out on defense, but is 5 rounds enough? It's all going to boil down to this pistol. SMX has clutched it a little bit here. Knight Rider a little bit there. But they're already down a map, Floki. That's what you want to remember. They ended up losing Bind. It's a best of 5 affair. They want to pull it back now. They want a map win to work with.
I'm not sure if they can do it though, Vivek, because Global Esports, time and time again, they've shown that even if they lose the first 2 rounds, the buys is when they've really pulled through. So FAR Esports, they have their work cut out for them, really. Even if they win the first 2 rounds, you can't just count Global Esports out. And at this point, I'm pretty sure FAR Esports knows that. So I'm interested to see what approach they're gonna use. Maybe they even tactical about who plants the spike so they can get an extra ultimate point going towards someone like the Cypher or someone like the Breach who can get the rolling Thunder, use it on a buy round, and tilt the odds in their favor. FAR Esports, they need to reach deep into their minds and into their strat books if they want to beat Global Esports, because Global Esports time and time again have shown that it's their teamwork that makes the dream work and not individual skill alone.
Yeah, Global Esports just seem to be a much more reformed team, right? Their communication is a lot more solid. You can see it in the kind of plays that they try and do. It is a lot of individual brilliance, but it's measured individual brilliance that comes out from skills and even sometimes Hellranger. So they've got measure and method to their madness, and there's Hellranger proving that there is method to it. A trapwire or a recon ball helping him out as he does manage to get a kill. Hellranger has allowed them to get into market. They are working market. Hellranger just playing defender spawn. Kappa's fallen back as well. The Cypher cages will push him back, but SK Rossi will push elsewhere, will trade out his buddy skills, and now Global Esports are coming in through market. The retake is already in the work. There's a recon bolt coming out from Kappa. Not getting too much information. They'll first try and clear out B main. B main seems to be clear. They know that the most of FAR Esports are just sitting on side. SK Rossi ready for these duels. He's got a dash to work with, and he's got a Cypher right next to him. They're going to start pushing any moment now. The smoke's committed. Shivy will manage to find one, but SK Rossi there will find only one kill as White House and Shivy will reign supreme. Kappa does his bit with the frenzy though to pull it back to a 1v1. It's Kappa versus Shivy. Kappa will tap the spike. Now he knows where Shivy is. He might just go for the longer tap. He doesn't have too much time. Shivy, does he want to peek? Is he ready to peek? Yes, he is. And he's ready to clutch it out for FAR Esports. FAR Esports claim the pistol. They plant the spike. They hold on to it. They get a lot of credits on the back of that Floki.
Yeah, and Shiyun gets himself a triple kill for killing himself towards the end with a spike. So what else could you ask for? A little bit of stat padding here and there, but great performance by FAR Esports. Winning that pistol round, I mean, this is a team that you've said is like an anomaly. They got in a post-plant situation at B where they technically shouldn't have any sort of advantage because they're one man down, they're on B. The odds are completely against in their favor. But once again, much like Goku in Dragon Ball Z, it's like that's when they get their biggest power up. It's like that's when they go Super Saiyan, go Berserk, and pull those rounds through. And I think this is what's really amazing to see about FAR Esports, their ability to pull through in rounds where you don't really expect them to be able to do much. I think this is what makes this team special. And Skills, he's been sort of that contributing factor on Global Esports, but FAR Esports, every single one of their members seems to be geared towards that certain playstyle. Now, Knight Rider was able to find the opening kill and make things a little bit easier for the FAR Esports offense, but Global Esports, I don't think they're going to be too disappointed with this because they did invest a lot of money in this round. So they're going to be able to get the buy in the next one, even if they give up side control and just decide to set up for exit frags. It's not going to be that difficult for them. Kappa, he's here. He's going to try to get a few kills and maybe deny the plant if possible. But yeah, well, he gets one kill. Can he find more? The answer is no. SMX and Scargout quick to trade things out. Down to a 2v4. And this round is done and dusted for Global Esports.
Yeah, I think it was just Hellranger who came in at the very, very end, lightning fast as well as Kappa. They were just playing with classics. I think the fact that Kappa even manages to find one kill with the classic is amazing. That's a little bit of extra cash for him, and that's going to help out his team. The scores are even. And now you want to look at the kind of buy that Global Esports are running, and you also want to look at who's close to an ultimate here. Knight Rider, he can't upgrade his shields. That's a bit of a bother because he's playing the Vandal without upgraded shields. So he's wondering what he needs to do. So yeah, Phantom without upgraded shields, so he can maybe just try and use it close range. He's actually going to dash in. He's the man taking the gamble at A as he's trying to find some sort of an opening, but Skills is there. Skills will just spray with the Vandal as he shuts the entirety of FAR Esports as they try and force the issue at A main, and they meet the defense that is Global Esports, the anchor that is Skills. And all of them on the side of Global Esports, even lightning fast chiming in from the rafters. It is not going to be that straightforward, but maybe FAR Esports now have a better buy to work with.
Hastiness was their demise, Vivek. Chevy just 1 point away from his ultimate. Could have picked up the orb if he wanted to, but he didn't. And resultantly, you don't have your ultimate to work with. You go out there raw without using any of your abilities onto a site. And if there's anything that pisses off Hellranger more than not using your utility, it's those rushes. It's those puggish strats where you just go in as 5 and hope that you're able to trade out. It doesn't work in Hellranger's own words. And right now, he's showing it why it doesn't work. Especially against a team like Global Esports, you need to have a little bit more sound, strategical, and tactical approach if you want to clutch those kinds of rounds. And like I said, Vivek, this.
I think FAR are very tactical, Floki. I think they're very, very tactical in their own way. I'm not going to say they're not a tactical team. Like right now, the Owl Drone, it's taking care of one trap wire. So Lightning Fast loses a trap. And immediately Hellranger will try and just smoke off A shots. So the control is there to back up the Sentinel if the Sentinel feels that he's being threatened. And actually the Sentinel is now rotating towards B. But the offense, which is FAR Esports, they're moving towards A because they've worked that one trap wire and they're trying to work A main. And the problem is their skills there with the Vandal. Prime, but not Prime enough. Maybe will manage to find the kill, and if it's not Apna skills, it is Hellranger. Hellranger blinded, concussed, tapping with confidence. I don't know where he gets this from, but he has the presence of mind to just place his crosshair at the appropriate part of the map. That is crosshair placement at its naughtiest. His Hellranger will get himself another kill. And now SK Rossi, he's going to try and push out Gardens. He's done enough, well, to at least allow Kappa to just get out from Rafters. Rafters is where Kappa will try and piece together this retake from. The recon board doesn't reveal anything. They know that there's one player to a generator, but SMX is not enough, not man enough to really clutch it out all by himself. It's now Kappa who's got to clutch this. Unfortunately, for the side of FAR Esports, they've not got too much health, but Knight Rider doesn't need help. He's unpredictable, and that's good enough as he dashes away with the Spectre. He's done it for FAR Esports. They put together another round on the board. Cloaky, you said this team is puggish. I mean, you said that puggishness is what Hellranger doesn't like, but they're not pure puggishness. There is a method to the madness that is FAR Esports.
I mean, it's like you said, this team is an anomaly. It's like the odd kid in class who sits by himself, doesn't talk to anyone. 5 years down the line when you're graduating and you're finally done and you talk to him, you figure out that this guy has a degree in engineering. He was doing some weird thing on the side. He's developed his own software and he's a chess grandmaster on top of everything. So that's what FAR Esports seems to be. They don't do well at school, but when it comes at life, they're just succeeding, man. And that's the most apt way I can characterize their playstyle. Winning the rounds which we think they have no chance of winning, but then doing some things that what some would consider silly and losing rounds that they should really be in their bag. But hey, that's them in their most authentic self. But look at this, SMX, he's able to, did he find the tag? I'm not sure if he did, but regardless, Knight Rider, nearsighted, doesn't matter, still manages to find the kill on Hellranger, and now in a 5v3, the site has been opened up, there's no one towards B, they're just gonna go rushing in, get the spike down, and it's gonna be the retake for Global Esports, unless they can find some more kills like Kappa did, is able to pick one off. Can't really push for more because there is a smoke blocking his vision, but in the meantime, just look at Chivy preventing access to the site, and now with the ultimate coming from I think that was Kappa's ultimate. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that should be Kappa's ultimate as SK Rossi finds a kill onto Chibi. SMX is able to trade him out though, and down to a 3v2. Global Esports stuck between a rock and a hard place. Kappa really trying to pull it through, but it's just not enough that he can do. Against 3 members, when there's a man advantage, FAR Esports, they really know how to look over each other's shoulders and make sure that there's no 1v1s, there's no scenario where they can just get those 1v1s and pull the round back.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that odd kid in class who somehow managed to piece together an engineering degree, and what does he do? Does he stream chess?
Yeah, he's a chess grandmaster. He's a chess grandmaster. So there are ranks to chess, much like Valorant, and grandmaster is the highest possible rank you can have. You need to be at competitions to
do you
get
play
that
chess,
rank.
Loki?
I'm interested. I used to play chess, but stop playing chess because there's better forms of chess available. There's 4D chess right here. That's what Valorant is in a nutshell, with all its different abilities and characters.
I think
But-
every Indian parent hopes that their kid, will become the chess grandmaster. My parents tried to
yes.
force me to play chess. I don't know. I took to Dota instead, and I wasn't very good at that either. So I don't know. For now, FAR Esports, chess wizards or not, they're still in this game. They managed to put together another round on offense. Global Esports, I really don't think they have the best of buys to work with. I did see a stranded sheriff somewhere. Knight Rider is now starting to just work up a shot. The ultimate point gets picked up towards A long, and Global Esports have a read on this. They started to stack A bit by bit. Sound has been given away. There's the fault line coming in from Shivi. Knight Rider finds the opening. Reliable as always with the Vandal. Will find another. He knows that these are easy frags, and he's going to just lap them up. SK Rossi, good for one with the knives. But that's
30
about
seconds
it.
left.
And now, Hellranger as well as Kappa are going
Yeah.
to see what damage they can do, Floki.
I mean, I don't think they can do a lot of damage here. They'd be more than happy just to be able to
Planted.
pick up a weapon and get the hell out of there. Unfortunately, the map is so small and the kills happen in such an awkward place that there's really nothing that they can pick up and save for the next round. So most likely, they're going to be setting up for some exits, do some damage to the economy, and if they're lucky, if Hellranger gets lucky and really cheeky, he can pick up the weapon and get the hell out of there with a teleport. And that'd be cool to see if that does happen. Spots out Shivi, spams a few bullets, brings him down low, but is in no position to take the fight there. And Kappa, sneaky as always, picks up a Spectre for himself. Not the most ideal of weapons, but he can get a few exit frags with them. Misses Shivi, misses the jet. Actually, he gets a few bullets in, scrapes her and gets the kill, but it's still gonna go the way of FAR Esports, as they're able to save 3 weapons. I believe that was actually 4 weapons that they managed to save, and they can have a lot of money to work with in these coming rounds.
Yeah.
Global Esports, they need to pull up their socks.
Yeah, I mean, FAR Esports can start to smell victory, and they've picked up the operator. I think Knight Rider has been solid. It's not something you need to do on offense frequently. I think if you want to look at somebody who's trying to force some magic on the map, you want to look at Knight Rider. Knight Rider
Absolutely.
might be up to challenge, but no, he's actually not challenging. He's just lurking towards mid, and he's going to be patient about this. Lightning Fast does gather a little bit of information towards A main.
He's keeping them guessing, essentially. That's what Knight Rider likes to do in his peak form. Even on the defense side, he can sometimes do unconventional things like play from defense spawn towards B main. Even though it's something you don't usually expect, it keeps the enemy team guessing and throws them off their game. And that's what Knight Rider is really good at. At the same time, he's a rock. Kappa eats a shock dart, gets a taste of his own medicine there, and he's not going to be too pleased about the fact that he's down to just 1 shield. So even a little bit of spam could kill him at this point. He's going to have to be careful with his positioning. That recon dart, though, it's going to give them so much information. And now Skills pressing W with the run it back, with his knives out. He's going to see if he can find FAR Esports, but he's really not able to do anything. It seems that they knew this was going to happen and just decided to take a chill pill. And now they're going to make their way towards B.
Information is being denied, but SK Rossi is there at B. Knight Rider, can you
30
peek?
seconds left.
Do you need to peek, or can you just dash across the screen? Is that enough? Who jiggles first? The jiggle is coming. The blind is perfect, though. Kudos to Shivi, really setting up Knight Rider like that. Knight Rider does manage to best the enemy upper. Kappa getting pushed back by that fusion cannon. Actually stands and stares. It's beautiful to look at, but it burns just
10
like the
seconds
sun as
left.
Shivi does magic with the aftershock, and now SMX
remaining.
is chiming in.
Spike
His
planted.
Vandal reliable as always. He's found a kill. Whitehorse there as well. Will try and shut down Skills. Is just one man that's got to try and make this retake happen for Global Esports. And I don't think Lightning Fast can do that much. He's out of position. Will find 1 kill. So he's managed to find Scargod. Bit by bit, he's looking for openings. But he's not going to have any more, as SMX will shut him down. A beautiful flash coming up from Shivi. Shivi playing the support role to perfection. Really enabling and setting up Knight Rider in that round.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a reason why his name is Lightning Fast and not John Rambo. He can't go in 1v5, guns blazing, and hope to kill everybody on the side. This is not exactly the fictional universe of movies. This is the fictional world of gaming. Slightly more realistic, slightly less realistic. Take your pick. But that 1v5, I don't think anyone from Global Esports expected him to pull that through. Good news is, he has the neural theft up this round. Unfortunately, they don't have a buy. And this is what can really hurt. Having your ultimates up and ready in rounds where there's an eco just means that you're not able to efficiently use your ultimates and sort of get the tempo in your favor. Because when you get ahead in Valorant, you get ahead by a lot. And it can be really hard to bring that lead back, especially when you're playing into multiple key ultimates, something like the Brimstone ult, something like the Sova ult, something like the Phoenix body double, which you get very often if you start popping off on him. And that's one of the things that players need to keep in mind when they go for these force buys, when they go for these sort of rather wild plays, not really caring too much about the economy. For now, though, we're going to take a small pause. We're at a very crucial junction in the game. Both teams going to take their time out and figure out a strategy, Vivek. And I'm not sure what they can pull through. I think Global Esports, they're going to have to really put their heads together and find a miracle from this strat book.
Okay.
Well, timer is going to go off. The game is going to continue. SMX in perfect position to get the info out towards A main. Just going to show presence like they always do. Shivy as well with the Aftershock. Just trying to, not the Aftershock, but rather the fault line. Just trying to force some rotations in. But look at Global Esports playing rather aggressively towards B main, and it pays off. They found the first kill onto FAR Esports. It was SK Rossi who managed to find the pick, and now he has a Cloudburst to fall back. But in fact, I think he's trying to mind game them or bait them into coming to this side. But guess what? FAR Esports, they know better. They're not gonna crash. They're not gonna crash in towards the site. They're gonna take their time and play it slow. They know they have the advantage. No need to rush things.
Yeah, 11-8 FAR Esports. They've gotten the start they wanted on offense. They can smell victory. They're so close to map point, and FAR Esports are bit by bit trying to just work Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast gives away that he's working with the Sheriff. This might be an easy kill. They just need to do it right. Not peek recklessly. The flash is there. Lightning Fast, flashed. Affected by that debuff, has been pushed back, but he's still pushing through that
30
smoke.
seconds left.
And SMX is very much ready for that. Kappa just firing away with the classic. Will try and distract
enemy
SMX,
remaining.
but nope, SMX ain't falling for nothing. SMX is a rock when you need him to be. And FAR Esports, they just have one member that they've got to be a little bit concerned
Spike
about,
planted.
and that's Skills, who has a Phantom. And Skills, unfortunately, couldn't really offer too much for the side of
Match
Global
point.
Esports. Are we... our next map is supposed to be Haven, Floki, and then we go to Split and then Haven.
Yeah, so Ascent, I mean, we did mention how this is one of the more buggish maps to an extent. So FAR Esports pulling through on this means that we will be taking the last map to Split if Global Esports does win 2 in a row. So for the next few rounds, I guess for the next few maps at least, Global Esports will have the advantage. They'll know that, okay, this map is very clear. There's a set way to play this. All our strats and executes are gonna work. Don't worry, guys. Let's just reset. The score's in our favor. It's now a BO3. I think that's what Hellrage is gonna be saying if they lose this round. But for now, they have a chance. Skills peeks out towards A main, gets some information, and just gonna fall back for now.
Yeah, Skills is going to fall back for the time being. A seems to be locked down rather effectively. I just saw Hellranger even toss out a smoke towards A main. So Shivy isn't really going to try and force the issue towards A main. But the entirety of FAR Esports is not at A. It's just Shivy all by himself. He's the man trying to sell the fake. SMX there towards high mid, as he's got Scarguard as well as Knight Rider just towards mid link as they try and work mid. The Recon Bolt is there. It's not going to capture anyone. So FAR Esports don't have too much information, but they're starting to take control of mid and swing in towards A shot. Now, who did they find? Did they even find a kill? Shivy prime towards A main. Not quite sure what he's going to offer. He might just look to line up the Rolling Thunder. The Rolling Thunder, their Skills pushed back, but he's quick with those B-hops as he doesn't get too affected, and immediately Hellranger takes over. The paranoia committed Hellranger trying to anchor down shot will find the kill. White House dead, but Knight Rider with the operator there with the trade. It's now a 4v4. Global Esports can try and make this happen. Lightning Fast and Skills have got to do a lot of heavy lifting. Lightning Fast does have the neural theft, but he's been blinded out. Rafters is not easy access. Shivy is trying to slow them down, and SMX, he's going to peek the window. He's taking care of Skills bit by bit. This defense is starting to melt Floki as Global Esports have only 3 members on the server. Lightning Fast gets a little bit of information off that recon bolt. He knows that there's one player towards generator, and SK Rossi takes care of him. Shivy dead. Global Esports still in this game, but Stargod with the Phantom from A-Main has done his bit. It's now SMX with the Hunter's Fury. He's tying them. He won't let them defuse. FAR Esports might have just done enough to clutch it out. And
But Global Esports got a defuse in, Vivek. Sorry to break your little bubble there, but they were able to get the defuse, and yeah, that was really close. Even I didn't notice that until I saw the defenders one screen. But man, this just goes on to show how quick Global Esports are with their responses and their rotations. If we can't, I mean, we're the casters, we have access to this entire thing, and if even we can't see it, just imagine the position that FAR Esports are in. I'm pretty sure that even they didn't see this coming. And FAR Esports, this, I mean, I have to give credit to SMX. He did his bit, he got a lot of damage, and he got the kills needed, but the round was just over, and Global Esports, they're still alive in this map number 2, Vivek. It's not over just yet. Kappa gonna send out his ult rune, but oh no, the Cypher peeks out, reveals a bit too much, and now FAR Esports have shown their hand. 1 minute left on the clock. They'll be forced to reset, and Global Esports, we'll see how they adjust. For now though, Kappa just looking to add into the pressure with those shock darts, preventing them from really pushing in again towards the B main side. And Cypher leaves a trap there, so they can have information when they need it. SK Rossi though, look at his positioning. They know where he is. He's
spamming him. Oh,
yeah, he's 24 HP. A brush with death.
He was quick enough to have his knife out. So, I mean, he walked into that smoke and he just wanted to see what he could get away with. The bullets came and he had his knife out, so he could just walk away. He didn't commit the dash. That's important for the Jets that have their operators. And just giving away the dash could be costly for Global Esports. But just look at Knight Rider. He's taking control of main bit by bit. He's swinging into market. The rest of them, where are they going? Where is Global Esports going?
I am not entirely sure, but I know where FAR Esports are going. It's towards the A side and it's not working out. They'll get the spike down, but how many bodies have they sacrificed? That's the question I'm trying to find the answer to. Knight Rider is able to pick up a kill in the meantime. Scargod, oh no, that shrouded step, it might have been a bit too obvious. They might have heard it if they were towards Raptors, but look at Knight Rider. I think this is what they're trying to exploit maybe. He's going to change his position now. Look towards the main leader. Scargod gets a spam through. It's now a 2v2. Somehow FAR Esports are constantly blowing my mind and finding themselves in these situations. The paranoia comes in though from Hellranger Knight Rider. He's not aware that there's one person behind him, and he's going to be unpleasantly surprised when Hellranger picks up the kill. As once again, FAR Esports, they got the spike down. They made it a 2v2, but they just didn't have enough fuel in the tank to make it through to the end.
Yeah, I think something's gone off in Hellranger's head. He said, guys, we're not gonna make this a long day. Let's just move on, get done with it. And that was a perfect retake coming up from Global Esports. Kappa, really solid. I think if you just look at Global Esports, Floki, they've all got this, they all play their roles perfectly. You know, when I started playing Valorant and I looked at Kappa and his role, he used to play Raze. So they play anything. Kappa just plays this layer of defense with the initiator that is so one. Knight Rider is just going to push through everything. He knows that there are 3 players towards A shot. Kills will summon the run it back. Doesn't get too much as the Cypher will try and block him off. The cage triggered and Shivy there with the fusion con and will best kills. Unfortunately, Whitehorse trying to just be a little bit sneaky will get picked off. SMX, he's going to deal with the most of them as he pushes out, but SK Rossi with the Blade Storm will best him. Global Esports, they have 2 members, SK Rossi and Kappa, that are trying to make this retake work. The fusion cannon isn't available for Shivy, so they've just got to rely on fundamentals. SK Rossi doesn't care. He's got knives. He's going to rely on those knives. He's done and undone Scargard time and time again. Kappa just coming in from the rafters. Will have to peek one angle first. He's dealt with Shivy. There's one man, Knight Rider, on the heaven, and he can't clutch it out. The retake again, picture perfect from Global Esports as SK Rossi is just showing us what the heck is possible with the Blade Storm.
No charges left.
Man, I've once again, FAR Esports, it seems that when they don't know what to do, they just take a gamble and go 5 people on one side. And Global Esports, they're reading them like a book. They're able to get the plant down, once again, like the previous rounds, but their post-plant is just not there yet. Like, they're not able to find those crucial positions that they need to be in to make sure that they can get the spike down. And time again, we've seen Global Esports exploit that. You can't plant on a site without taking complete control over the rafters area and setting up some sort of crossfires. And in those situations, it can become really difficult playing against an experienced team like Global Esports. For now, though, there's a funny little incident. The spy cam revealing the Owl Drone's position. Cute little trick there, but I'm not sure if FAR Esports have enough cute little tricks in their bag to take this round, Vivek.
Yep.
Cypher. He's working with the Classic and Shields. I do think he picked up a fair amount of utility though, so that could work out in his favor, but he needs his teammates to set him up. FAR Esports, they have the Omen ulti, but how much can they really do with it? It's the question. They don't have a lot of map control just yet. They have pushed out the shots though. This could be the trump card that ends up winning them this round. SMX, how much can you do? He's about to peek into them. Don't think he sees anyone just yet. The Cypher also holding a corner.
I think you really have to look at what Knight Rider manages to do. How much progress does he make on the map? So he's snuck in mid, he's broken a trapper, and immediately Skills has started to rotate. Skills falls back from the garden area, and he's moved basically, in essence, towards defender spawn, and he's just marking that angle for Knight Rider.
Left.
Right now, they're 2 members of the defense on A, and they've got to deal with most of the aggression that FAR Esports is trying to throw out. Skills, again, quick to rotate towards Rafters. Hellranger will take up the generator area. The Cypher has managed to make it onto the side, but he hasn't found too much success. His Hellranger greets him with the Vandal. Skills and Lightning Fast, very capable, will also chime in. And now Shivy plus Knight Rider got to clutch this out all by themselves. They don't have too much time. Skills is moving in. Time not on their side. I think we're looking at overtime, Flokis. Global Esports swing it back on Ascent. And there
Switching
you go.
sides. Overtime.
Call me Zarathustra, Vivek, because I think I'm a prophet. I called this when this started, that Global Esports are probably going to end up taking this to overtime, and this is exactly what happens. Now I'm curious to see what FAR Esports can pull through. When the money is even, when the playing field is even, Global Esports, that's when they're known to shine. And FAR Esports, these are the rounds you're not supposed to win. These are the rounds where you just look at them and be like, okay, this is a team that pulls off crazy stuff out of the bag, but consistency could be a slight problem with them. I'm curious to see what they do here. Knight Rider is completely invested in this op, so he's going to have to put in a lot of work.
Everybody gets
nothing but the op.
Everybody gets 5,000 credits to work with, and he's committed all of those 5,000 credits on the operator. This is a gamble coming up from Knight Rider, but the problem is he's been smoked off. He's not going to find anything for free, and he's been pushed back. Scales is also starting to challenge him bit by bit, but White House says enough is enough. I'm going to put the team on my back. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky. He finds the kill towards Catwalk as the entirety of Global Esports is actually walking up Catwalk as they're trying to take control. No, they're A main. They're trying to move out of A main and move into A bit by bit. The Cypher as well as the Omen just ready for the rotation. Knight Rider tense with the operator, doesn't get too much information towards Courtyard. Global Esports have shown presence towards A main. There's 57 seconds on the clock. The rotation's coming through. You can see SMX and Knight Rider move in towards Rafters. They all don't want to group up towards Rafters though. That's the problem. Shivy is just trying to deal with any kind of a lurk towards B as he's making the safe rotation. Global Esports should be able to get the spike down. Our man Rossi getting the spike down, and Skills is there. He catches the rotation. Shivy dead. The defense is losing numbers as SMX, ever reliable, will fall. Knight Rider gets 1 kill with the operator, but the operator isn't really the best weapon on the retake. How much can FAR do? Skargod there with the paranoia. Him and his buddy have got to clear out the side. Smoke's being deployed. A counter paranoia coming out from Hellranger. Skargod blinded. The debuff doesn't matter as he manages to find 1 kill at close range. But Hellranger and Kappa have found so much more as both White House and Skargod are dead. It's Knight Rider with the operator. He invested 5,000 credits for that weapon, and that weapon has its limits as FAR Esports do not win on the defense. Now we look at Global Esports and the kind of defense that they can put together, Floki.
Yeah, and once again, Global Esports, a team that is recognized for their defense, that is recognized for their stability on this defender's side. And once again, FAR Esports, that gamble not paying off with the operator. I mean, when you pick up the big gun, you better be shooting some heads or at least getting some kills, because if you don't, that money can go down the drain real fast, real quick. Now, Knight Rider did get one kill towards A main, but after that, he wasn't really in position, and neither were any of his teammates. So the ability to just hold down an angle with the operator significantly diminishes the more your team is out of position. And
Look
FAR
at this.
Esports.
Three-man
Yeah,
setup coming out from Global Esports. SK Rossi is looking somewhere, his friend is looking elsewhere, and another friend is sending the owl drone. Unfortunately, one little Cypher camera undoes all this map control that Global Esports were trying to just get together towards B main. So they're going to have to rotate and reconsider options, but lightning fast. He's committed only one trapwire somewhere on the map. That's towards on the A side. There is a little bit of aggression coming up from the side of FAR Esports towards Courtyard and A shot. Okay.
Yeah. Night Rider
That's
as well.
his trapwire. They took care of lightning fast trapwire and they actually snuck in mid. They're wrapping around B Floki. They're moving into B. SMX gets a kill. That's good news for the side of FAR. They want a lot more of those, but Hellranger from Market will work with the angle that he has. White House will also clear Kappa at the back of side. It's now just Hellranger and Skills who are trying to make this round work, but it's not happening. Global Esports on defense, they're not getting the results that they're hoping for. Hellranger can only do so much as FAR Esports sneak in a mid, wrap around B.
Switching
They've
sides.
outgamed Global
Overtime.
Esports, out-mind game Global Esports as we're moving into our second overtime.
Yeah, and once again, this is a race to 2, Vivek, and it seems that FAR Esports, they're not going to be willing to give up that easily. If Global Esports have a Ferrari, FAR Esports, they got a Lamborghini. They're keeping pace, and they're not going to give up just yet. Now we see a difference in approach from FAR Esports. This time, Knight Rider, he's opted to go for the Vandal instead, valuing the utility. I think he realized after that spending 5,000 credits in overtime on an operator is not really worth it when you don't have any other skill to make use of that. When you have Cloudburst, when you have the Updraft, you have a bit more positioning advantage, and you can throw out some cover for yourself to get into a place where you can find some picks with the op. But when you don't have that and you're just working with a dash, it's as good as going to the casino and gambling at the slot machines. The odds not exactly in your favor, and Knight Rider, being the smart man he is, makes the right adjustment. Now,
I
15
think
seconds
it's
before
not
the round
about
starts.
the
Vivek.
weapon, Floki. I don't think it's just the weapon per se, but that weapon has to be set up by friends. Global Esports, on their defense, they tried to set up SK Rossi, but I think our FAR Esports, their Cypher, White House was completely ready for that. Knight Rider says, I don't need friends. He's just going to dash in. He finds SK Rossi trying to dash away. Kappa caught looking really silly as Knight Rider says, enough is enough. I'll just dash in a mid lane and do it myself. White House and Knight Rider, they've lit up the scoreboard. They've brought in our defense.
Wow.
If you can't wait, if
Switching
you can't
sides.
be patient with the operator,
Match point.
you press W, and you press W so fast, your opponents just don't see it coming.
Man, this is beautiful coming out from FAR Esports. This is so typical of them too. You know, they're like the best defense is a good offense, and even on defense side, they do something crazy like this. They go in when Global Esports are not expecting it, peeks in, gets the kill onto SK Rossi, gets the second kill onto Kappa as well. That was a very high risk move, Vivek, but the gonads on FAR Esports, they're extremely big. I think it's safe to say that. And these players, they have the courage to take these sort of deals. They have the courage to step up against
Absolutely.
one of the best teams in India. This time
Great
though,
stuff
it's SK
coming out.
Rossi with the gamble.
Yeah, this is tricky, Floki. I don't know. This is SK Rossi. His skill will come through. He finds Knight Rider. So Knight Rider trying to just press W towards mid, immediately gets punished as both Hellranger and SK Rossi were more than ready for that, Floki.
Yeah. And I'm not exactly sure what our observer was thinking when he put his camera on Knight Rider, but man, that was so worth it. Being able to see all of that, great stuff. Honestly, that's just so insane. I know I'm still reeling over the previous round, but man, that push was insane. Regardless, FAR Esports for now, caught in a 4v5, make that a 3v5 as Skills picks up another one. This round, it's gonna be a little hard to win this. They're gonna need a few ultimate points, they're gonna need a few kills if they want to do anything. And Lightning Fast, he's quick to find SMX. That's the clutch minister going down. And all of a sudden, FAR Esports caught between a rock and a hard place. It's just a Cypher by his lonesome. The spike will go down. But all of the hounds on Global Esports are hunting. They smell him in the air, and they're gonna take down White Horse. What's for dinner?
Switching
It's
sides.
horse meat.
Overtime.
FAR Esports, can they press W again? Will Global Esports get taken by surprise? Will our observer even catch it? I don't think we're going to see anything of that sort this time around from FAR Esports. It's not going to be Knight Rider at least being, a nuisance towards mid or just trying to push out mid link. This time Knight Rider is going to float. He's done it with the Vandal. Now he's trying to do it with the Operator. A long or A main is a place where the Operator has an advantage, and Knight Rider is trying to abuse it. Doesn't quite land the shot. The banner was enough. Global Esports are trying to take control of it. They're coming in towards A main. The spike is there as well. There's not much subtlety. It's just skills pushing through. The curve point doing its thing. The curveball, doing its thing as Scargod, well, he finds one kill with the Phantom. White Horse really wants to push out of this smoke, but he's got to be careful. There is an opponent in the vicinity. SK Rossi has managed to take control of Raptors. The flash there, they'll peek together. SK Rossi will get the kill, and more control of Raptors being taken by Global Esports. They're pushing back FAR Esports bit by bit, but SMX will undo skills. He tries to get that kill through window and run away, but SK Rossi will not let him run away. It's now Knight Rider as well as Scargod. Knight Rider with the Operator gets one, needs to bring down SK Rossi. SK Rossi just working with the better weapon. The Vandal is a lot
Switching
better. You
sides.
can't scope and
Match
retake
point.
that easily with the Operator. That's not how it works in this game. And SK Rossi showing us that sometimes the Vandal, regardless of the skin that you have, is the better weapon.
Absolutely, and I think he didn't expect SK Rossi to come there because the information he got from his cipher was that he was pushing towards Rafters. He's pushing towards that short area, and just getting caught with his pants down like that, I think I gotta give credit to SK Rossi. They're really out mind gaming the opponent, re-peeking from the Rafters area. He did give away his position by firing off a stray shot, but even then, it shows a huge amount of presence of mind, and this is why G is a great team, because not only do they have individual skill, they pair it up with team brilliance, and they pair it up with an understanding of how the opponent likes to play. That's what makes them amazing. FAR Esports, on the other hand, I can't even point a finger to it. The fact that we're here in this third overtime speaks volumes about FAR Esports and how they're able to go toe-to-toe with, I think, one of the best teams in the country, rather. Global Esports have been stellar in this entire tournament, really. SK Rossi has picked up the op for himself. We'll see what he can do with it. But if history be my judge, then he's going to be getting a lot done with that Operator. So now though, lightning fast, goes down the camera. I think it got taken down instantly. Nope, it's still up there. But this is what FAR Esports like to do. Show presence on one side and move on to another.
Yep. And both Hellranger and Kappa, look at them back up each other as they try and take control. Now, FAR Esports, they've got one man that's, lurking through mid again. It's our man, Knight Rider, as he's managed to sneak in from courtyard. The blind is there. SK Rossi being so smart, doesn't give away his position, doesn't fire a bullet. His only aim is to hold an angle. So SK Rossi hasn't given away his position, and I don't think even Knight Rider knows that he's there. It's the jet difference that's really coming into play. I don't even know if there is a better jet, but White Horse and Knight Rider have done enough for FAR Esports. At least that's what I think they've done. They managed to get 2 kills. They catch SK Rossi mid-rotation. The spike is getting planted in B. Skills will manage to catch Knight Rider, but that's about it for Global Esports. It's a 3v4 retake. It's Hellranger Skills and Lightning Fast. Have they got it in them to make this retake work? You've got to quickly look at abilities. So Skills has got the flashes, the wall, and the hot hands if he needs it. What is it that Hellranger is working with? Well, he's working with less because Skills has been taken out of the equation. Lightning Fast is still there by his side. Lightning Fast simply has nothing. Hellranger, think he committed the shrouded step to just move into boathouse, but they're not finding any openings, Floki. They're all huddled at the back of side. Hellranger gets one, Lightning Fast gets another. Can Lightning Fast do it for Global Esports? No! He wasn't sure where SMX was. SMX, along with his buddies, just hugging the back of side. And maybe if they had Scales, maybe if they had the hot hands, the wall, they would have been able to make that that retake work. But Global Esports, they're moving into another overtime, Floki. Another and another and another.
I mean, I'm not sure if any of these teams are DJ Khaled fans, but their plays just do tell me that they're just going to go after it one after the other, like you mentioned. But FAR Esports, that was a great round by them. I mean, that was classic FAR Esports. That's what we know. Always being
Yeah.
able to find the man advantage and then keep it in their favor by constant aggression everywhere. And then really holding down to that side. Great stuff. I don't think even if SMX died there, they had enough time to defuse the bomb. So they're also showing a fair amount of patience, which is something that if this team manages to develop, I think they're going to be unstoppable. And Global Esports are going to have their work cut out. For now, though, SMX has his work cut out. In fact, Shivy is going to be able to protect him for a little while longer as they find the right trades. And now it's a 2v3. It's a far more doable situation. Kappa managed to pull it back in their favor, but that was better than what FAR Esports could have asked for. That flash, I'm not really sure if that was the Phoenix flash or the Breach Zone flash, but SMX, he was caught with his pants down, and Shivy had his back there. Kappa, though, he slowly bought the coffin for FAR Esports and is putting the final nails in. Question is, will he be the one who hammers it down? Kappa, he spotted out the last player on FAR Esports, the Omen, towards this mid-plaza area. Scargod, what exactly can you do? And, well, for now, he's just gonna hold the angle. It's not gonna be an easy defuse by any means, as Global Esports are in perfect position to play this post plant. He's gonna get scouted, he's gonna get tagged from all directions, and this is what my elementary school days looked like, Vivek. Get surrounded by three
Switching
people and
sides.
get beaten the hell up.
Match
Poor
point.
Scargod didn't stand a chance.
I think we call that hide and seek, Floki. Or chupa chupi. It was not called getting beaten up. I really don't know what you did in your elementary school, but it sounds rough. It sounds really rough.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm casting Valorant today for a reason, Vivek. You know, not everyone is able to have a very good and healthy childhood and play sports. But jokes aside, this match, man, it's so freaking close. It's a constant back and forth. Global Esports have the lead, but with this lead, this is exactly when FAR Esports are gonna do something crazy and blow my mind again. For now, though, lightning fast. It's just gonna have his camera here at the B site, gonna make sure that nobody really pushes and disrespects the smoke. Also has a few
Yeah.
traps laid out, so he's got that side covered. Question is what you can do on
It's a
A.
simple setup. It's a simple setup coming up from Global Esports. They've gone back on the core fundamentals. The Cypher's locking down B. Now, they've got 3 members over at A, and they've not got the best of utility towards A. The Cypher's not on A, and they do not have too much information towards mid because Hellranger's also taking a gamble. He's just sitting at B. He does manage to toss out a smoke. There is a counter smoke coming out from Scargod. Scargod has tossed out 2 smokes towards B. This is the fake being sold by Scargod. How much will it really accomplish? I'm not quite sure. The defense is a bit puzzled. Lightning Fast will deal with the fake, and now FAR Esports, they're strolling onto A. They're walking into Kappa's crosshairs. Under heaven, Kappa's done his bit. Above it, SK Rossi with the operator
seconds
has
left.
done enough. It's just one man on the server for FAR
Defenders
Esports.
win.
It's Whitehorse. And Whitehorse cannot do enough. Above the heavens and under the heavens, that's where the duels were. And Kappa, as well as our man, SK Rossi, really coming out on top in the clutch moment. Global Esports, they've done enough, Loki.
Yeah, horses meant to carry a huge burden on their backs, strong creatures, but today he was not strong enough to carry FAR Esports into another overtime and give them a shot at winning this game. Regardless though, with these 4 overtimes, I think this is more than we could have asked for. FAR Esports really pulling it through. Unfortunately, I think they're going to be a little upset that they threw away the lead they had, that they developed in the start, and they have to be scratching their heads a little bit. There has to be a little bit of frustration. But the question is, can they reset? Can they put their emotions aside? Can they come back fresh for the third map, which is going to be Haven? Because it's going to be important to see if they can win on that map. We thought that FAR Esports should be able to take this map, but then Global Esports string together so many rounds in a row and take it to overtime, Vivek. Like, I have to give credit where credit is due. Hellranger is solid as a rock. This
I
man
think at
needs a promotion,
some
needs a
point-
raise, he needs a whole kitchen sink.
Yeah, you should give Hellranger everything you can. If I meet him at a LAN and I'm just itching for the LANs, Floki, I'm gonna go give him a big hug. I think Hellranger seems like the kind of guy who does like to hug things out. I've seen
Also
great
give him a
moments
Mekano
of
Tiki.
A Makalu taking. Yeah, so guys, if I meet you at LAN, it's something I do at LANs. I announce it and I do a giveaway in person. So I'm going to give you something. If I meet you at the next Indian LAN, I don't know when it is. I hope a Makalu Tiki is good enough. Maybe I need to upgrade my offer. Maybe it could be tea, or maybe it could be something you really like to eat, depending on where the LAN takes place. But yeah, LANs, I really hope they start to happen a little bit sooner, Floki. For now, though, I think we should be taking a short break. Guys, those of you just enjoying the stream, I want to let you know that you've been watching the One Play Esports Valorant India Invitational. And if you've been enjoying this broadcast, you have to follow One Play Esports, the number one Play Esports, like PLAY Esports. There's no hyphen in it. I think it's okay. I think it's okay if there isn't a hyphen in it. So One Play Esports on Instagram, on Twitch, on Facebook, and
YouTube.
where else are they? YouTube. Yeah, if you're on the YouTube stream, if you've been enjoying this so far, subscribe, hit the bell icon, like the video. And if you've been enjoying what Floki and I have been doing, you can find Floki at the rate Hirakti. That's somewhere down there. I'm at the rate official Vivek on Insta. You can find me as Vivek on Facebook and Twitter as well. Just put an at the rate before that. Just on Instagram, somebody took Vivek. I really don't know who that person is. But yeah, it's been a fun ride so far. I think we just got a taste of what this best of 3 can be, Floki. We just saw 2 maps so far. We saw 2 of the most interesting maps. We're going to be moving into our 3rd map, Floki, and that's going to be Haven. And that's what I'm really hyped for. The most 50-50 map that there is. That is Haven. That is coming up next after the short break. At Master, just trying to hold on to screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of site to get that kill with the Ghost. And bit by bit, Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit. He's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense. But Master with the Ghost looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information. And the rolling thunder is going to come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The first that's going to come in from the enemy sniper. Coming in from Batman. Look at Tito though.
Wondering if they can start swinging towards A. If they can't swing towards A, this is what happens. Tito gets punished. Batman peeks with the Vandal, manages to bring down not just Tito, he's got Hush as well. You got the Omen keeping in, but Starboy just being calm, composed, deals with the immediate threat, isolates the duel. It's close. It's going to be really touch and go. It's going to boil down to that first pistol. Sai, though, is not ready. He's not going to wait. He's not going to bother about that first pistol. He's going to kill right now as he's picked up 3. He's got the knives out. He wants to hunt for more.
Opening things up, and this round, well, is it going to be about how much money you can build up? Bad Dogs building up a fair amount of it. Finds 3 kills. He might find the 4th one. The breach comes in. Shorty hastened out, gets his hands on an SMG. But the trade is going to come real quick from Hush. Master gets the bazooka off to fire them. He's gonna get the kill onto Lexi, but the return fire in the hole coming in from Hush with that bazooka. That grenade also gonna be tossed out. The bazooka coming in from Hush, trying to find someone, but I don't think he's gonna end up. Oh, he gets 2 kills! And just like that, Rad Syndicate, this map is done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Master, how well can you move? You can move very, very well. 2 quick kills. What Noble Esports will be up to as Master shuts down the fish, goes back and finds the Omen. Just a lot. And look at Starboy comes back in. Rexy pulling it back with 2 collapses.
And Paradox is just waiting towards B window, waiting patiently for Tito. Tito sees the angle, but Paradox, he's fast.
Have come in from Noble Esports. So maybe this push won't go their way, but Master has something to say about that. Is able to find the first kill. Hush quick to trade him out. Can he find the second one? Yes, he can. They in fact even pick up Batman. That's what happens. You don't keep up with the kill feed, but Rat Syndicate first 5 round. It's down to a 1v1. Not a situation you want, but look at this. The Jet actually taking the sound of the... Oh no, the Jet's holding it. No, he's not. He sees his hand. Really patient here, Hush, and his patience is rewarded as he finds 2 kills for 1. Master caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's not going to be able to get the kill.
That requires to deal with. He's managing to try and get past them, and he's just holding down the spray. Ability to react and adjust, and that's really making the difference for that Syndicate. Now it's ZBDF, who's got himself a Spectre. He'll take off these kills. Batman will chime in with 1. He manages to pick off Sai. The spike does get planted. 4 members and nobody esports bit by bit trying to take control of the side, but there's still Starboy anchoring on from back of side, getting that kill needed on the Hika. He's going to follow it up with another 2v1 on the Tito.
I can get the neural set up and running, because if that gets up and running, that big of a loss, but it's still a man advantage in the favor of Rat Syndicate. Can they do more here though? ZPDF is able to find a second pick onto Hush, and looks like this push is quickly going to grab for Noble Esports as Rat Syndicate are able to shut it down rather swiftly. Master comes in.
3 members of Noble Esports, have they got enough? Make that 2. Hush has been deleted. Rexy dead. Hika to follow.
Batman with the collateral. Holy crap. I mean, we were talking about how Side pulled through, but Batman in that last round as their IGL managed to pull it back in the favor of Rat Syndicate. And ladies and gentlemen, what a BO3. We couldn't have asked for a better ending.
Reposition himself, and SMX is going to end up falling. Goro with the Vandal finds the kills, but Scargod and Knight Rider are there for those kills, for those strays, as Knight Rider finds 2 crucial kills with the knives. It's NXS all by himself with that Sheriff. He's going to tap the spike, but I don't think he's going to be able to do this. He needs the headshot. He gets the headshot. So it's not going to be easy to take control of Lambs. Dodge has tossed the flash. There is a smoke coming in from the Brimstone on the spike. Somebody needs to tap it. Somebody needs time to tap it, but NXS is just finding kill after kill after kill, and now it's one man for the defense, SMX, and look at how far he's been pushed off. The operator paying dividends, Floki, as
This round could just be shut down very quickly for Team Villainous. As you've seen, all the rounds they've lost at from Vanguard and Thunder. For now, the flash is coming in from the Jet. Is going to get blinded, but not before finding the pick. Quick to find the trade. Quick to find a man advantage to get spawned. No! Quick single-handedly locking down the site. Down to a 3v1 FAR Esports. They are going to be caught with their pants down. And the side of FAR Esports are going to find some control towards A. They're just not going in yet, so the 3 people are still together and Quake is cleaning them up. Most certainly going to be forced. In fact, look at NSX, he's gotten the other corner. Spam is not going to come through, and he's going to be greeted from the back as NX has find 3 kills, single-handedly shutting down this mid-control coming in from FAR Esports. And NXS, this round is done, it's dusted.
he's aggressive with the breach. Is it good enough for FAR? Knight Rider now with the op will sing, in SMX with the Phantom will manage to pick up 2 crucial kills. I don't know what kind of buy is going to be coming out from Villainous. I don't even know if Quake can clutch it. No, he can't. The Rolling Thunder. So they'll start with the running back. Scargod will deal with it. Knight Rider actually finds a kill elsewhere onto the enemy Jet. That's huge. So 1 ultimate down. Dodge finds a kill. No opportunity for the neural theft. Shivy, the first point of contact towards B-Main, finds 2 crucial kills with the Phantom. And there's Knight Rider with the op. The defense has done it. They've shut them down.
From the side of Team Villainous, but can they find kills? That's the question. Whitehorse shutting the first down, gets the first kill onto NXS. The bazooka goes off from Scargod. Does do a fair amount of damage, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The grenade is going to find the kill. It's going to find 2, in fact. Who's the god also ends up going down. And this match is most certainly done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going to game number 3 as FAR Esports take game number 2 on Split.
Smoke has come out to a defender spawn. Quake has been smoked off. He doesn't have the recon bolt for information, so he's got to spray wildly based on whatever sound cues he gets. The paranoia there, and Quake with the spray finds 2 crucial kills. Progress towards the side. Shivy is the one though with the spike, and Quake will not let Knight Rider pass. It's now a 2v3 for the offense, and it's slowly chipping down to just 1 man on the server. Scargod, he made progress towards the side. He will manage to pick up the spike, but look at the clock. 10 seconds of the clock. He wants to just get the spike planted. Will he be allowed to? Paranoia blinding him. No sound cues to work with. He's got his claim blindly and get 1 kill. Follow it up with the second. The Phantom has done wonders for him, but INXS is his undoing. The trick. He finds the kill towards B-Main. It's SMX, Knight Rider plus Scargod. Knight Rider does work with the knife, does manage to find 1. It's SMX and Scargod that have got to pull this back. It's just 1 man on the server though for Villainous. He's done so much with the Sheriff in the past. Can NXS pull it off? NXS under heaven, knives in hand, has nowhere to go. And Villainous will lose the series 1-2, Floki.
I have to commend them, even though they lost. It's a great showing by them to be able to show up last minute and give this level of performance, which we haven't even seen by some of the other teams in this tournament. It's really something, and it's something commendable.
At Master, just trying to hold on to screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of side to get that kill with the Ghost, and bit by bit Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit. He's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense, but Master with the goals looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information, and the rolling thunder is going to come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The first that's going to come in from the enemy sniper, coming in from Batman. Look at Tito though.
Wondering if they can start swinging towards A. If they can't swing towards A, this is what happens. Tito gets punished. Batman peeks with the Vandal, manages to bring down not just Tito, he's got Hush as well. You got the Omen keeping in, but Starboy just being calm, composed, deals with the immediate threat, isolated duels. It's close. It's going to be really touch and go. It's going to boil down to that first pistol. Sai, though, is not ready. He's not going to wait. Not going to bother about that first pistol. He's going to kill right now as he's picked up. He's got the knives out. He wants to hunt for more.
Opening things up, and this round, well, it's just going to be about how much money you can build up. Paradox building up a fair amount of it, finds 3 kills, he might find the 4th one. The breach comes in, will win the surely. Infant out, gets his hands on an SMG, but the trade is going to come real quick from Hush. Master gets the bazooka off the fire them. He's going to get the kill onto Lexi, but the return fire in the hole coming in from Hush with that bazooka. That grenade also going to be tossed down. The bazooka coming in from Hush, trying to find someone, but I don't think he's going to end up. Oh, he gets 2 kills! And just like that, Brad Syndicate, this map is done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Master, how well can you go? You can move very, very well. 2 quick kills. What Noble Esports would be up to as Master shuts down the fish, goes back and finds the Omen just a lot. And look at Starboy comes back in. Rexy pulling it back with 2 collapses.
And Paradox is just waiting towards B window, waiting patiently for Tito. Tito sees the angle, but Paradox, he's fast.
Have come in from Noble Esports. So maybe this push won't go their way, but Master has something to say about that. Is able to find the first kill. Hush, quick to trade him out. Can he find the second one? Yes, he can. In fact, even pick a bad man. That's what happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, jet mains and raise pickers, the worst kind in my bracket at least. All of you, welcome to the One Play Esports Valorant India Invitational. My name is Vivek. Joining me is a special guest. Not Floki, we have a special guest with us. You can see him on your screens. How are you, Andy?
Yeah, Vivek. How are you? I'm good. Doing good. How are you guys? Floki and Vivek. Both.
I'm good, man, but all my street cred is gone after Vivek dissed me like that. Now nobody, no hip Indian kid is gonna like me.
Okay, I think there's no. I mean, forget hip Indian kids. We have Auntie on the panel with us. How are you, Auntie? क्या चल रहा है आजकल? ये क्या boot camp है क्या background में?
हाँ, boot camp. This is the apartment area, the place, and upstairs हम लोग का practice area है. So I'm doing the interview from the apartment area because the practice area का opening 7th को, I think 7th of November. So before that I cannot disclose anything. So right now I'm doing from the apartment area. So bear with me. The background people will walk around. So yeah, I'm sorry for that.
That's
Interesting.
okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
And where is your boot camp? Like in which state? Just in case somebody doesn't know, somebody's tuning in. Where is it? Like in India?
It's in Hyderabad. I think it's Telangana state. Andhra
Okay.
Pradesh.
My bad. Yeah. I think if you tell me exactly where it is, I would know. I spent 2 years in Hyderabad.
It's in Jubilee Hills. near
where
Jubilee Hills.
ऐसा बता मत लोग आ जाएंगे please. Yeah, that's technically Telangana for whoever wants to know. That's technically Telangana. It's a very beautiful part. I studied for 2 years in Jubilee Hills. If you like meat, I know that Auntie, long ago in an interview you told me that you liked what is that ghost? Bengali में क्या बोलते हैं उसको? You had told me, Auntie, it's your favorite with luchis. It's mutton.
Oh yeah,
What is it?
yeah, mutton kosha.
Mutton kosha. Slow cooked mutton. That's what it is. My
Slow
Bengali is
cooked,
not
yeah.
that good. Yeah, slow cooked mutton. If you like slow cooked meat, Hyderabad is a great place to be in. The grilled
Absolutely.
chicken that you get over there. मजा आ रहा है ना, Auntie?
अभी तो 2 दिन हुआ है. हाल फिलहाल तो बाहर
हाँ.
उतना नहीं गए. But I hope I have been here previously also. So I know the food is good and it's like the same kind of food what we get back in Kolkata. So yeah, I hope I'll enjoy the stay.
Okay. I think you've been watching the games. You got the first track qualifier coming up. both Floki and me have 100 questions to ask you. How is preparation going on for Velocity?
So basically, we took a break. We were on our player holidays, and we just came back 2 days ago, and we started practicing for the Agni series, which will be on the 2nd of November. And after that, we have the PvP Esports Cup, that is the
Mm-hmm.
Singapore tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so we just started our training like 2 days back. So yeah, थोड़े बहुत starting में out of touch थे तो इधर उधर हो रहा था. Right now, like from yesterday, it was all smooth and clear.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So I believe you've been keeping up with the tournament, correct, Antidote? Without any bias, without any understanding of which team you think is the best, tell me which team you want to see win. And I know I've put you in a bit of a hard spot here, so it's okay.
It's
You
a
can
very
take your
difficult
time.
question. So it's a very difficult question, but I think Global's gonna win. My brain is telling Global's gonna win, but my heart is telling FAR will win this tournament.
ये तो मतलब
Interesting.
तू क्रिकेट का फैन तो
Diplomacy.
है ही पक्का. हाँ, yeah, I've heard so many people give. Even I've given this reply. I don't even know what the I don't know the answer. I think my brain is also saying that Global Esports is going to win, but you're going to jump into the most 50-50 map. Andy और मैं 50-50 map इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि these are the stats on Wikipedia or any wiki if you check them. The most gathered data for this map, it says it's a 50-50 map. Do you think
Is
it's
it
a
Heaven?
50-50 map? Yeah, Haven.
Is it
Do you think
Oh
Haven
yeah,
is
yeah.
50-50? What's your thought on Haven? Do you think it's a 50-50 map?
Oh, absolutely. If the attacking side has a good default, then I think it's a 50-50 map. Other than if the attacking side is not like doing their default correctly, then I think the defenders have an advantage. But if the attacking sides are
Okay.
good, they know their default, then it's a 50-50. Absolutely correct, Vivek.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Hmm.
what do you think is the right approach to Haven then? Because you're always in the spot where you have to defend 3 bomb sites, and it can be quite difficult to get the rotations down. So, what is a tip that you would give to all Pug players watching when they're playing Haven on defense and they kind of want to hold? I mean,
It's
I'm Silver too,
simple.
so I could use the advice.
Yeah, it is very simple. As an attacking team, when you're attacking, you need
Mm-hmm.
to, the default should be strong. There's no set strats you can do because there are 3 bomb sites and you need to position yourself like you can pre- split around the map and do your defaults
Mm-hmm.
and something like that,
Yep,
so the rotation scattered or something like that. And as
absolutely.
a defending side, you need to be unpredictable, like the sniper or the sentinel player. I
Uh-huh.
mean the killjoy or the cipher.
So you
Yeah,
kind of want to keep the enemy team guessing, you just want to.
absolutely,
So I
absolutely,
mean,
yeah.
so I have a question. If I'm a Cypher and I have no utility, I buy a Phantom and Light Shields and push out C-Long. Is that something that will take me to Plat or maybe Diamond? You think one day I'll be able to play with you in the Immortal bracket
Ab-
or in Radiant?
Absolutely not. You'll be gold forever.
I like how you say you'll be gold forever because that gives me hope. I'm actually silver, so thank you, Andy.
Okay.
I'm really yeah. But I mean, jokes aside, I do think Haven's going to be a very interesting matchup for Vic, and I'm sure you also have some questions for Andy.
Yeah, I mean, because ranks came up in Act 1, I peaked at Diamond 2. I remember watching this team or a version of this team that Anti had back then, back when Sage was a little bit better, back before 1.07 when the walls didn't have that formation time and they formed at more HP at the beginning, and they formed at 800 HP at the beginning. You used to play a lot of Sage in the early days of Velocity. What is your role now? Are you still playing Sage? Are you the Jet main? What role are you now, Andy?
Yeah, right now I'm the jet man of the team, the sniping, the jet meta which is going all around. So
Hmm.
I'm doing that,
Mm-hmm.
the sniper
Mm-hmm.
jet main role.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay.
If you
Okay.
had to just pick one agent to play for the rest of your life, what would it be? Just one. You can't
Obviously
switch.
jet
Jet.
forever.
Hmm. Interesting. Well,
Okay.
speaking of agents, we have the agent screen coming up, Antidote. We're gonna have the following lineups. You can see it on your screen. It's gonna be the default that FAR Esports like to run. They don't really change things up a lot. They sometimes you see Scargod on the Brimstone, but this is the difference that Global Esports like to make. Instead of getting the Breach, they get themselves a Phoenix. So, what's your
Yeah.
opinion of these two agent vetoes? What do you think the strengths and weaknesses of each side are?
I mean, see again, I told you as an attacking side, you need to be
Mm-hmm.
good as a default team, and for that you need two duelists. So,
Mm-hmm.
global esports lineup, I think it's pretty strong, same as us. So they have two
Okay.
duelists, skills who is playing Phoenix and Jet Eskerosi. So I think this will help them to be a good attacking side. And the other team, Far Esports, they have only one duelist. You can see that is
Yeah.
only Knight Rider. So I think this for this particular map, you need to have two duelists.
Okay.
Okay.
I see. Well, that's very
Okay.
interesting because this is something that we've seen FAR Esports do multiple times. Is that they pick up the Breach and Sova, which are both the initiators in the game. I
Exactly,
mean, they
exactly.
yeah. So, is there any some synergy that we're missing out on? Maybe there's something that we don't know that FAR Esports is exploiting, because it seems to have worked for them. They made it all the way to grand finals running this duo with
Yeah,
the
I
Breach
mean,
and
yeah, same. I mean, every team has their own play style. I think Far
hmm
Esports is doing what they want to do to execute. Let's see what
I
they're
see.
like.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're jumping into the game, Auntie. I would love it if you could hang around. Can you hang around for a couple of rounds, Auntie? What do you feel like?
Actually,
थोड़ा
I would
देखना है
love
क्या,
to.
Auntie?
थोड़ा देखना
थोड़ा
था,
देखते हैं.
but I देखते हैं, चलो देखते हैं. I have my practice
चलो
upstairs,
देखते हैं.
so yeah. Okay, ठीक है,
ठीक
एक
है
दो
तो
round
पाँच
देखते हैं.
पाँच 10 मिनट जितना देखना है देख लेते हैं आंटी.
Okay.
Okay, Haven, map number 3. Auntie's heart says that FAR Esports are going to win somehow. Is Auntie's heart right? Is Hirok's brain right? Does Hirok even have a brain? I don't know. We're jumping into the pistol. It's going to be madness as they're already lighting up the kill feed bit by bit. FAR Esports have gone ahead of everyone and everything. They managed to fight an opening. Global Esports on offense, not quite sure what they need to do. They're starting out on offense. That is
Yep.
where I think there could be a disadvantage. Their default might not be perfect because Knight Rider does like to get cheeky towards A anti. वो बहुत मतलब ये A push जो करता है ना anti, it's ridiculous sometimes. And White House is also getting kills. They're pushing for more skills.
Wow.
This time we'll get 2 crucial kills with the Ghost. They badly needed that, but Shivi there with the trade with the Classic will actually bring back some parity in numbers. The defense coming out on top. Knight Rider again with the Frenzy has done it all. 3 kills for him. And he said you need 2 duelists, but if you're starting out on defense and if you have one very good duelist, it can work. Do you think so, Andy?
I mean, yeah. As I told you earlier, this Far Esports is trying something new for me, and they have their own play style. So I think this will work. My heart is believing. Let's go Far.
I see.
Acha.
Hashtag FAR we go.
Hashtag far we go, and in the words of Anti from a long time ago, Korbo, Lorbo, Jeetbo.
Exactly.
He said this to he said this to me a long time ago. I remember it. I don't know if it was Anti or who. I think it was pretty much. I'm sure it was Anti. He said this to me
Yeah,
a
it
long
was
time
me.
ago. Anti also sings, and I don't want to force Anti to sing, but I know one of his favorite songs. He used to sing it really well. But I'm not going to make Anti sing on stream.
Absolutely. No, I'm not.
Absolutely. We'd save your singing career for when you're done with esports, Santi. Maybe then we can explore. I can be your agent. I'll find you some people who you can work with. We can make some hit Bengali songs and dominate the Indian market. What do you say?
Yeah.
It sounds like a plan. Can do it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, but jokes aside, I mean, FAR Esports. This is very typical of them, right? They win this first pistol round. They win the next round that comes in, even if it's a forced buy from Global Esports. The real problem for them are these buy rounds, and it's the buy rounds where if you're around, Andy, I'd like to get your opinion. We'd like to see what you think of it. Is the problem that FAR Esports tend to run into, because time and time again, if you've been seeing this match, you know how insane it has been. They're winning these rounds that they're not supposed to, and then the rounds where they have good buys, where they have some sort of an advantage, they just outright lose. So it's going to be really interesting to see if you stick around, and I hope we can get your opinion on that later.
Yeah, and Andy, there's no pressure. If you have
Yeah.
practice, if you have to go for practice, I think all of chat understands. We understand as well. If anybody's calling you for practice, you should go. But we just love you. I love you, Andy. I really like listening to you. So it's up
Thank
to
you,
you,
bro.
Andy.
Yeah, I would stay for a couple of rounds. Then I have to go. I'm already running late for the practice.
Okay. So जभी भी जाना है, you can just say bye bye, and you don't have to sing or anything. You can just say a bye bye to chat and leave whenever you have to.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, for now though, Kappa, sending his all forward, not much that Global Esports are going to be able to do here, especially when Knight Rider's getting shots like those, man. Getting him with the spam, that's very cheeky. It's something Knight Rider loves doing. SMX as well getting the kill onto Lightning Fast, and this A-shot push is quickly going to hell as Hellranger picks up one with the SMG, but he's not going to find much else. He's just going to be stuck in here in this spot now because he's getting surrounded and swarmed by FAR Esports. Throws out the paranoia, is not able to find the kill. Eco round wasn't supposed to go their way, but what can they do now? I think that's the question we need to be asking.
Yeah, I think there's a question I want to ask Anti as well. Knight Rider is the jet main here, and I've noticed
Yes.
that Knight Rider likes to, be a float hopper. He likes to be aggressive, a lot like you. You used to be a very, very aggressive user of the big green gun. You had great internal rhythm as to where to be on the map. Do you think A long is the best place for the operator to go on this map?
I mean, you can't really say what is the best place. I think you need to understand the default what the enemy team is doing. According to that, you need to position yourself and break the default with the op. So if you think the opponent team is doing a heavy setup or a heavy default, then you should start with A. And if you think they are doing a mid heavy default, then you need to play at the B.
Okay. It's Anti's read of the opponent that really decides where he decides to go as an operator. For now, I think Anti, practice ka time ho gaya. You got to go look at
Exactly,
your
bro.
own defaults. So I think for everyone in chat, this is when you say bye bye to Anti. Hashtag Antidote Gang.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for having me. Love you guys. See you soon.
Bye-bye. It was a pleasure having you here, Anti.
Cage trigger.
Well, that was it for Antidote, but for FAR Esports, there's a lot more in the bag because they denied the plant and somehow this round is still going on. Global Esports, they did a bit of a force buy, they were able to get the initial kill, but things are slowed down. Knight Rider though is shutting everyone down from Global Esports as he peeks into C Garage window and all of a sudden finds two heads to his name. And Vivek, that gamble from Global Esports not really working out. But good news is that they're gonna have a lot of money this round, so they're gonna have a full buy. Skills, it's his time to shine. We saw him pop the run it back in the previous round, but he wasn't able to get much with it. This time around, though, he's gonna have his flashes. He's gonna have everything he needs. Do you think Global Esports will be able to pull this round?
I mean, now they have a proper buy. Let's see what they can work with. Global Esports are just, their default is to pressure C long. They've already dashed on the side. SK Rossi is there, but that Cypher cage was not what he was really ready for. Whitehouse does his bit with the Spectre, and I believe he's got a little bit more information, but he's not got the entire picture as Hellranger snuck in. So Whitehouse got undone. Scargod is actually going to push through with the Phantom, gets himself 2 kills. And now it's this 2v2. Global Esports, they've got Hellranger and they've got Kappa. Hell is actually planting for Kappa. Kappa is the man that's got to clutch this out. He's getting pushed. Hellranger got pushed by SMX, but Kappa there with the trade. Kappa gives away his position. He walks into Knight Rider's operator. He didn't have to do that. He knew where Knight Rider was. He wanted to challenge the operator. He wanted to be sneaky. Global Esports get the spike down, but they're not going to be able to hold the post-plant Floki.
Yeah, and once again, FAR Esports is a very important round for them to win because now the side of Global Esports, they're gonna have to eco a force buy, and neither of those options are looking really good, especially when FAR Esports is 4 up. You said this was a 50-50 map, you said that this could go either way, and Global Esports, a team who is known for their defense, might find it a little bit difficult to hold on to all 3 sites in Haven, Vivek. We've seen how FAR Esports like to play. We've seen them do the fake at A mains and then rush all the way back towards C. So this is a map that FAR Esports knows in and out, and it's a map that they're gonna end up playing again if they manage to take 2 maps off of Global Esports. So Global Esports really should try and take the time to analyze their play, and hopefully they'll be able to find some patterns here.
Yeah. Knight Rider, again, he likes to push out A-shot. That's one part of the map him and SMX like to abuse. SMX is actually trying to tag people up with the Hunter's Fury. He actually brings down Hellranger. That's a costly loss at the beginning of the round. Hellranger dead. SMX has done his bit. Global Esports, they've got 4 members on the server. Make that 3 as Skills wasn't quite ready for where SMX was. SMX peeking just past the box, will manage to find that kill. Global Esports now have 3 members to work with, and bit by bit the numbers are dwindling as they're just walking in the sidelines. SK Rossi walks in, a Night Riders operator. SK Rossi dead. It's now just Lightning Fast and Kappa. Kappa's got the spike, and it looks as if they want to go A.
Yeah, they could be very happy if they get the spike down at the very least, if nothing else, but this looks like it's going to be difficult because FAR Esports are sprawled out across the map and they're closing in on Global Esports' position. Kappa, only a sheriff and a dream. Do dreams come true? SMX says no. He's a dream
30
denier.
seconds
Gets
left.
the kill onto Kappa, and now it's Lightning Fast, all alone with the side, all alone on the side. Spike nowhere in sight, and Scargod, he'll be there to clean him up.
Yep. Lightning Fast just snuck in, but he thought he went in undetected. They knew exactly where he was. Lightning Fast is trying to be a little bit cheeky there, but now Global Esports have put together a proper buy. They have 2 ultimates to work with. It's Hellranger and Kappa. The Hellranger, you know, he might want to hold on to the spike this round. I don't know how he prefers to play it, but he can teleport into the shadows, out of the shadows, and get a little bit of information for his team. The spike is dropped now. I'm just looking at the attacking default. There's 1 tripwire just to mark any aggression coming out from C, and the rest of them are just trying to work the rest of the map. Skills is going to get a little bit of control towards A long, and immediately the defense, they're starting to, you know, cluster and get ready for A. 1 trapwire was positioned towards long. SMX is sending out his drone towards short. Lightning Fast is trying to work window. He needs to find the skill, but no. Night Rider's operator, very reliable, very unpredictable as he takes that kill, and he's actually going to swing back towards window, Floki.
Yeah, and he's going to swing back where he's not going to find anyone. We know how aggressive Night Rider is with that op. Like you mentioned, the float op is a playstyle that is slightly less generic, slightly more unpredictable, slightly higher risk and high reward. But look at Hellranger. He's going to TP towards the back of sight, and Whitehorse is going to find the kill on Kappa. This take is not going to be so easy as Whitehorse finds himself another one. In fact, he gets 3. This man is like a rocket. He cannot be moved from a shot. He's holding it out by himself. Give him the 4K, and they do. Hellranger ends up going down in a round that Global Esports was supposed to win, and FAR Esports just snatches it from their mouths, Vivek.
Yeah, great stuff coming up from Whitehorse. They're just anchoring down the side, and this is all despite Hellranger getting access of Heaven. Hellranger got Heaven, but Whitehorse said that I have to do one thing on the map and just deal with the rest of the team, and that focus really helping out FAR Esports. And FAR Esports are starting to build a solid economy. Their defense is a little bit unpredictable for Global Esports. Global Esports are not finding the reads that they want, and now Global Esports do not have the buy that they want, as they've just got frenzies, sheriffs. I see a shotgun somewhere. Scales hasn't got the run it back yet, so maybe they get a couple of more rounds as they, you know, start to rebuild their economy. Maybe once Scales has the run it back. But look at that, SK Rossi stealthy with the Bladestorm, gets a kill, and he snuck in. I don't know what SK Rossi can manage to do. He snuck into C. Yeah, he's got the knives ready. The spike should be planted. They've given up C, Floki.
Yeah, and Haven is another one of those maps where you have to play against these eco rounds slightly differently, because if you spread your resources out too thin, the attackers can just come in and get the plant down, and it becomes a little bit difficult for defense to hold on, because look at Lightning Fast. He's in perfect position to get kills with his shotgun, and he's now picked up a Phantom for himself. The neural theft is going to reveal everyone's position. SK Rossi is there to apply pressure as well, and if nothing else, he's distracting them from the spike. He's buying time for his team, and Global Esports in this eco, that's all they can ask for. That's all they need. They just need time to be able to hold on to the spike. Question is, how long can they hold on for? Well, SK Rossi comes in from the back, and Global Esports, they're gonna end up winning this eco round, find a few rifles for themselves as well, and this could not have gone any better for them, Vivek. Great awareness by Global Esports.
Great stuff coming out from them. Perfect use of the knives, and even the Hunter's Fury and the Neural Theft. They looked into their ultimates to win that round for themselves. They stretched the side of FAR Esports across C. I mean, SK Rossi just finding that opening. If you had to pick pick a man that really did his bit in that round, it had to be SK Rossi. He's sharp with those knives. He will toss them all at you. He'll even toss the kitchen sink at you if he has to. But more importantly, he cut off the rotations. He bought time for the side of Global Esports. Global Esports put their first round on the board, and that's a lot of confidence for them, more importantly, Floki.
Yeah, a big moral victory on top of the eco win as they're able to pull themselves back in this. Look at the money on them. Look at just how much cash they have because of that single gamble. You know, they say at the casino, the odds are not in your favor, but sometimes you do get a lucky win. And Global Esports, we'll see how far they can push their luck, because once this team gets ahead, it can be really difficult to bring it back. Unfortunately for Global Esports, they are playing on offense on Haven, so it's going to be a little tricky because Haven is the home ground of FAR Esports.
Yeah, look at that. Both Sovas trying to get information. SMX looking for information outside of A, and I think Kappa was looking for information towards A long. I think the information's been relayed, and Knight Rider knows that there's one man a little bit close. I don't think SK Rossi is going to walk into his crosshair. Jumps across. Okay, the op is confirmed, and Knight Rider has to dash away. He makes the first dash, and SK Rossi will capitalize. He gets the kill. He's up in the air, blinded. He's got to be a little bit careful. His team needs to reconnect with him. The spike is starting to move into A. It might be a bit too slow. SK Rossi is trying his best. He's got friends by his side. Kappa and others are starting to push it. Lightning Fast shines into the kill on the Shivy. Hellraiser and Kappa take care of the most of the defense that was sitting towards A shot. A flawless round coming out from Global Esports as they break apart A bit by bit. The operator is not doing its trick anymore. Knight Rider's been read like a book, Floki.
Yeah, I have to say, Global Esports, I mean, the way they were able to take this round, that huge gamble really paying off. And now, look at the economy on FAR Esports. If they lose this round, it's slowly but surely going to start crumbling away. Global Esports, they have all the room in the world to work with. Fortunately for FAR, they know that offense is their strongest suit, and they have put 6 rounds on defense on Haven. It could be really great if they could get some more under the belt, but this is definitely not an unbeatable score yet for FAR Esports. SK Rossi, has a dash, he's peeking out towards Garage all by himself, and Scargod is there to blow his head off. He's gonna go for the retake. Yeah, he is. The flash actually connects from the breach, and Scargod holding down this Garage for a little while longer, forcing more resources from FAR Esports, from Global Esports, as they slowly but surely starting to lose out on the map. Look at how far Knight Rider has pushed up. They're going to slow the pace of this game down a bit, and Whitehorse even finds a kill onto Lightning Fast. So they have no option but to go towards C long. And I think Whitehorse knows exactly what he's dealing with here. He's going to hold on, going to spot both of those players out. The Omen Flash coming in is going to connect, but he's going to be able to peek out and take off Kappa's head. That's the spike down. Hellranger manages to get a kill, but what else can he do? Answer, well, he can't do much because he's all by himself. He has no friends in this world. And when you don't have friends, it can be pretty easy to take you out.
Yeah, if you just had to look at the defense, Floki, the one man that really made the difference in that round for me was Shivy. Shivy, with his abilities, just decided that he had to help out C Window a little bit more. Obviously, Scargod and Whitehorse got a couple of kills, but the difference maker for me had to be Shivy. Him just throwing all his stuff, I mean, the fault line, the aftershock, the flashpoint, throwing all of that into Window and helping out his team really helped out FAR Esports. FAR Esports seem like they're very comfortable in chaos, and Haven is chaos, and Global Esports are still trying to adapt to the chaos that FAR Esports is. They get a little bit of information. They're going to smoke off connector. It looks like a very telegraphed B hit. Skills is moving in. Gets tagged by an all drone if I'm mistaken. Scargod will capitalize. So Skills will not be allowed easy access. The shock darts are being thrown. But look at Knight Rider. Knight Rider's pushed out A. And Knight Rider gets his team a fair bit of information that most of Global Esports are just clumped up outside B.
Yeah, and this is so important. This is what Knight Rider loves doing on Haven, and Global Esports, I don't think they've recognized this. They're going to be prepared for this Garage hit, Vivek. They know it's either towards B or towards C, and towards C they go. 4 members popping out of Garage, the Cypher Cages goes through, the Flash comes in. No kills being traded in just yet. Kappa, a little bit patient, walks a bit too far though. Whitehorse is going to take his head off. Lightning Fast gets the return kill, and now Whitehorse anchoring down this side by himself is going to be taken out by Hellranger, but not before he takes 3 from the enemy team down, and even the fault line being committed. forfeited just like this. This round is
30
done and
seconds left.
dusted. Hellranger getting shock darted, getting blinded, getting scouted out. I don't think this man is in a position where he can clutch this. If he could though, if he could be sneaky like he is, he might be able to pull it back. Well, there's the dart, so he has an idea of where the position is. The spike is in front of him though. SMX doesn't have to make a move unless he really wants to. And Hellranger tried being cheeky, but he wasn't cheeky enough.
Yeah, I think SMX knew exactly where he was. I mean, if he got the kill with the shock dart, it would be style points. I think he didn't go for the one bounce of that ball. Maybe if he went for that bounce, Hellranger would be dead. He was just holding the boxes towards side. He had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. But the simple breakdown of this map is that Hellranger and Global Esports, they're trying to contest B and C window, and it's not that easy. It just feels like other parts of the map are easier to work. They're trying to work A now. They do tag up Knight Rider with the recon ball. Knight Rider hasn't given away the fact that he's working with an operator. SMX is going to help him out a little bit more in pursuit of information, but information denied as Hellranger will just shoot down the owl drone. They've got some form of control of A, but just look at your minimap. The Cypher is pushing aggressively. Whitehorse is actually pushing for information. He's locked down C so much that the options are starting to look more and more limited for the side of Global Esports.
Yeah, and great camera placement too by I think that might actually end up being the Global Esports Cypher's camera. I could be wrong though. Whitehorse though, he's found himself in cubby, heard a little bit of footsteps, but then they go marching back towards A shot. I think that was a clever fake. They knew that there is someone perched up here, so maybe they can make a bunch of noise and then go to A, but the clock is ticking, Vivek. There's only 30 seconds remaining, and they have to decide where they want to go, and it's going to be the A side. Knight Rider perched up towards the shot, is probably going to eat the flash for now, but still hasn't revealed his position. Peeks out, destroys skills completely, but gets traded. Not a position where he can run out from that easily. The dash was available, but still, it's not easy to play that position. Scargod is able to get 2 kills real quick. SK Rossi trades him out, but look at this. SK Rossi by himself, with 14 seconds left on the clock, finds himself in a 1v1. Whitehorse has a neural theft to work with, but both agents have their ultimates up. Will Whitehorse decide to use it? That's the question. No, he in fact values making sure that the enemy doesn't know where his position is, and it pays off. Whitehorse able to find the kill, save the neural theft for another day. Can't say the same for SK Rossi. He used the knives out, and this round goes the way of FAR Esports away. This Haven map is looking like it's gonna be a whitewash.
Last round.
I mean, just look at the way FAR Esports are playing this, right? Like,
I don't know. I think Global Esports can maybe get one more round, Floki. That's the best case scenario, and then the pressure for them to win on their pistol is so much, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, even if they win this round, they still have to win pistols, because if they don't, then FAR Esports start running away with tempo. And then even if they win the pistols round and the buy round, there's still a chance that FAR Esports just runs away with the map. So all the pressure in the world building on their heads. Good thing is, when you have a captain as experienced as Hellranger, he can alleviate some of that pressure and get everyone back to speed. The issue is, can they actually get to that point though? Because FAR Esports have all their ultimates lit up and ready, and they're not going to give Global Esports any more openings than they need to.
Yeah, now Hellranger's made an interesting adjustment. So they've actually split up across the map. Knight Rider, they know which cubby he's in. He's managed to get a tag, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not quite sure who got the tag, but him and SMX trying their best to just hold down this site. They don't want to give over A. But if you look at B, Hellranger snuck in. Hellranger's lurking at B, and he's actually starting to wrap around A connector. How much can Hellranger do? He needs to get past Shivy. He's wanting to challenge Shivy, but Shivy was ready for the lurk. Shivy dealt with him, and SMX elsewhere will manage to find skills as well.
Exactly where you are.
The offense has less opportunities. Kappa has the spike, and I think that's Kappa being tagged by Whitehorse's neural theft. So they know exactly where Kappa and SK Rossi are. Time is ticking, Floki.
Yes, so ult being used, breach ult also being thrown out, everything going to the kitchen sink in the final round.
30 seconds
everything
left.
to stop Global Esports from advancing and getting onto this side. They did use their ultimate slightly frivolously, but it's bought time. It's put a lot of pressure on Global Esports, and we'll see how much pressure they can handle. SK Rossi can't handle much, jumps up in the air, commits suicide, and now it's Kappa, all by his lonesome with 30 health to his name. There's not much he can do as Knight Rider puts him out of his misery.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
He
Great half
tried.
coming out by FAR Esports. He tried, he really did try, but unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't work out in your favor. I mean, you have 30 HP, a Phantom, and a Dream, and unless you're in a good position, it's just not gonna happen. It's unrealistic to expect even the best players in the world to clutch from there.
Yeah, I think you couldn't ask more of SK Rossi and Kappa in their end position where they were just pins out because everybody knew where they were, right? Because White House pushed so aggressively for information. Now, Global Esports, they're hoping that their default on defense, as Andy likes to say, is strong enough to match the aggression that is FAR Esports. It's this pistol that's really going to determine if Global Esports can close out this best of 3 with ease, or is it going to be a hard road for them? For now,
Yeah.
Skills is snuck in. Skills is potent with the ghost, but I think they know where he is. He's got a flash in hand. His peak is going to be timed to perfection. The flash, good enough, but Nitride are better at close range with the frenzy. Will best skills. Rossi also dead. You need 2 duelists on this map. That's what Andy said. Both duelists dead. It's now up to the controller, the Sentinel, the Initiator. The supporting cast has got to come in huge. And, well, part of them have been tagged out. Lightning Fast, his position revealed. The Owl Drone just being a nuisance, and immediately you can see the offense. They're starting to reconsider possibilities across the map because the defense is stretched, Floki. Just look at them on the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Rumali Roti looks like when you ask for a restaurant. They paint a picture of this map and the picture of a global esports offense, defense, and this is what you get. Unfortunately, this means that FAR Esports are going to be able to get into the site and get control. The spike is going to go down, the pistol is going to go their way, and global esports are going to have a lot of work to do if they're able to make a comeback and make this a quick 3-0 sweep. On the other hand, FAR Esports, well, they have enough to work with. But the question is, are they going to get ahead of themselves? Are they going to get up in their own heads after, I mean, giving what I would say is a spanking to Global Esports on Haven?
Yeah, and this has definitely been a rough map for Global Esports. But we've seen Hellranger, Floki. That man pulls something out of nothing. He's got to summon all the something and summon everything he can because this map has not been kind to him. It looks as if Haven might be Global Esports' weakest map, or maybe time will tell. Maybe they will be able to mount a comeback on their defense. They've got to be a little bit more cheeky, stuff like what Skills was trying to do. The duelists have really got to pressure and push for kills and information. Even this round, I'm not opposed to Global Esports forcing it up. Yeah, if you look at the scoreboard, they've forced.
Yeah, well, they're going to take a
thinking
tactical
of
pause.
force.
Yeah, they're thinking of a force, and they've taken a tactical pause to make sure that they're able to get their strategy right. Now, one thing Antidote did mention earlier when he was on was that you need to break the enemy team's default. And FAR Esports, on the defense, managed to break the default that Global Esports had set up. And I think that's something he mentioned. He said that if you manage to break the enemy defense's default, then the map is just going to open up for you. And FAR Esports have done exactly that, Vivek. It seems that they're able to read Global Esports like a book. They get those aggressive pushes, and when the time comes where Global Esports realizes that, hey, these guys are aggressive, they're going to take map control, and they try to punish it, they just spend too many resources, and as a result, Shivi is able to find that kill on Hellranger. It's very easy to say this all in hindsight, to be honest, but I'm sure the players are able to are having a much tougher time figuring it out. When you have a bird's eye view, it's very easy to understand these things, but unless you look at a demo, unless you look back at the VOD, I think it's going to be a slightly more difficult for pretty much anybody to figure these things out.
Yeah. I think that's why in this game, like, preparation is so key, but how much can you keep preparing? You can't just, I mean, fundamentally, you've got to be a team that is ready to adapt. Hellrangers called for a tactical pause. I really want to look at the scoreboard. I think they're forced up. I think, yeah, I see a Stinger. I see a lot of forced weaponry on the side of Global Esports. This force is what they're banking on. They want this force to work. All that FAR Esports have to do is be extremely patient and gather some information first. Nobody's really gotten too much done across the map. SMX is just trying to mark any sort of a push from B windows. Cargod, he knows that, well, he should know that Hellranger is trying to take aggressive control outside C, and he's not going to force the issue. So they don't look for control anywhere on the map, and they've got 50 seconds on the clock. FAR Esports are starting to group up towards A. Now there are 3 members from the side of Global Esports on A. It's a perfect gamble. They've got Lightning Fast, Hellranger. Oh, Hellranger's dead. Hellranger's dead. It's Lightning Fast and Skills. Skills wants to run away. Lightning Fast gets one with the Stinger. That's about it. Knight Rider's got control of the site. And
30
Skills,
seconds left.
SK Rossi and Kappa
Spike planted.
have got to somehow piece together this retake. I don't think it's going to be that simple. Skills is
One
caught
player
looking silly,
remaining.
will end up falling. Kappa gets 1 kill with the Stinger, but that's about it. And SK Rossi says, I'll save my Marshal for another day.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's all he can really do. One man with a Marshal and a Dream, he can try to put a dent into them. Maybe if he actually picks up a Stinger or a Spectre, he could make this retake work, but time is not on his side. He needs to go, and he needs to go now. FAR Esports being very, very patient, throwing out all the utility, peeking with the help of Knight Rider, and blowing his head off at the perfect time. Great stuff coming out here by FAR
Match
Esports,
point.
just not letting that force by work. And now Global, they're between a rock and a hard place. Fortunately for them, even if they lose this round, they still have 2 more maps to make it through. The next map is going to be Split, and that is where Global Esports have shown a lot of strength in the past. If they manage to pull it through, if FAR Esports manage to break Global Esports on Split, they're going to be back on Haven. And I don't think that's going to be a pretty affair for Global Esports.
I've been looking at the Favigo hashtags in chat, and they are, definitely going further than expected. But there's this leaf emoji that comes up next to it. Are they a team that promotes vegetarianism or veganism? Am I missing something?
They just very woke, Vivek. They care about the environment. Global warming, the Earth's getting warmer. We are gamers. We spend a lot of our time on our PC, so it's good to spread some awareness. And it's good to do your bit and leverage some of your popularity for the benefit of all humanity. And I think that's what FAR Esports fans are really doing. They're just making the 300 IQ plays. For now, though, SK Rossi. Well, he's not going to give the enemy team a brain, so they're not going to be able to make any IQ plays because the brains are all splattered across the floor. In fact, he gets enough, finds another kill, and he goes back. That's so beautiful by SK Rossi, giving his team a fighting chance. In fact, he managed to pull it back in their favor. Makes it a 4v3. Skills actually makes it a 4v2. And a map point. Global Esports suddenly wakes up. Shivy tries his best to hold on, but man, Global Esports, just when you start counting them out, they pull through. This is this is beautiful. This is the kind of Valorant we came here to cast.
Yep. If you are a supporter of FAR Esports, if you promote veganism or the environment, if you watch all those woke documentaries online, I don't know, give them some more greenery. That's the best thing I can ask for. Sky is that one agent that's supposed to be, eco-friendly. Have you noticed that theme in all her abilities, Floki?
I actually did, yeah. Everything about her is being one with nature, animals, trees, birds, and whatnot. Reminds me of the 80s hippies era Asian. That's like, I think that's the perfect analogy to give there. Just very environmentally conscious and being like, it's all about the peace, bro. So, yeah, I mean, it seems that they are fulfilling certain tropes, and Sky definitely seems to be a part of that. So far, though, FAR Esports, they got a lot of room to work with.
We've gone into this tangent of the environment, and it's all about the peace, but it could just be Kadi Patta for all I know, Floki. So I'm not quite sure what those symbols are. But yeah, far we go. 12-3, they're getting closer. They can smell it. All they have to do is not succumb to what Global Esports love to do on any map, which is just mount the most humongous comebacks. This is a best of 5 affair. This is map number 3, folks. You're watching the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational for India. My name is Vivek. With me is Floki. You can follow Floki at the @HerockT. But more importantly, if you're enjoying the broadcast, please subscribe. Please hit the bell icon so that every time the channel goes live, you get a notification. You can find One Play Esports, and it doesn't matter how you spell esports, but one is the number 1. So you can find them on Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, and even YouTube, which is where some of you might be tuning in. For now, though, FAR do not have much of a buy, Floki. And
yeah, I mean, this is a throwaway round. Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be happy even if they manage to pick up a few ultimate orbs. I think that's the best thing you could ask for. But look at Skills, he's actually been shocked out it up, and Shivi managed to find the kill onto Kappa. Suddenly, this is a 4v2. Vivek, what am I seeing time and time again from FAR Esports? This is not cool. This is not legit. You can't just go in with absolutely no armor, nothing but pistols, and just take a mad advantage for yourself. I mean, Global Esports still has a chance, don't get me wrong, but man, this is time and time again what FAR Esports love to do and are so good at. I just can't get enough of this. FAR Esports, well, seems like they're going to be getting a lot of lead because Lightning Fast is keen on distributing it, and he's going to have to distribute it evenly across all the heads on
30
FAR
seconds
Esports with
left.
the Bulldog. Uses his camera, peeks him up, but Shivi doesn't get the plant off. He is trying to clear the site, and now Lightning Fast peeks out. There we go. There's the fear and the paranoia that this man is setting in, and SK Rossi pulling it back with his health. Not going to be too unhappy with that FAR Esports because there was an eco round for them. But man, it almost looked ridiculous from FAR Esports.
Yeah, it was good. Like they were ready for what Skills was trying to do, right? Skills was just trying to use the flash and peek, and there were 3 members on his screen. I mean, that flash is there are 2 flashes in the game. The Phoenix flash is a complete blind, if that's the word you want to use. The debuff on the breach flash is the longest at 1.75. They're gonna buff it to 2 seconds in 1.11, but 1.11 Sky, Curry Patta and the 4-leaf clover is a little too much to get excited about because 1.11 came out, Floki, and then they rolled it back. So I got to play a little bit of 1.11. I saw some weird graphic glitches. I saw Phoenix do the Surya Namaskar while bunny hopping. It's some weird stuff. 1.11. So once it's ready, we'll get to play it properly. We'll get to see if Shivi prioritizes the breach even more. For now, Scales is just pushing for information. He's given away his position. He's got to be careful. The Hunter's Fury is there. He's got nowhere to run, quite literally, as Whitehorse will swing with the Phantom. Scales dead. The defense is starting to swing. SK Rossi's aggression has started to become a little bit predictable, and FAR Esports say enough is enough. They want to get the spike down. They want to close this out. They're ready for this aggression that the duelists try and bring to the party. But for now, the spike needs to get planted first, Floki, and Kappa is that one man on the A spike
30
side
seconds
that's waiting patiently.
Yeah, and Hellranger, he's read this like a book. He's made his way towards the side, but look at FAR. They don't miss out on checking corners. They don't skimp on that stuff. And SMX is quick to find Hellranger as well. This round, almost certainly done and dusted, unless the Cypher has something to say. We'll see what he's capable of. Has the neural theft at the ready. Might not want to give away his position by using it though. So he's going to take his time. It doesn't really make that much sound, but well, FAR Esports, they're going to take down Lightning Fast, and just like that, map number 3 is going to go their way. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still having a BO5 in this. Don't go anywhere, because we still have another game coming up. But before we do, let's have a look at the end scoreboard screen. Vivek, what a brilliant match coming out from FAR Esports. This is what I call domination.
Yeah, I really don't know who's the MVP for me. I just feel like although Shivi is not there in terms of frags, Shivi and SMX are doing a lot for this team. Whitehorse, I mean, you could call him the dark horse of that team. He really showed up, especially on Haven. He is this silent guy that just lurks in the background, and when he has to do what he needs to do, he does it. Now, guys, you got to remember, this is a best of 5 affair. For those of you tuning in just about now, you're watching the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational for India. My name is Vivek. With me is Floki. You can follow One Play Esports on all their socials. They're there on Instagram. They're there on Twitch. They're there on YouTube. They're there on Facebook.
And they're on Facebook.
I think they're there on Twitter. I think they're there on Twitter as well. I don't know. I really don't know. But it's very easy to find out. Go to any social media platform, type the number 1, play an esports, so that you get an update every time we go live with more esports content. For now, though, I think Hirak, Floki, both of us need a quick little break. I think we're going to take a small little break, and then we're going to be back with map number 4, that split. Do not go anywhere. At Master, just trying to hold on to screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of site to get that kill with the Ghost. And bit by bit, Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit, he's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense, but Master with the Ghost looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information, and the rolling thunder is going to come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The first that's going to come in from the enemy sniper. Coming in from Batman. Look at Tito though.
Wondering if they can start swinging towards A. If they can't swing towards A, this is what happens. Tito gets punished. Batman peeks with the Vandal, manages to bring down not just Tito, he's got Hush as well. You got the Omen keeping in, but Starboy just being calm, composed, deals with the immediate threat, isolates the duel. It's close. It's going to be really touch and go. It's going to boil down to that first pistol. Sai, though, is not ready. He's not going to wait. Not going to bother about that first pistol. He's going to kill right now as he's picked up 3. He's got the knives out. He wants to hunt for more.
Opening things up, and this round, well, it's just going to be about how much money you can build up. Paradox building up a fair amount of it. Finds 3 kills. He might find the 4th one. The breach comes in over the surely. Hastened out, gets his hands on an SMG. But the trade is going to come real quick from Hush. Master gets the bazooka off the fire them. He's gonna get the kill onto Rexy, but the return fire in the hole coming in from Hush with that bazooka. That grenade also gonna be tossed out. The bazooka coming in from Hush, trying to find someone, but I don't think he's gonna end up. Oh, he gets 2 kills! And just like that, Rat Syndicate, this map is done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Master, how well can you move? You can move very, very well. 2 quick kills. What Noble Esports would be up to as Master shuts down the fish, goes back and finds the Omen. Just a lot. Then look at Starboy comes back in. Rexy pulling it back with 2 collapses.
And Paradox is just waiting towards B window, waiting patiently for Tito. Tito sees the angle, but Paradox, he's fast.
Have come in from Noble Esports, so maybe this push won't go their way, but Master has something to say about that. Is able to find the first kill. Hush quick to trade him out. Can he find the second one? Yes, he can. They in fact even pick up Batman. That's what happens. You don't keep up with the kill feed, but Rat Syndicate first 5 round. It's down to a 1v1, not a situation you want, but look at this, the Jet actually taking the sound of the... Oh no, the Jet's holding it. No, he's not. He sees his hand. Really patient here, Hush, and his patience is rewarded as he finds 2 kills for 1. Master caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's not going to be able to get the kill.
That requires to deal with. He's managing to try and get past them, and he's just holding down the spray. The ability to react and adjust, and that's really making the difference for that Syndicate. Now it's ZBDF, who's got himself a Spectre. He'll take off these kills. Batman will chime in with 1. He manages to pick off Side. The spike does get planted. 4 members are Noble Esports bit by bit trying to take control of the side, but there's still Starboy anchoring on from back of side, getting that kill needed on the Ika. He's going to follow it up with another 3v1 on the Tito.
I can get the neural set up and running, because if that gets up and running, that big of a loss, but it's still a man advantage in the favor of Rat Syndicate. Can they do more here though? ZPDF is able to find a second pick onto Hush, and looks like this push is quickly going to scrap for Noble Esports as Rat Syndicate are able to shut it down rather swiftly. Master comes in.
3 members of Noble Esports, have they got enough? Make that 2. Hush has been deleted. Rexy dead. Ika to follow.
Batman with the collateral. Holy crap. I mean, we were talking about how Sai pulled through, but Batman in that last round as their IGL managed to pull it back in the favor of Rat Syndicate. And ladies and gentlemen, what a BO3. We couldn't have asked for a better ending.
Reposition himself, and SMX is going to end up falling. Goro with the Vandal finds the kills, but Scargod and Knight Rider are there for those kills, for those strays, as Knight Rider finds 2 crucial kills with the knives. It's NXS all by himself with that Sheriff. He's going to tap the spike, but I don't think he's going to be able to do this. He needs the headshot. He gets the headshot. So it's not going to be easy to take control of Lambs. Dodge has tossed the flash. There is a smoke coming in from the Brimstone on the spike. Somebody needs to tap it. Somebody needs time to tap it, but NXS is just finding kill after kill after kill, and now with 1 man for the defense, SMX, and look at how far he's been pushed off. The operator paying dividends, Floki, as
this round could just be shut down very quickly for Team Villainous. As you've seen, all the rounds they've lost at from Bangalore and Thunder. For now, the flash is coming in from the Jet. Is going to get blinded, but not before finding the pick. Quick to find the trade. Quick to find a man advantage to get spawned. No! Going single-handedly locking down the site. Down to a 3v1 FAR Esports. They are going to be caught with their pants down. And the side of FAR Esports are going to find some control towards A. They're just not going in yet, so the three people are still together and Quake is cleaning them up. Most certainly going to be force-up. In fact, look at NSX, he's gotten the other corner. Sam is not going to come through and he's going to be greeted from the back as NX has fired 3 kills, single-handedly shutting down this mid control coming in from FAR Esports. And NX says, this round is done, it's dusted.
He's aggressive with the breach. Is it good enough for FAR? Untitled now with the op will sing in SMX with the Phantom will manage to pick up 2 crucial kills. I don't know what kind of buy is going to be coming out from Villainous. I don't even know if Quake can clutch it. No, he can't. The Rolling Thunder. So they'll start with the run it back. StarGod will deal with it. Nighthide actually finds a kill elsewhere onto the enemy jet. That's huge. So one ultimate down dodge finds a kill. No opportunity for the Noodles left. Shivy, the first point of contact towards B-Main, finds 2 crucial kills with the Phantom. And there's Knight Rider with the op. The defense is done it. They've shut them down.
From the side of Team Villainous, but can they find kills? That's the question. Whitehorse shutting the first down, gets the first kill onto NXS. The bazooka goes off from ScarGod. Does do a fair amount of damage, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The grenade is going to find the kill. It's going to find 2, in fact. Food God also ends up going down. And this match is most certainly done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going to game number 3 as FAR Esports take game number 2 on split.
Smoke has come out towards defender spawn. Quake has been smoked off. He doesn't have the recon bolt for information, so he's got to spray wildly based on whatever sound cues he gets. The paranoia there, and Quake with the spray finds 2 crucial kills. Progress towards the side. Shivy is the one though with the spike, and Quake will not let Knight Rider pass. It's now a 2v3 for the offense, and it's slowly chipping down to just one man on the server. StarGod, he made progress towards the side. He will manage to pick up the spike, but look at the clock. 10 seconds on the clock. He wants to just get the spike planted. Will he be allowed to? Paranoia blinding him. No sound cues to work with. He's got to play blindly and get 1 kill. Follow it up with the second. The Phantom has done wonders for him, but INXS is his undoing. He finds the kill towards B-Main. It's SMX, Knight Rider plus StarGod. Knight Rider does work with the knife, does manage to find 1. It's SMX and StarGod that have got to pull this back. It's just 1 man on the server though for Villainous. He's done so much with the Sheriff in the past. Can NXS pull it off? NXS under heaven, knives in hand, has nowhere to go. And Villainous will lose the series 1-2, Floki.
I have to commend them, even though they lost. It's a great showing by them to be able to show up last minute and give this level of performance, which we haven't even seen by some of the other teams in this tournament. It's really something, and it's something commendable.
At Master, just trying to hold on to screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of side to get that kill with the Ghost. And bit by bit, Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit, he's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense, but Master with the Ghost looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information, and the Rolling Thunder is going to come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The first that's going to come in from the enemy sniper. Coming in from Batman. Look at Tito though.
Wondering if they can start swinging towards A. If they can't swing towards A, this is what happens. Tito gets punished. Batman peeks with the Vandal, manages to bring down not just Tito, he's got Hush as well. You got the Omen keeping in, but Starboy just being calm, composed, deals with the immediate threat, isolates the duel. It's close. It's going to be really touch and go. It's going to boil down to that first pistol. Sai, though, is not ready. He's not going to wait. He's not going to bother about that first pistol. He's going to kill right now as he's picked up 3. He's got the knives out. He wants to hunt for more.
Opening things up, and this round, well, it's just going to be about how much money you can build up. Bad Dogs building up a fair amount of it. Finds 3 kills. He might find the 4th one. The breach comes in. The surely. Jameson down, gets his hands on an SMG. But the trade is going to come real quick from Hush. Master gets the bazooka off the fire them. He's going to get the kill onto Lexi, but the return fire in the hole coming in from Hush with that bazooka. That grenade also going to be tossed up. The bazooka coming in from Hush, trying to find someone, but I don't think he's going to end up. Oh, he gets 2 kills! And just like that, Rat Syndicate, this map is done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Master, how well can you move? You can move very well. 2 quick kills. What Noble Esports would be up to as Master shuts down the fish, goes back and finds the Omen. Just a lot. Then look at Starboy comes back in. Rexy pulling it back with 2 collapses.
And Paradox is just waiting towards B window, waiting patiently for Tito. Tito sees the angle, but Paradox, he's fast.
Have come in from Noble Esports. So maybe this push won't go their way, but Master has something to say about that. Is he able to find the first kill? Hush, quick to trade him out. Can he find the second one? Yes, he can. They in fact even pick up that, man. That's what happens. You don't keep up with the kill feed, but Rat Syndicate, first 5 round. It's down to a 1v1, not a situation you want, but look at this, the Jet actually taking the sound of the... Oh no, the Jet's holding it. No, he's not, he sees his hand. Really tension here, Hush, and it's been...
Dreams are made, dreams are broken, and dreams are shattered. But right now, FAR Esports, they're keeping their dream alive, Vivek. This is the final map of the day. This is the final match of the day, excuse me. As we're moving on to map number 4 on to split between Global Esports and FAR Esports. What a ride it has been, man. Like FAR Esports coming all the way from the first round itself. They weren't a team that had anything handed to them. They didn't have anything that was given to them. They had to take it. They worked very hard to get here. Their matches, they went to 3 maps, almost all of them. And as a result, you can see that when the team starts getting momentum, it can be really, really hard to stop them. On Haven, they just gave Global Esports a masterclass. We've talked about this time and time again, that if the team is really confident on a map, sometimes it's just good to veto it out. Like, just don't even bother with that. Didn't happen this time around, though. And if FAR Esports can take this map on split and they make it to Haven, I'm sure Global Esports is they're gonna be quite worried as to what the outcome's gonna be. Because if I was if I was them after seeing that performance on Haven, you can see I'm stuttering. Even I'm not sure that Global Esports has what it takes to beat them on Haven if they make it there a second time.
Yeah, we've got the last 2 maps of the day in this entire best of 5 affair. These are the maps on your screen. We've got Split as well as Haven. Now, FAR Esports, they've shown us that it doesn't matter which side they start on. They can put together a victory when they need to. They started out very precariously on Bind. Bind was not their best map. They managed to also go into overtime on Ascent. Haven is where everything really started to come together for them when they had to play that chaotic defense of theirs. And Split is another map that I've seen them do a lot of prep for. At least it feels to me as if Shivy is the man that's enabling this team, and Shivy is the man that's enabling Knight Rider. So kudos to FAR Esports. They've been doing a great job so far, Floki. I think chat clarified it's not curry patta. It's not what's on my horrendous shirt, but yeah, it's the 4-leaf clover. And if you want a little bit of history as to why the 4-leaf clover is good luck, can you give a quick little class, Floki? Do you know why the 4-leaf clover is good luck?
I think I know about this. So apparently, 4-leaf clovers. This is a bit of biology involved. Apparently, there are only 4 leaves in a clover when the recessive gene of the clover kicks in, and apparently that gene by itself is very rare to find. And because it's a recessive gene, if it's paired up with a dominant one, it ends up not expressing itself. So the way it works is there like a big gene and a small gene. That's what I think it is. I mean, that's what I know. I'm not entirely sure if this is true, but that's how rare characteristics usually express themselves. I could be speaking out of my butt, though, Vivek. Please go ahead and enlighten me.
You pulled out biology. I'm going to pull out a book I read when I was a kid. There was a book I read which was made into a horrendous movie. It was called Artemis Fowl. But yeah, in that, the Irish folk, leprechauns, for people from Ireland, they associate certain elements of nature with luck. The 4-leaf clover comes from there, and that's why the 4-leaf clover is considered to be good luck. It's part of Irish culture. So yeah, that's what I think. You went into dominant gene and whatever gene. I don't even know if that's true, but I think we can let chat decide that. We got the brackets coming up soon enough, Floki, and there you go. That's the journey that FAR Esports had to make. They had to beat Rat Syndicate, and Rat Syndicate, I felt like they were a little bit fatigued yesterday, but FAR Esports were without a doubt the better team. We did have Hellranger coming in, and Hellranger was really, really impressed with SMX. SMX has shown us that he is a very reliable part of this FAR Esports lineup. Now we're moving to Split. Split is where the operator can shine. Knight Rider, he's got to step up with his Jet again.
Yeah. And once again, I mean, both of these players, Knight Rider and SMX, they've just been a constant thorn on global esports side. Every single time they put together and execute, these two members shut it down. On Ascent, it was Knight Rider with the crazy dash towards that mid area, and on this map, it was SMX really clutching it out constantly. And a lot of players had really good performances. In fact, especially on Haven, the way I was seeing the team played, it seems like this is their best map. Every one of their players contributes in a very significant way that ends up setting each other up. The other maps, maybe not as much, but on Haven, if you're playing against FAR Esports, you better start praying because you need God on your side to beat these guys.
Yeah. You do. I think the advantage that FAR Esports are working with, at least on Split and on Haven, is that they're starting out on defense. Now, if FAR Esports manage to win Split, if Hellranger cannot find a read on this team, then FAR are going to take this all the way to map number 5, which is going to be Haven once again. FAR Esports, they've almost managed to mess with Hellranger. Hellranger is taking this time off to really prepare for his team, and I've been very, very impressed with FAR Esports. Whoever calls, whoever brings this team together, I don't know who it is. Maybe chat can tell us who calls, but this team has been very, very impressive so far. This team also has a solid foundation in other tactical shooters. I've been following Knight Rider, Shivi, even SMX. In the past, they played Knight Rider and Shivi. I can confirm did play together on one team, and that synergy is really starting to show in this game as well. I'm really excited to see where FAR Esports can go. But if you are Hellranger and if you're relying on skills, I really just have to tell you one thing: one shirt has only one collar that you can flick and run it back. You can't always just keep lifting up your collar and running it back as much as possible. I came prepared to run it back, but time is actually not on Hellranger's side. He's got only so much he can do with skills. How much can Phoenix do? How many times can he really keep flicking his collar up and up again and running it back and rewinding?
I couldn't even flick
Because
it once.
I couldn't even flick it once. I tried. But yeah,
Yeah.
time will not always be kind. Time will not allow you to always rewind. And time is starting to tick as it's split, which we should be jumping into soon enough. It has been nuttiness so far from both these teams. I have come prepared for a best of 5 affair. And I think FAR Esports are really going to take us all the way. We're looking at the agent selection, Floki. And
Yep.
we've got FAR Esports with an interesting lineup this time around. Now, there's no
Yeah,
Phoenix to work
SMX.
with, so
Mm-hmm.
nothing to run it back for Global
Oh.
Esports. So there's
Yeah.
no Phoenix. Only I came prepared with multiple callers. But if you look at Global, they've gone for the 2 duelists and the 1 duelist which Hellranger said skills really needs to work on. That's the Raze. But Raze can still work on this map. Maybe Skills has done his homework for this map. Eskiros is going to be playing the Jet. The drafts really mirror each other. There's really no difference between the drafts, and Global
Mm-hmm.
Esports has maybe made this internal decision that we're just going to match you. We're going to pick the same agents as you, and we're going to match you and mirror you. You spoke about chess, you spoke about 4D chess. Floki, if
Yep.
somebody does a pawn to d2, I used to just copy them. I would do a pawn to d2, whatever worked. So yeah, isn't it d3? Yeah,
It's
D3.
D3. It's D3.
Yeah, yeah. I would
Well,
I would just copy. That's how bad my chess was, Floki.
I mean, my chess was even worse, Avik, so you have nothing to be ashamed about. Every parent wants their child to be another Vishwanathan Anand, but we're not even capable of standing anywhere close to his shadow. I mean, I think as soon as we start getting to the even close to his shadow, we're gonna start corrupting his brilliant
Yeah.
mind, and his chess is automatically gonna drop. Like he's gonna drop a few points on his elo rating. Regardless, though, I'm really surprised. I mean, actually, I'm not that surprised because SMX has said it before. SMX has said that he often plays Omen on Split. That like that's the agent he goes for on this particular map. Now, I am curious to see how he's going to perform because on Soa, this guy has been absolutely stellar. But on Omen, I'm not sure if it's at the level of his Soa yet. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I just haven't seen enough of him to know this. But if he did clutch out a few rounds when he was playing Omen yesterday, I believe. But, the level I mean, once you're used to playing as agent at a certain level, when you switch agents, it can be a little difficult to bring back your A game. And if that's something that FAR Esports are relying on, then they're going to have to buckle up and find alternative ways to make it work. Because we've seen that even though his role is an initiator on the team, SMX, he kind of likes to take the role of going in and getting those frags, like being aggressive every single time. He needs a duelist but doesn't have one. So he could definitely fulfill that role with Omen. And I'm just curious to see what his approach to playing that agent is, because Omen, flexible, if he stays alive long enough, as Hellranger has seen, he can toss out multiple dark covers, he can toss out multiple smokes, and that can really help you out in the long run. Uh, Compare that to playing something like a Sova, and you don't necessarily have to be alive when you're on the offense, especially if you go in and you get a trade. Ideally, you would like to because you get multiple recons, but that's not always necessary. So, yeah.
Well, so is not on this map, but Floki has a lot of questions. I think it's going to boil down to the battle of the duelists. It's SK Rossi plus his man Scales going up versus Knight Rider +1. It's going to be Raze and Jet versus Raze and Jet on this map time and time again. For now, though, Scales is taking a lot of damage. It's not going to be all that simple for Skills. He's got the Boombot. They're both sending out their Boombots at the exact same time. And they're now swinging to Vents. They've actually swung to Vents. It's not going to be easy because Whitehorse, this man, so reliable, has actually managed to put together a backstab. Lightning Fast will finally bring him down. And with a little bit of help from Knight Rider, they've done it. They've done it.
Beautiful, beautiful trigger discipline there by Knight Rider. He lets everyone pass. He lets Whitehorse get the kill, and then when the time is right, when they're distracted and they line up, he gets the double kill, and then he finishes off Skills. Great stuff from FAR Esports so far. I mean, this is what we've seen from this team. It's just raw genius. It's like a 7-year-old playing chess. Like, maybe there's not a lot of strategy involved, but that guy is going to make the right moves, and you're going to be left with your head scratching as how you should approach it. FAR Esports, so far...
I think they play speed chess, Floki. I think that's what they do.
Yeah, it's called Blitz Chess, but we don't have to talk about chess when there's a beautiful game like Valorant up on our screens. And right now, SK Rossi's made his way onto the site with the dash, but the problem is he's all by his lonesome. The camera destroyed by Whitehorse is going to give away his position, and now the Aftershock is going to come out from the breach. Whitehorse peeks out, is able to get the kill and do a significant amount of damage to the enemy Skills race. And just like that, this round, slowly but surely being closed out by FAR Esports, as Global Esports can't even get close enough to take a comfortable fight. Scargod perched up over here in this mid area towards this little cubby. They don't need to make any more aggressive plays. There's just two people alive. Let them come to you. SMX though, he's hunting. He is stalking the enemy Omen, doing what Omens do. And I think he's going to be able to find... Hellranger if he moves forward. But look at this. Kappa actually finds the kill onto Scargod. He wasn't expecting him there. Knight Rider has a chance to take him out, but look at this concuss coming out from him. He's not going to be able to peek out just yet. Not sure if he has any flashes to work with. No, he doesn't. Just a classic in a dream. But he found a kill. If he can plant the spike, that'd be more than enough. SMX though, he's got his number. It's going to be a triple kill for him. And just like that, FAR Esports are going to pick up the second round. No surprises there, but Global Esports, they're going to be surprising FAR this time around because they have a full buy, they have a lot of money, and they've come prepared.
Yeah. I think FAR Esports have definitely come prepared so far, but again, this is when SK Rossi and Skills can really put something together. Can they outdo Scargod as well as Knight Rider? Have they got it in them? Have the Raze and the Jet, have the two duelists got what it takes, the gonads as you like to call it, to undo FAR's defense? For now, Scargod just going to push and get a little bit of information. Boombot for Boombot being traded out. Both Razes mirroring each other on the map. Incidentally, the spike's been dropped though. So this time around, Global Esports are just looking for information. They found where one of Whitehorse's cameras are. I think that should be enough for SK Rossi to be able to shoot it down, but these stars can be a little tricky to just shoot down the camera on, especially if you're not paying attention. SK Rossi as well as Lightning Fast are just perched towards A, and maybe with the breach, maybe with Kappa's help, they might try and hit the A side. It's not going to be simple. SMX is actually dropping a one-way smoke to just confuse them. And this is starting to get trickier for the side of Global Esports. The skill falls prey to the push. There you go. There's that coordination coming up from Nightrider and Scargard. Now it's up to Whitehouse and SMX. Whitehouse gets the kill close range with the Spectre, follows it up with another. That's SK Rossi and Lightning Faust. Then finally Kappa comes in with the trade, but they've got only 2 members alive. 2 members on the Global Esports offense make that 1, as it's just Hellranger all by himself. Hellranger good for 1 kill, but that's about it. FAR will not let him have any more. It's a 3rd round for the defense. FAR has kicked in on this 4th map, Floki. I feel like they kicked into some other mode on Haven itself. They're here to take this best of 5 all the way to map number 5, Floki.
Absolutely, you gotta earn your keep over here. Even if you're Global Esports and FAR Esports, they're definitely not here to just roll over and die. They're gonna fight to the bitter end. And these people, well, they're gonna take some time to think now. FAR Esports, they're gonna take a tactical timeout. They're gonna take some time, because we know time and time again that if it's any rounds that FAR Esports has trouble with, it's those buy rounds. Right now, it's not going to be a buy from the enemy team. They do know that they could potentially force it, but FAR Esports wants to be ready for it.
Yeah, it's a slightly less forced buy. I mean, sure, I saw a couple of sheriffs and whatnot come out from Global Esports, but they're just trying to work with what they have. They don't want to commit too much economy. They don't want to commit too many credits into this round. They've got a frenzy here, a sheriff there on the side of Global Esports. It's at least what they had. I see pings on the minimap. It looks as if they're trying to wrap around A. That seems to be, I don't know who's pinging that out. But yeah, Global Esports, they tried to contest mid. It wasn't that simple. Now they should be aware that if they ignore B, that Nightrider as well as Scargard will push for information. I think that's the adjustment that Global Esports need to make. And FAR Esports, they like to keep things unpredictable. You said that they're like a young child who's... What did he say, Floki?
Yeah, it's like a young chess grandmaster, you know. There may not be a lot of strategy involved, but they'll make all the right moves and they'll counter what you're doing, and they'll force you to play their game in a certain way. So
yeah,
I mean, it's a very poor analogy. I get that, but yeah, FAR Esports, you get the point. They're unpredictable, and
I do.
Yeah, they can destroy you if you give them an opening.
I think what's worth looking at is that FAR Esports are unpredictable, but even Vishwanath Anand played a lot of speed chess, blaze chess, whatever you want to call it. So I mean, I really don't know if there is age at player, but FAR Esports definitely like to keep things fast, and they like to keep Global Esports guessing and thinking. So this is where the ciphers have got to really start to adjust. So if you look at Global Esports, they have one very defensive camera, just trying to mark any sort of aggression coming out from A. And yeah, it looks as if Scales is just trying to work B all by himself. The Boombot can take away the more predictable trap wires, but nothing is predictable about Whitehouse's setup. He's just standing on site with Chevy by his side, while Global Esports are trying to take control of mid. Scargard is holding on to B tower. Nightrider is being pushed back with the operator. He's just holding a very conventional angle. The sounds on the ropes can be a little distracting. SK Rossi just messing with him. SK Rossi really patient and ready to contest. Skills will manage to find an opening elsewhere, but Scargard is there. Scargard from B Tower will try and just shut down most of Global Esports and their aggression, but have Global Esports found enough to at least plant the spike? Yes, they have. The spike is planted. It's a retake for the defense. 3 members alive, and SK Rossi, he's now with the rest of his team. Let's just look at the post plant coming out from Global Esports. They're split up. Scargard and the others are trying to bit by bit work this side. SMX is going to possibly be the first point of contact. Scargard has done his bit. He does manage to find a kill. Nightrider sings with the off. SMX clears that close corner. It's just Hellranger all by himself. Hellranger is all by himself at the back of that little cubby, and he gets 2 kills with that Phantom, which he stole, if I'm not mistaken. But it's not enough for Global Esports to, you know, secure a round win. They did do economic damage, but the operator is there with Nightrider.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, if you notice the kill cam, FAR Esports, it's almost like a coordinated attack. It's like a hive mind. There are a bunch of bees. They come they get together and they kill you at the same time all at once. There's no lack of
Yeah.
there's no lack of coordination in between them. But Global Esports, they're known for their buy rounds, and well, they got a buy under their belt. Let's see what they can do. They're gonna be pushing themselves up towards mid this time, and that is where they came close to winning one of their rounds. So we'll see if it works a second time.
Yep.
But the breach, I'm surprised to see the breach is actually like no one is actually playing ropes on FAR Esports. In fact, they just couldn't give
Oh,
up ropes
Skills has
entirely.
just gone in. Skills goes in and he challenges Kargod. He gets the kill with a little bit of help from our breach on the offense. Kappa's trying his best, but it's Shivi who's undone most of this aggression as SK Rossi and Skills fall. Now Kappa's got to hold on. He does manage to deal with Knight Rider. The operator taken away from the defense. It's now a 3v3. Global Esports, they've got the Rolling Thunder. Kappa is going to channel it, and maybe they're going to try and go B. As B main is where the rest of the offense is coming in from. Hellranger and needs to clear this angle, but he's got Lightning Fast by his side. Lightning Fast deals with the enemy Cypher. It's now a 2v2.
Oh, but
Hellranger
look at
actually
this.
swung A. Hellranger swung A with the spike, and Lightning Fast is all by himself. Lightning Fast needs to swing as well. What does Hellranger do? Where does he go? Where does he hide? Shivi as well as SMX are trying to piece this together. They know that the spike is planted in A. They've got to clear so many corners, so many angles, Floki.
Yeah, and this is some big brain plays coming out here from Hellranger, once again showing us just how big his dome is. And it's really, really big because they're going to spend a lot of time clearing these angles like you mentioned. They tap the spike, trying to force a reaction, and Hellranger gets him with the spam through the smoke while he was nearsighted. He's going to get traded out by SMX. Lightning Fast beat 10 HP to work with the spike in his favor. It's not enough, but does he have enough time? SMX, he's going to tap the bomb. Is he going to fire it? He's turning vigorously, and he will be able to clutch this round. FAR Esports, they almost lost that round. Hellranger got the better of them with the play, but unfortunately, Lightning Fast, I don't think even he was ready for that play as he was scurrying back towards the A side.
That was a really good round coming up from Global Esports, and now they've called for a tactical pause. They really want to reconsider their options that nearly worked out. Hellranger really doing his thing, you know. He TP'd onto the back of side, got the plant. He knew where his plant was. He abused the small gap in that smoke. His dome is big, but the smokes on the map, they measure 7 meters, Floki. So if you can try and abuse them, good for you. He just took that very forward position towards ATAR, and he managed to find one kill. He really needed to wait for his buddy. He really needed to wait for Lightning Fast to be close enough to find the trade. And Hellranger, I mean, we did see a lot of notes yesterday come out from both Hellranger as well as SMX, and I really don't know who's come more prepared for this one. This time around, though, we're moving into the 6th round. We had both of them as guests. SMX this time has a proper buy. SMX can scatter as well. If you look at Global Esports, they've got skills with the Showstopper and they've got the Neural Theft. Those are not the best abilities to try and make aggressive plays off. The Neural Theft needs to set up for a kill. I don't know if Skills has the confidence to run the Showstopper. He drive peeks the operator, gets punished. Both the two players who had abilities to work with get shut down immediately. FAR Esports, they're not going to make this easy for Global.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to commend Skargod at the start, just baiting them in with his praise. Man, this is so cheeky. The man, he knows exactly what Knight Rider wants. He sets him up perfectly, and they end up finding more than what they could have asked for. They found 2 kills, and Whitehouse is finding even more. Hellranger's gonna go down. SK Rossi is gonna be revealed with the Cypher Traps being spammed through his own Cloud Burst. Not the way he imagined himself going down, and not the way he wants to go down, but he will fall to Skargod. Kappa, in the meantime, is gonna eat a boom bot to his face. Will be able to deal with Skargod, but he only has 40 points of life remaining, and SMX is gonna be quick to take that away from him too. 4 players alive on FAR Esports, really great for their economy. Multiple ultimates up, and Global Esports, they're really struggling to get around on the board.
Yeah.
I mean they have their ultimates up and ready this time. So they could potentially force buy if they feel cheeky, but that would be a huge risk. They have 3,000 credits in the bank, and it looks like it's going to be a force buy. I see Hellranger buying up an SMG and light shields, Lightning Fast with light shields, so it's not really going to be a force buy, but Hellrange is like, guys, I'm gonna go first. We're gonna get the plant. Let's do this.
Yeah, they're trying to force the issue towards B. I mean, I don't know what they're going to accomplish. SMX has actually moved in aggressively so that Knight Rider feels a little bit secure. Just peeking at A. White Horse, he's going to deal with most of the aggression coming out. Scargod, even there with the paint shells, the showstopper, I believe it was committed by Skills, but Skills didn't get too much done. Shivy and Scargod will walk with their guns. They've shut them down. 7-0 Global Esports. Their offense is not finding any openings, Floki.
Yeah, and this is why you don't poke the bear, because if the bear gets angry, he chews your face out. And that's what FAR Esports are doing right now. The big man himself, Breach, with the ultimate up and ready. He's been such a great supporting cast for his team every single time, backing his teammates up with the fault line and the flashes, setting them up for success, and even being an anchor when needed up towards that B rafters area. I have to say, every single member on FAR Esports does their job well. And then there are some people like SMX and Knight Rider who take it to the next level. This team is the perfect blend of having some really high skill players and then having some rocks that you can rely on in tough situations to help you get those extra kills, to help you put in a spot where you can win. Really, really great lineup from FAR Esports and really great synergy between each of them too.
Yeah, so far so good for FAR Esports. They've got a 7-round lead, Floki. The synergy is looking strong. I'm not quite sure what this pause is and what is going on, but Scargod and the others should feel rather comfortable. You mentioned the Rolling Thunder. It's available for Shivy. Scargod doesn't have the showstopper. I don't think Scargod has got his showstopper. Okay, I think he does. Did I miss that, Floki? But what I know is that for Global Esports, if they need the neural theft, Lightning Fast has it. So Lightning Fast has got the neural theft up and ready. Kappa is just buying out all the utility he can, because Kappa has got to. I mean, if you are a Breach and if you are playing offense, it's very understandable that you might have to forsake your buy for more. There you go. So Scargod has got the showstopper. Knight Rider, he's picked up the Blade Storm. Global Esports are trailing by 7 rounds, Floki. If they manage to put together 5, they'd be very, very impressed with themselves for this half. 5 rounds is very, very good on split, especially when you started off like this. Has Hellranger made that adjustment though? Has he found the answer to break open FAR Esports defenses? For now, FAR Esports looking like a rock, and Knight Rider just pushing into this box. He's not going to get too bothered by the concuss because he did manage to sneak in. So I don't think they know that he's there. He's actually snuck into that corner. That's a very punishing corner to hold. If you get a fusion cannon tossed out on you, if there's anything that's being tossed in your way,
No more
it's a corner that will punish you. Now, Global Esports, they're trying to work B, Floki.
Yeah, they're trying to work B, and in they go. SK Rossi quick with the dash, but White Horse is going to be quick with the kill, quick with the trigger. He finds 2, finds 3 in fact. A man single-handedly locking down the site. What else could you ask of him? He even pops the trap before he dies to prevent Hellranger from getting his aim on point, but I think he's done enough. White Horse single-handedly shutting down this B push coming in from Global Esports, and man, I have to hand it to him. White Horse really carrying his team on his back. And that's one strong horse. That's one hell of a horse. That's a horse I want to have in my stable if I ever had one. Global Esports, though. Yeah, I mean, that tag sums it up.
30
to the
seconds
horse
left.
races, Floki? Have you ever been to
No.
a horse race? Okay,
I
have you
haven't.
been to Matharan?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, good. I think it doesn't matter though, because Global Esports are going nowhere. They have 15 seconds on the clocks, and Knight Rider will not let Hellranger pass.
10 seconds left.
Kappa is just going to hold on to the spike, try and hold on to his Phantom. I ask myself time and time again, have Global Esports made the adjustment?
Worthless.
They're trying to force B, but B is not going to be as simple as they think, because this Cypher, White Horse, is so on point. His game is so on point. You cannot just walk into B.
Absolutely, and I have to hand it to him. Like, the ability to hold down a site all by yourself, I mean, that has to be really encouraging for FAR Esports. Just like that, they're gonna have the confidence to make those aggressive plays now. Like, we've seen Knight Rider, who likes to make these sort of info plays when he knows that there isn't anybody really contesting his area. And this is what White Horse enables, really. I mean, just imagine being Knight Rider right now. You're holding on a site all by yourself. if I was Knight Rider, I'd have so much confidence that I'd go out with a classic and peek all of them at once. I mean, that's how bolstering it can be to have a teammate like Whitehorse on your side. But for now, SK Rossi will find his way in towards ropes. So Global Esports get themselves a decent chunk of map control, but they still have to worry about Cypher traps and the enemy's positions, because I don't think they're hearing this rotation coming in from Scargod. Now it's going to be revealed with the blast back, and Knight Rider, watching his cross, is going to lock the area down. But look at the rolling thunder coming in from Shivy. I'm not sure if he actually heard anything, but he does manage to slow down the push. And nothing else. Knight Rider, oh, the no scope! He actually manages to get the kill, and now with the cloud burst, he's gonna get the hell out of there. Knight Rider, my goodness! We've seen this sometimes in other tactical shooters, but this man is a brand of his own. Doing that with the operator, what he like. You underestimated him because he made what you thought was a wrong dash, but he has your number. Instead, he's gonna no-scope you. SK Rossi and Hellranger, though, this duo is not to be underestimated either, as they pick up 3 kills in a span of less than 3 seconds. And now it's Knight Rider all by his lonesome. This is not how he imagined this round would go. And the knives out is gonna do some work, but it's not gonna do enough, as Hellranger, well, he is looking to pick up. He actually does not pick up the op. Okay, so FAR Esports. Yeah.
He just looked at it wistfully and said, "That weapon can only do so much for you. That weapon can only do so much for you. It's not the foundation of your defense. That weapon has a limit, and if you just play around that weapon, you can break open any defense." Now, Global Esports, if they're really looking to win split or have a chance to win split, they need those 3 remaining rounds in this half. Had they done enough, though? Had they done enough? Is Knight Rider still up for the task?
I think even with 8 rounds of defense, FAR Esports are going to be really happy. We know how good they are with pistols, so it can be pretty easy for them to establish a lead on the attacking side. I'll hold that thought for now, though, because SK Rossi, once again, really aggressive towards that mid-area, but it's yet to pay off. And he's going to back off rather wisely. He doesn't want to be peeking into all those people that are perched up right outside A. But look at this insane... just look at this insane play coming in from... well, never mind. It's actually not insane. I thought that was the enemy team regardless. But I thought it was FAR Esports pushing out all the way from attacker spawn. But that's actually Global Esports, and my eyes need a check. Anyway,
Global Esports are trying to fake A, Floki, and they're trying to wrap around into B. Now, the problem is they need to get past Scargod. Yeah, Scargod doesn't have too much. He's just playing this close angle. Does he find that first kill? Does he peek? Does he look for information? Can Lightning Fast be as quick as his name says he is? Yes, he can. He's found the kill. He gets information with the neural step. I believe there's even a teleport in the midst of all of this, and Shivy doesn't know where to look. Shivy, dumbfounded, dead. Global Esports are finding what they need in this very latter stage of this first half. They found themselves the spike planted, and now just 2 members on the side of FAR Esports, SMX and Knight Rider, and they've decided to save this time around, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, no reason to throw the lead away. After losing 2 rounds in a row, your economy ends up getting damaged. So if you can save your guns, that's really going to come in handy for the next few rounds. It's going to increase your chances of winning because you're going to have a lot more money to work with. You can drop your friends. You can make sure that everyone has enough money to get themselves shields and utility. And just like this, Global Esports, slowly but surely, mounting a comeback in this map number 4, Vivek.
Yeah, they won't even let them save it. SK Rossi is hunting Floki. He's hunting for that operator.
Yeah, but I think he was confused about Knight Rider's position. He was a little terrified as to where he could be. Ends up looking away at the wrong moment and getting his head blown off. But regardless, FAR Esports, they're going to be happy. They saved the op, the 8 rounds into this defense side. If they could get it to 9, I think they're going to be really, really pleased with themselves. But yeah, so far, they haven't done too shabbily at all. And another tactical pause is going to be taken by FAR Esports to consider their options here and think about what they need to do.
I don't even know if it's tactical or technical, Floki. I have no idea. At this stage, I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we could bring up the scoreboard for a moment and just have a look at the economy of both teams, I think we have a better idea of what if this was a tactical pause or a technical one. And there we go. Okay, so look at Scargod. Okay, he has a rifle. Never mind. And so they have a decent amount of money, but it's not amazing. They do want to win this round. On the other hand, you look at Global Esports and they've built up quite a bank for themselves, so they can afford to maybe lose a few rounds monetarily, but when you look at the scoreboard, they kind of want to get every round they can on this offense side, so that their defense is that much easier. Because if, I hope this doesn't happen, but if FAR Esports are able to string 2 rounds in a row together, we know how they are on their pistols. They're nutty, their aim is crisp, and they're going to take it to 12-2, and that's not a spot Global Esports, by any stretch of the imagination, would like to find themselves in.
Yep. I
Knight
agree.
Rider?
And I think if you're in this place in the defense, Floki, you just should
Yeah.
you should buy. If you can put together
Yeah.
a buy, you got 2 rounds remaining. What's there to lose? If you win this with the operator, you've done your bit. Like you at least clinch the round fundamentally. So FAR Esports, they put together a buy. This might be their last buy of this half. Depending on where this round goes. Knight Rider does manage to spot out the Cypher camera. He's quick, so he's keeping Lightning Fast in check.
Yeah.
He's not going to push out A. He's giving away his position, but just look at Global Esports on your mini-map. They're starting to wrap around B. It's a split between mid and B tower. So it basically looks as if Global Esports get themselves a lot of control at B, and that's what they're going to try and abuse. Hellranger needs to push out B main. And for that, Shivy needs to be distracted. Shivy's got to pick one place to look at now. Scargod immediately swings. He's the one pushing out B. Skills will manage to find Shivy. Scargod gets a kill, and his spray control is just too darn good as he finds another. Hellranger and Lightning Fast dead. Scargod has done his bait. Kappa and SK Rossi, the 2 members alive for the side of Global Esports. This buy
30
has
seconds
worked out
left.
for FAR.
One
30
enemy
seconds on
remaining.
the clock. Kappa is dead. It's just SK Rossi, one man, the duelist, all by himself. Needs to find these kills. 21 seconds. Will even find 1 kill to start with. The Satchel's being tossed out. The operator at close range. Knight Rider and Scargod will anchor down any side
Last
if you
round
ask
in
them
the
to.
hash.
Absolutely, Vivek. And once again, we're seeing FAR Esports using their timeouts really, really well. They're able to string together 9 rounds on defense in a 12-round half. They're going to be very, very happy with themselves. The game is not over, but it's in a comfortable spot for FAR Esports, and that's what matters. If they can string this final round as well, which could be possible looking at Global Esports' buy, with Hellranger having only light shields, I think they're going to be really, really satisfied. They can't get complacent though, because they have to win this game if they want to have a shot at clinching the title in the grand finals in a BO5. So they're going to have to make sure they stay on their toes and they don't let Global Esports get away with their shenanigans. Speaking of shenanigans, SK Rossi is up to some of his own. He's found himself on towards this ramp area inside the Omen smoke, but he doesn't know that Knight Rider is marking his position, and he'll back off wisely so, but Skills goes in instead and takes the death for him. Knight Rider now going to switch his position up. Scargod knows where the people are. Knight Rider, in fact, is going to find another kill on towards SK Rossi. The breach shell thrown out just for Knight Rider. But look at that. Lightning Fast. He's going to come in and he's
Player
going
standing.
to end up just dying like that. I mean, Scargod is also going to find the 3rd kill. I mean, the 4th kill, and Global Esports, as quickly as they put together that push, it came crashing down at the hands of Knight Rider's op.
Yeah, great stuff
Switching
coming up from
sides.
Scargod. I don't even think he got an opportunity to really put the showstopper to any meaningful use on defense. It's primarily a tool that does a lot for you on defense because you can abuse the verticality around A. There are a lot of interesting and neat things you can do around A still with the blast packs. For now, Global Esports, they've got to be concerned about winning this pistol. It's time to see what Hellranger and the boys are made up of. The trap wires are being set. There's one towards A, just marking that common connector. There's a camera towards screens. So Lightning Fast has got his setup up and going. SK Rossi, I think he's going to be floating around. And yeah, A is not going to be that simple for the side of FAR Esports, but let's see what they managed to put together. Scargod has been explosive on his race. Can Shivy set him up? Knight Rider is actually challenging SK Rossi. He moves in, he wants to challenge SK Rossi, and he's actually lost a lot of health. The camera sees all of this. Lightning Fast is just looking patiently through the camera. I mean, at least it appears to. Yeah, the camera shakes. Not all camera operators are very steady, but yeah, SK Rossi will finally best Knight Rider, assisted by that information. He gets the kill with the Ghost. The defense off to a good start. FAR Esports are now trying to take control of mid. The Boombot is going to sneak in. It appears as if Vents is clear, but now SK Rossi can make his move. if he wants to make a play, he can try and push out Vents, but he's being patient, he's being disciplined. Skills is going to hold down B tower. The paint shot's being tossed out, he's going to peek. The blind, perfect. Kappa there with the assistance, with the support. Reliable as always. They get the kills that they need, and Skills, he's got raw aim with the ghost if needed. Beautiful setup coming out from Kappa as well as Skills. They win that pistol. Global Esports can breathe a small sigh of relief, Loki, but it's a tall task ahead of them. They've got to win 7 more rounds in a row, at the very least to start with, and then they've got to just keep breaking FAR's economy.
Absolutely. It's an uphill battle for them, and they've reached a plateau for now, but there's still a long climb to go, and their climbing gear isn't looking exactly like it's in its best shape. So, FAR Esports, they're at the summit, they're almost there, they've made it to the peak, they're about to reach it, they just need to make sure that they hold on to their horses and don't get a little too rowdy. This round though is going to be a throwaway one, they're going to be happy if they get the plant down, but look at Hellranger, he's ready for this. Make a bunch of noise towards A, but look at where SMX has found himself. In fact, well, I thought SMX would be able to get the kill, but Ray's Skills, he's on to him, he knows where he's going to be coming from. There's the fault line coming through, doesn't really hit onto anyone. Skills still very confident about his angle, is going to hold it, but FAR Esports, they decide to run. They decide to make a run for it, and the A side is where they're going to be hitting. Now it's down to lightning fast. So it's better at long range, not the most ideal of weapons. The ultimate orb is also going to get picked up, so a big victory there for FAR Esports. And now they're running back into sewers and going towards mid. This is very interesting coming out from them. They're not making any noise, but I think SK Rossi is going to know now that they've made their way towards mid. And Skills is also making his way towards the B Raptors area. He's going to know that that's the only place they can really attack from. SK Rossi has the other area covered. And FAR Esports really taking the time in this eco round just to mess with Global Esports a little
30
bit.
seconds left.
I mean, there's nothing for them. I think they just came to take ultimate points, and now they're just swinging towards me. There's Kappa. Kappa has a lot of easy frags ahead of him, but the animation of the fault line was his undoing. Fortunately, he's got a friend like Skills, and if you have a friend like Skills, you should be racking up those kills. SK Rossi will also chime in. If I was sitting on the server with Global Esports, Floki, I'd be carried from gold to diamond so easily.
Yeah, you probably would be. You probably would be. You might even be carried all the way to Immortal, Vivek. Unfortunately for FAR Esports, they're going to have to carry themselves. They're not going to have anybody boosting them or backing them up. And this is the really cool thing about just having to eco second round. I mean, just pull up the scoreboard again for a second. I just want to talk about something. Look at the buy that Global Esports have and compare it to the buy that FAR Esports have. They actually have a worse buy after winning the first 2 rounds. So this is something that, I mean, yes, you can get yourself a rifle, but then those first 2 rounds not really end up mattering. And this is why I feel like FAR Esports and Global Esports both are able to make these sort of comebacks regardless of the outcome of the first 2 rounds. In fact, I feel like the team that lost the first 2 rounds is more likely to win the third one. Regardless, FAR Esports, they found the first pick and they have a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, they found 1 kill. They're working away at Skills and trying to take away all his abilities. The Boombot as well as the paint shells have been committed. FAR Esports are very methodical and they're being very patient about this. The Spike is just lurking outside B. Most of FAR Esports towards mail room. Bit by bit just working mid-bottom and moving up towards mid-top. It looks as if they're going to spread and collapse upon B. Shivy being very, very patient, just clearing out these angles. 43 seconds on the clock. Knight Rider feels confident enough to sneak into Vents. Stealthily, he jumps down these ropes and he makes a little bit of noise. He knows that there's nobody really looking for control.
30 seconds left.
And the Spike has now joined the team. And Scargod as well as Knight Rider. They're the ones looking for openings. They're swinging in, but Hellranger has himself the operator. This man, I know he can work this gun, and he can work it well enough for Lightning Fast to chime in with another kill. Hellranger, the X Factor, gets a kill. Blinded though, the Spike needs to go down for FAR Esports. SMX will help out. The Spike is not being planted. 6 seconds on the clock. Hellranger will not let them. Blinded by SMX's paranoia, it doesn't matter. He's done enough for Kappa to just chime in with the Spectre. Hellranger brings out the operator, Floki.
Absolutely. The never say die attitude runs strong in Global Esports as well. As FAR Esports, they're gonna have to do a lot more than that if they want to be able to stroll onto Hellranger's bomb site. He hands over the operator over to SK Rossi, who's gonna be running it now, picks up a Vandal for himself. And FAR Esports, that has to be a slight shock to the system. Seeing Hellranger op like that, that has to be in their minds now that this is a possibility that Global Esports could just run an op on Hellranger. That's something that they'll have to
Yep.
respect.
Yep.
Look at this though. I mean, Hellranger perched himself up on this area. He knows that the enemy team doesn't really have a strong buy, so he can afford to take risks like this. And that single flash coming in from Kappa is throwing everyone back. The fault line as well coming through. I think it concussed one, but Kappa might be caught up by this one. Nope, he does not. SK Rossi finds the kill onto Knight Rider. There's the aftershock being thrown out as well, just to clear the angle and give SK Rossi more room to work with. And FAR, they're going to take the time and they're going to decide where to go. They could stroll onto this A site though. I mean, there's still Skills and Kappa who's still holding onto the B rafters area. So if they run in, they might be able to get the plant. And now with the smoke coming in, I think the Cypher is gonna I think Lightning Fast is gonna relay that information back to his team. But look at this, they're gonna go aggressively in towards that ramps area. The question is, where do they go from here, Vivek? They're actually going back into rope room. And Global Esports, well, they're just going to hold their breath. They're going to stay where they
30
are.
seconds left.
No need to take initiative when you don't know where the enemy team is. They're just going to chill and hold their position. Skills has the Vandal. Let's see how many kills he can get. Not many, because he actually took out his frag grenade and ended up getting caught with his pants down. The teleport is going to come in. It's cheeky to look at, but SMX is going to be taken down by Kappa. The spike has been dropped.
10 seconds
At this
left.
point, Whitehorse, he's going to be happy to pick up a weapon, but he's not even going to be able to do that as Kappa puts a bullet in his head and puts him out of his misery.
Yeah,
Global
it was not
Esports.
the most ideal buy coming out from FAR Esports, Floki. And
Yeah.
Global Esports were Hellranger is starting to make whatever adjustments necessary in his playstyle. So Hellranger is the one you got to read if you want to beat them or best them on their defense. I think not just Hellranger, Kappa also very, very reliable, just throwing in the fault line, the flashes. You could see the friendship between Hellranger and Kappa in play, and even SK Rossi quick enough to rotate. Now, where's the operator? No one knows. Is there even an operator for Global Esports? No one. Okay, there it is. There it is. SK Rossi has it. I think SK Rossi is running 1+1.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Maybe I've been betrayed by the heart, but SK Rossi reliable will deal with one boom bot and quickly get away. He's given away his position. The flashes are coming through, but their skills. Skills will help out as he deals with Scargon. SMX will manage to bring back some parity in terms of numbers. It's now a 4v4. FAR Esports, they know that there's an operator, and now they've got to try and find a way to break open Global Esports defense.
Yeah, and the way they're going to do it is by showing some presence towards A, while Shivy and Knight Rider get into position towards B to push towards that Rafters area where they know SK Rossi is perched up. And Whitehorse pushing in with SMX. He knows that there is Cypher on the trap, but look at the rolling thunder coming in, and SK Rossi caught with his pants down. Perfect initiation there by Shivy. Knight Rider there to
Shivy.
capitalize, but look at this. Hellranger, Lightning Fast, both managed to pull it back, and all of a sudden, what was a 4v3 for
30
FAR
seconds
Esports
left.
is now a 3v2 in favor of Global. And all of a sudden, FAR Esports, they are not going to be too pleased if they end up losing this round. Just giving up those kills
Yeah.
like that.
SMX TP'd into screens. He got himself a little bit of information. Hellranger just tapping blindly. Gets one, gets the other. He knew exactly where SMX would drop from. His spray, perfect to look at. Hellranger clinical with that mechanical skill of his. Gets two crucial kills. Global Esports will shut down FAR. Despite that perfect initiation that we saw earlier onto SK Rossi, the Rolling Thunder, perfect. Knight Rider making the most use of it. FAR Esports do not get the spike down. The spike doesn't get planted, and that's the issue they're facing in their lineup right now on offense, Floki.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, not being able to plant the spike down means you can't really build up your economy. So it's just become a vicious cycle where FAR Esports take a gamble onto one side, can't really get the spike down, and as a result, don't have money to work with in the next round. They did save up this time, so they have a few buys, but it's not the best in the world because one of the players is working with an SMG, another is working with light shields. So, Global Esports, they're going to have 3. They're going to go to a game 5. And I don't think Global Esports wants that. They want them to, they want to be able to shut down FAR Esports right here on this map, because after looking at what happened on Haven, I don't think Global Esports are too keen on playing that map again.
Yep, I don't think Haven is where they want to go. They want to win it on defense. They want to win it now. There's a little bit of breathing room for Global Esports, but FAR Esports, I don't think have they put together any rounds on offense, Floki?
I don't. I mean, they have put a one. They actually haven't. They actually haven't. It was 10-2, and they yet to put a single round on offense. We can see that on the screen on the scoreboard. All the rounds have been won by defense, Awake, and this could go from bad to worse. See, I mean, we know that defense side economy is not always great, considering how you're always trading out your players and you constantly have to repurchase shields. But if you let them build up a lead like this, it can be really hard to come back in a game, especially against Global Esports. So far,
Yeah.
they need to put something they need to pull something unconventional out of their bag. Maybe Knight Rider needs to dash in mid again like he did on Ascent, and that could open things up, give them some room to work with, and finally get them back on the board. But for now, it's going to be a tack pause. I'm not sure who's exactly taking it, but it's a well-timed one. I think both teams need to take the time to think about how they want to play this. Global Esports, they want to preserve their advantage, and FAR Esports, they want to smash it. Well, it's 16 seconds now, and the clock is going to start running again. FAR Esports. We'll see what they manage to pull through. Knight Rider this time not choosing to save up for the op, is going to have the Phantom. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, 10-7. FAR Esports, they've come far, but is it far enough? Is that 4-leaf clover enough good luck for them? Do they even need luck? Or is the power of friendship, is the power of communication enough for them? For now, Knight Rider, like you mentioned, he's trying to find openings on this map. He's got the Blade Storm if he needs it. He doesn't have the dash. He's committed the dash to sneak in, but elsewhere Skills is like, got one. As SMX ends up dying, Global Esports are really making life difficult for FAR. Now, this is a buy of sorts coming up from FAR Esports, and they want to put this buy to good use. If they lose one at mid, it's not going to be easy. Now, Skills is going to help out his buddy as he pushes with the boombot for a little more information towards ramp. There's also a boombot coming in from Scargod towards vent room, rope room, whatever you want to call it, mid vents. So FAR and the others trying to find information. Now they managed to pull back the numbers as Skills just gets a little bit ahead of himself, pushes a bit too much. I think Knight Rider was ready for that. Again, Kappa's been phenomenal, Floki, towards B-Tower. He's been so
Absolutely.
solid, just locking it down.
He also has the Rolling Thunder to work with, so as soon as he hears noise, he's not gonna be afraid to pop it and take the firefight all by himself. SK Rossi gonna get concussed with the fault line for now, but he's gonna be doing good. FAR Esports have some control over this ramps area, and now with Knight Rider peeking out, he's not gonna be too happy with what he saw there. What he saw was his life flashing before his eyes as he ended up falling, and Scargod slowly trying to pull it back in the favor of FAR. They will at least get the plant down, but the post-plant situation is not in their favor. They're on B site. But look at this, this might just end up being the biggest brain play they can muster. Both of them actually pushing out here towards Heaven. I'm not sure if Global Esports are gonna know where they are. They make noise though. I think this time around they will be aware. FAR White House is able to pick up a kill onto Lightning Fast, but they need to do more than this if they want to clutch the round. And look at that, SK Rossi ends up going down. It's now a showdown between the Breach and the Race. Kappa low on health, also has to defuse the spike. I think it has been half tapped. No, in fact, it hasn't. Race gonna come in, try to get the kill, and he's gonna be successful. A much needed round for FAR Esports, putting them back on the board, and hopefully taking this to a game number 5 as Global, they slip up for a moment and FAR Esports punish them.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
that was beautiful communication coming up from Scargod and Whitehorse. They planted and they instantly ran out of there. It was what I don't know. I really don't know what to say. But when I was in 10th, Loki, sometimes I would go into CCD and not pay the bill. We used to call it dine and dash back in the day. They plant the spike, they get out of there, they wrap around, and they're there for the post plant. Those pain shells, perfect. They caused enough problems, and bit by bit they eliminated everyone from B, and it was just one person that had to clutch it out. And how much can you ask of Kappa, really? Those 1v1s can be really, really tricky, especially when you don't have time. There's no time on the spike. You know that you have to tap it. It's planted in the worst possible corner. You don't have a friend by your side. And Scargod, he knew what he had to do. Beautiful paint shells, beautiful communication coming out from Scargod, as well as Whitehorse. They managed to put together one round. this time it's paid dividends. Their buy has paid dividends, Floki. But there's a lot more work that they need to do. At least 2 more rounds is what they need to take this all the way to Haven again. Their friendship, however, is starting to show on the offense. It feels like FAR Esports are now starting to communicate and play together.
Absolutely. They did get a little bit of lax after getting those 10 rounds on defense. It's probably not something that they do very often. Their offense is more renowned as such, but I have to say, FAR Esports,
Camera taken
they have strolled into the A site without any contest. That's very interesting. They don't have control of ramp, so it's going to be very difficult trying to hold on to this plant. But that's where the race comes in. That's where we see how much work Scargod can put in. And so far, he can't put in much work. He does a fair amount of damage to SK Rossi, but that's all she wrote for him. Look at Kappa and Hellranger pushing out from the screens area though. That's what's gonna make or break this. But look at Skills. He's actually got his ult up with the bazooka. He's gonna find a kill onto the breach. He takes him down, takes the third one as well, and just like that, FAR Esports' hopes and dreams gonna be completely shattered as Skill says, my bazooka is bigger than yours.
Oh yeah, great stuff coming up from Skills. Beautiful showstopper, guys. If you can pull this off on Split, please let me know. I'm making a team. It's called Kurla 5. But yeah, you can come join in. I really don't know how to do that. It takes a little bit of work, but Skills does, and that's why he's in a pro team, and we're watching and we're casting.
And if you want to beat him, you might want to join my team, Kalina Fi. Applications open, you don't need a rank, you just need the tenacity to kill Vivek again and again. As long as we do that, I'll be happy. But right now, we got an even more interesting match on our hands between FAR Esports and Global Esports. These two teams duking it out here for the lion's share of the 50,000 rupee prize pool, and neither team seems to be giving an inch to the other side. At the start, we saw FAR Esports get a big lead, but now they're slowly starting to fall apart as Hellranger and everyone on Global Esports has a number. That round was over before it started, as a 10-2 score goes to 11-9. Only one round being stringed by FAR Esports on their offense. Not exactly what we were hoping for, Vivek. We thought that FAR Esports was going to be able to take this all the way to overtime and possibly to a map number 5. I mean, not overtime, but to a map number 5. And then losing out so many rounds consecutively, it has to be demoralizing.
Yep.
I mean,
Split is cruel. I mean, that's the nature of Split. If you got a race that can do that, if you got... look, they're mirroring comps, right? Like, they have... Global Esports have the same comp as FAR Esports. Now, Global Esports are just a lot more confident on their defense. They know that they can be a harder book to read. So far, they've been reading FAR Esports like, I don't know, a document written in 40 size Arial. But so far, it's been really easy for them. This 40 size font page book that is the T side of FAR Esports is being read by Hellranger. That one
it's
round
being read
that
with
FAR
a
Esports...
magnifying glass.
It's being read with a magnifying glass, and I don't know, whoever's working with that magnifying glass has done his LASIX as well. But FAR need to at least pull 2 more rounds. Can they break through Global Esports and the offense that they're running? Skills with the Boombot knows exactly where they are. The paint shell's tossed out, but Scargod isn't going to fall for that. He doesn't take too much damage. He's going to back away respectfully. 48 seconds on the clock. FAR Esports, they've got to start to make some sort of a commitment. It looks as if they want to wrap around B, but B is not going to be that simple. Kappa's there with the Rolling Thunder as well. He eats a fault line from Shivy, but he's got one more blind to work with. He drops down. He has the Rolling Thunder if
30
needed.
seconds left.
28 seconds on the clock. You can see the defense starting to move. Skills is actually swinging towards A for some reason. I don't know what the plan is. They break past Kappa, and now Shivi and the others find a little bit of confidence. Hellranger has to peek. He's been actually denied any fair chance of winning that duel, as Heaven is, or BTAR is really an angle that favors the offense.
Spike
With the high
planted.
ground, they get the spike down.
One
It's now
enemy
Rossi and
remaining.
Skills that are looking to piece together this retake. Rossi dead. It's just Skills all by himself. Skills has to win a 1v4, and that's too much to ask of Skills. FAR Esports find themselves at map point.
Match point.
Absolutely, and this is what they've been looking for so long. After playing 8 rounds on offense and not really stringing together anything, they finally managed to pull it back. And this round could be the make it or break it. Global Esports, they really don't want to go to map number 5, so they're going to buy everything they can. The economy looking good, not working with SMGs. They have the whole kit caboodle. They don't need to worry about playing with SMGs and all that awkward shenanigans. FAR Esports, on the other hand, they have their work cut out for him. Fortunately, though, they have the Breach Ultimate. Shivi's Rolling Thunder, it's gonna make or break this particular round.
Oh yeah, I think even
No more charges left.
Kappa has his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, and we'll see which breach has the bigger Rolling Thunder. For now, what we're going to see is a slow push towards this B side from FAR Esports. The spike is on SMX. He's taking a chill pill for now, and this just might be a FAR Esports classic where they show presence on one side, they throw some utility to clear out certain angles, and then they make their move on the other side. The shock and awe, as I like to call it. But look at this, the flash coming in and the Rolling Thunder committed and baited out from Kappa. SK Rossi will be able to find the kill on the other side of the map though, so he's slowing down this push coming in from White Horse, letting Global Esports get the time to pull together a retake, and everyone from the side of FAR Esports stumbles onto this side, but Lightning Fast is there to shut them down, pulls out his classic, is able to find a kill, and it's just the two members from Global Esports who shut down this push from FAR. 12 to 10, not a spot that FAR Esports want to be in, Vivek. I'm not even sure if they can string themselves a bye together.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to press tab to find out.
it is looking rough for FAR Esports. I think we definitely need to press tab to find out if FAR Esports have enough to put together any meaningful buy. Global Esports just okay. So I'm seeing a Phantom on the map. I'm seeing some sort of weaponry coming up for FAR Esports. They are starting to string together some sort of a buy, Floki. But SMX,
it's not the best in the world.
It's not. I mean, I don't think they have all the utility. The Rolling Thunder was traded, so both breaches gave that up. Kappa just perfectly mirroring Shivi over there. Like Shivi tosses in his, Kappa up says, "Here's mine. You do Earthquake, I do Earthquake." And now FAR, they're actually working mid once again. They've spotted out a Boombot, and Scargod is trying to work Vents. He knows that there's one player towards Star, most likely Skills. They're starting to read the setup, Floki. They need one more round. They've got a minute on the clock. How do FAR Esports try and piece this together? That's actually Hellranger, who teleported for a little bit of information.
That timing is going to be so... Yeah, that I don't think that timing is going to be the greatest, because I'm not even sure if he did spot out SMX. But regardless, SMX is going to say, you know what, I don't care if you spotted me or not, I'm going to go to the side where I want to go. Hellranger pushed up over here behind the boxes, going to get peeked out by Knight Rider though, quickly blows his head off, and Shivi managed to get the kill onto Skills.
30 seconds
Down
left.
to a 2v4, not the situation Global Esports hope to find themselves in. SK Rossi goes in, but gets quickly traded out by Knight Rider. A little bit too eager. Lightning Fast has a neural theft at the ready, but where is the body? Where can he use his ult? He's a bit too far out of range, and his ultimate, it can't be blocked. He can't know where they're all positioned. He has to isolate these 1v1s purely on intuition if he wants to win the map right here and there. But look at that, Scargod peeks out a little too far forward, gets his head blown off. It's now up to Shivi and Knight Rider, both sitting at a collective health total of less than 150 HP, while Cypher on full shields and full health. If he can isolate these 1v1s, he might be able to win, but no, FAR Esports have managed to do a reverse sweep, and we'll be going to a game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be Haven, it's gonna be FAR Esports' home ground. Global Esports, I'm not sure if they've learned the lesson, but for their sake, I hope they have, because if they haven't, they're gonna get spanked again by the side of FAR Esports on that map. And boy, oh boy, was this match close.
Yeah, it was pure nuttiness. I mean, FAR Esports, in the end, they persevered. I mean, I don't want to pick an MVP. I think it's definitely a team effort. You don't see SMX and Shivi sitting there at the top in terms of KDA, but they've been doing their bit. I think econ rating is worth taking a look at. Guys, it's a statistic on who does maximum damage with minimum economy. So the higher up your number, the better it is. Knight Rider's up there in terms of econ rating. Hellranger even matching him, despite Hellranger being an IGL, so to say. But it's been a great game between FAR and Global Esports on split, Floki. But Haven is going to be another affair. How long does Global Esports need to figure out what it is that FAR are all about on Haven? How long does Hellranger need? I don't know. How many more collars can he flick? How many more times can he run it back? Is there that opportunity even available for Hellranger on Haven? I have no idea, but it's map number 5 of this best of 5. You're watching the One Play Esports Valorant. Floki and I taking you through it. If you've been enjoying the broadcast, do subscribe, do hit the bell icon, do like the video, and you can always find us at One Play Esports on any of our socials, Instagram, Twitch, we're there, Twitter as well. For now, we're going to take a short break, Floki. It's map number 5. It's Haven all over again. At Master, just trying to hold on for screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of side to get that kill with the Ghost, and bit by bit Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit, he's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense, but Master with the Ghost looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information, and the rolling thunder is going to come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The push that's going to come in from the enemy sniper, coming in from Batman. Look at Tito though.
Wondering if they can start swinging towards A. If they can't swing towards A, this is what happens. Tito gets punished. Batman peeks with the Vandal, manages to bring down not just Tito, he's got Hush as well. You got the Omen keeping in, but Starboy just being calm, composed, deals with the immediate threat, isolates the duel. It's close. It's going to be really touch and go. It's going to boil down to that first pistol. Sai, though, is not ready. He's not going to wait. Not going to bother about that first pistol. He's going to kill right now as he's picked up 3. He's got the knives out. He wants to hunt for more.
Opening things up, and this round, well, it's just going to be about how much money you can build up. Paradox building up a fair amount of it. Finds 3 kills. He might find the 4th one. The breach comes in. Winter surely. Instant out. Gets his hands on an SMG. But the trade is going to come real quick from Hush. Master gets the bazooka off the fire them. He's gonna get the kill onto Lexi, but the return fire in the hole coming in from Hush with that bazooka. That grenade also gonna be tossed down. The bazooka coming in from Hush, trying to find someone, but I don't think he's gonna end up. Oh, he gets 2 kills! And just like that, Rat Syndicate, this map is done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Master, how well can you go? You can move very, very well. 2 quick kills. What Noble Esports would be up to as Master shuts down the fish, goes back and finds the Omen. Just a lot. And look at Starboy comes back in. Rexy pulling it back with 2 collapses.
And Paradox is just waiting towards B window, waiting patiently for Tito. Tito sees the angle, but Paradox
Have come in from Noble Esports, so maybe this push won't go their way, but Master has something to say about that. Is able to find the first kill. Hush quick to trade him out. Can he find the second one? Yes, he can. In fact, even pick up Batman. That's what happens. You don't keep up with the kill feed, but Rat Syndicate first 5 round is down to a 1v1. Not a situation you want, but look at this. The Jet actually taking the sound of the... Oh no, the Jet's holding it. No, he's not. He sees his hand. Really tension here, Hush, and his patience is rewarded as he finds 2 kills for 1. Master caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's not going to be able to get the kill.
that requires to deal with. He's managing to try and get past them, and he's just holding down the spray. The ability to react and adjust, and that's really making the difference for that Syndicate. Now it's ZBDF, who's got himself a Spectre. He'll take up these kills. Batman will chime in with 1. He manages to pick off Sai. The spike does get planted. 4 members are Noble Esports bit by bit trying to take control of the side, but there's still Starboy anchoring on from back of side, getting that kill needed on the Hika. He's going to follow it up with another 2v1 on the Tito.
I can get the new set up and running, because if that gets up and running, that big of a loss, but it's still a man advantage in the favor of Rat Syndicate. Can they do more here though? ZPDF is able to find a second pick onto Hush, and looks like this push is quickly going to scrap for Noble Esports as Rat Syndicate are able to shut it down rather swiftly. Master comes in.
3 members of Noble Esports, have they got enough? Make that 2. Hush has been deleted. Rexy dead. Hika to follow. Headshot. He gets the headshot. So it's not going to be easy to take control of Lambs. Dodge has tossed the flash. There is a smoke coming in from the Brimstone on the spike. Somebody needs to tap it. Somebody needs time to tap it. But NXS is just finding kill after kill after kill. And now it's 1 man for the defense, SMX. And look at how far he's been pushed off. The operator paying dividends, Floki.
This round could just be shut down very quickly for Team Villainous. As we've seen, all the rounds they've lost have come back with that Rolling Thunder. For now, the flash is coming in from the Jet. Is going to get blinded, but not before finding the pick. Quick to find the trade. Quick to find a man advantage to get spawned. No! Quick single-handedly locking down the site. Down to a 3v1 FAR Esports. They are going to be caught with their pants down. And the side of FAR Esports are going to find some control towards A. They're just not going in yet, so the three people are still together and Quake is cleaning them up. Most certainly going to be 4-7. In fact, look at NSX, he's gotten the other corner. Spam is not going to come through and he's going to be greeted from the back as NXS by 3 kills. Single-handedly shutting down this mid control coming in from FAR Esports. And NXS, this round is done, it's dusted.
He's aggressive with the breach. Is it good enough for FAR? Knight Rider now with the op will sing in SMX with the Phantom will manage to pick up 2 crucial kills. I don't know what kind of pie is going to be coming out from Villainous. I don't even know if Quake can clutch it. No, he can't. The Rolling Thunder. So they'll start with the run it back. Stargod will deal with it. Knight Rider actually finds a kill elsewhere onto the enemy jet. That's huge. So one ultimate down dodge finds a kill. No opportunity for the neutral left. Shivy, the first point of contact towards B-Main, finds 2 crucial kills for the Phantom. And there's Knight Rider with the op. The defense has done it. They've shut them down.
From the side of Team Villainous, but can they find kills? That's the question. Whitehorse shutting the pulls down, gets the first kill onto NXS. The bazooka goes off from Scargod. Does do a fair amount of damage, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The grenade is going to find the kill. It's going to find 2, in fact. 2 of the god also ends up going down. And this match is most certainly done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going to game number 3 as FAR Esports take game number 2 on split.
Smoke has come out towards defender spawn. Quake has been smoked off. He doesn't have the recon bolt for information, so he's got to spray wildly based on whatever sound cues he gets. The paranoia there, and Quake with the spray finds 2 crucial kills. Progress towards the side. Shivy is the one though with the spike, and Quake will not let Knight Rider pass. It's now a 2v3 for the offense, and it's slowly chipping down to just one man on the server. Stargod, he made progress towards the side. He will manage to pick up the spike, but look at the clock. 10 seconds
left
of the clock. He wants to just get the spike planted. Will he be allowed to? Paranoia, blinding him. No sound cues to work with. He's got his clip blindly and get 1 kill. Follow it up with the second. The Phantom has done wonders for him, but INXS is his undoing. The trick. He finds the kill towards B-Main. It's SMX, Knight Rider plus Stargod. Knight Rider does work with the knife, does manage to find 1. It's SMX and Stargod that have got to pull this back. It's just 1 man on the server though for Villainous. He's done so much with the Sheriff in the past. Can NXS pull it off? NXS under heaven, knives in hand, has nowhere to go. And Villainous will lose the series 1-2, Floki.
I have to commend them, even though they lost. It's a great showing by them to be able to show up last minute and give this level of performance, which we haven't even seen by some of the other teams in this tournament. It's really something, and it's something commendable.
At Master, just trying to hold on to screens as he gets smoked off. ZBDF is there at the back of site to get that kill with the Ghost. And bit by bit, Sai is trying to find openings elsewhere. Master has done his bit, he's taken down Hush. Numbers not looking so good for the defense, but Master with the Ghost looking sublime as he spikes first. Where the hell is Sai? Too far on the lurk.
Find a lot of information, and the Rolling Thunder is going to come through, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Rexy ends up wasting his ultimate. Batman drops down, gets all the kills by himself. The first that's going to come in from the enemy sniper. Coming in from Batman. Look at Tito though.
Wondering if they can start swinging towards A. If they can't swing towards A, this is what happens. Tito gets punished. Batman peeks with the Vandal, manages to bring down not just Tito, he's got Hush as well. You got the Omen keeping in, but Starboy just being calm, composed, deals with the immediate threat, isolated the duel. It's close. It's going to be really touch and go. It's going to boil down to that first pistol. Sai, though, is not ready. He's not going to wait. Not going to bother about that first pistol. He's going to kill right now as he's picked up 3. He's got the knives out. He wants to hunt for more.
Opening things up, and this round, well, it's just going to be about how much money you can build up. Bad Dogs building up a fair amount of it. Finds 3 kills. He might find the 4th one. The breach comes in with the Shoni. Instant out, gets his hands on an SMG. But the trade is going to come real quick from Hush. Master gets the bazooka off to fire them. He's gonna get the kill onto Lexi, but the return fire in the hole coming in from Hush with that bazooka. That grenade also gonna be tossed up. The bazooka coming in from Hush, trying to find someone, but I don't think he's gonna end up. Oh, he gets 2 kills! And just like that, Brad Syndicate, this map is done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Master, how well can you go? You can move very well. 2 quick kills. What Noble Esports will be up to as Master shuts down the fish, goes back and finds the Omen. Just a lot. And look at Starboy comes back in. Rexy pulling it back with 2 collapses.
And Paradox is just waiting towards B window, waiting patiently for Tito. Tito sees the angle, but Paradox, he's fast.
Have come in from Noble Esports. So maybe this push won't go their way, but Master has something to say about that. Is he able to find the first kill? Hush, quick to trade him out. Can he find the second one? Yes, he can. In fact, even pick up that, man. That's what happens. You don't keep up with the kill feed, but Rat Syndicate, first 5 round is down to a 1v1. Not a situation you want, but look at this. The Jet actually taking the sound of the... Oh no, the Jet's holding it. No, he's not. He sees his hand. Really patient here, Hush, and his patience is rewarded as he finds two.
It began far, far away. For FAR Esports, it really began far, far away, Floki, and we've come a long way. Far we go is the hashtag, and we've come a long distance in the one-player esports Valorant India Invitational. Joining me for this broadcast is going to be Floki, and we've got a special guest, Chad. We've got a special guest. Say hi to Tito.
Hi guys, hello.
Hey Tito, how you doing, man?
All good, how are you?
I'm good. I've been popping in and out of your stream of late. I've been watching to learn some tips and tricks. I've been seeing some Sova lineups of yours that I'm gonna try using in my bracket. And if I get some, if I make it all the way to platinum, I'll give you a treat the next time I see you online. It's gonna be a
I think
Mekalu
you should...
Tiki from me, and it's gonna
No,
be a
no, no,
Mekalu
no,
Tiki.
no. I've actually been learning from Rex, you should follow him.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
there you go, chat. In case you want to learn the game, you want to get better, you know who to watch. But yeah, it's a real pleasure to have you here, Tito. I believe you played in this tournament. You guys had a pretty decent run. It was a very close game against Rat Syndicate. Have you been following the tournament since then? Have you been watching some of the games that have been going on?
To be honest, not really. I mean, a lot has happened after that loss against Rat Syndicate, so
Yeah.
I haven't been following a lot. I watched the first 2 maps against Global and FAR, and
Hmm.
I honestly thought it was going to be a 3-0 after those first 2 maps, but then
Yep.
FAR is proving us wrong right now, so that's good. I mean, that's
I
actually
mean,
good. It's a good... Yeah, tell me.
yeah. Yeah, I don't think you were there for when Haven was up. I think you missed out the spanking that FAR Esports gave to Global on that particular map.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
did.
yeah, it was insane. And then Split as well, the ability to come back on defense. They got 8 rounds. They were 10-2, almost lost. It went to 11 rounds, but then they managed to pull it back. But it's up in front of your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The map screen, you can see Haven is the final map, the home ground of FAR Esports. The away team is going to be Global, who need to win this one if they want to take the lion's share of the 50,000 rupee prize pool. And I have to say, Tito, it's a real pleasure having you here. What do you think
Thank you.
is the ideal way of playing Haven, especially when you're playing against Global Esports? Let's say you're on FAR Esports right now. What's on your mind? Is there any particular player you want to shut down?
In G, I think right
Yep.
now, I assume that G requires Eskerosi to go off because he's been having a pretty quiet final so far, and he is one of the very
Yeah.
key players he's one of the key players to bringing those first, the Jet first pick. It's something which is very common, and if you look at FAR, Knight has been doing that much better than Eskerosi has been doing that in this finals at least. So
Yep.
I think probably if Eskerosi figures out his game and he gets back to his form, Global might be able to take this map convincingly, if I have to go ahead and say that convincingly, because Global they are actually pretty good in general. We played against them about 4 times. The only time we beat them was the first time. After that, we lost all the games. So I know Global is capable of doing like great things. This lineup of theirs. It's just a matter of they figuring out their problems which they've been going through in these last 2 maps, because it was really surprising for me to see Split getting dropped by Global. It's probably one of if not the one of their best maps. And if FAR is going to put that kind of a performance on their best map, then G has something to worry about. But I'm pretty sure they're going to figure out their thing and bounce back and win the finals.
Okay. Do you think Hellranger is the kind of captain that likes to adjust at the very end? Like,
What do you mean?
like as in he takes his time, he tries to study his opponents. It's okay, best of 5. It's a final. It's a best of 5. We've got 5 maps. I believe Haven is their map pick. They're not starting out on defense. I think FAR is starting out on defense. Do you think Hellranger's made all the adjustments? Do you think he's going to be able to make all the
Having
adjustments?
Definitely. If after the previous game, I'm pretty sure Hell already has it in his mind that whatever has gone wrong for G in the previous Haven map, and I'm pretty sure he's going to come back with a refined game or a different strategy which he's going to apply. But again, I've been underestimating FAR so far, so I don't know. I mean, they can even surprise me and all of us watching the game. But I am fairly certain that G might take this last map convincingly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Okay.
being biased or anything. I've lost to them all the time. So guys, if you feel I'm being biased, it's not the case. I've lost to G a lot. They're kind of rivals to me. I mean, when I was in Noble, but it just by what I've seen and by what I know about how G is, by what I know how Kappa is, what kind of players they have in G, I'm pretty sure they're going to take the finals.
Okay. So you think Hellrangers found he's read them and he's prepared for everything. Now, FAR Esports are starting out on defense. One thing I wanted to ask you, Tito, do you think there is an inherent advantage to defense or offense on Haven? Or do you think it's an actual 50-50 map?
I'm I think it is a defender sided map, to be honest, because
Okay.
see, with the composition G plays where they have the cipher, it's not a case where if you play cipher you have to play on one particular site only. Your cipher can also switch up, like if you put one trap at B, one trap at C, garage, one trap at B, and a camera at B, you yourself can play somewhere entirely different and leave that garage on, let's say, another player. It's not necessarily that your cipher has to play where his tripwires are. It's not
Okay.
that case. And G knows how to play dynamic. They genuinely know how to play dynamic. They know how to. Hell knows how to switch up with his players time to time. And SK Rossi is kind of a player who doesn't fear those, from going and taking those aggressive shots. And I know I haven't mentioned this player, but Skills is another extremely talented player, like extremely talented player. It's just how I mean, I'm not saying Hell has figured out everything, but I'm pretty sure he's figured out what went wrong for them. There is one thing which has gone
Mm-hmm.
wrong for G, and that is I'm pretty sure Hell would have figured that out by now. I'm pretty sure he would
Okay.
have done that.
Okay. FAR Esports are starting out on defense. Tito thinks it's a defender favored map. I'm just asking you again, Tito. 1.11 is coming, and I think even before 1.11, do you think a double sentinel meta is enough of a gamble on defense, or do you think it's too much for a map like Haven?
We see when I was in Noble, we did try this double sentinel thing. The thing is, we didn't know how to utilize it to its best use, but it can be favorable. But I still don't think it's required as such. I don't think you require a Killjoy and a Cipher. I mean, in general. In Haven especially. But I think, I mean, the composition G played, I'm pretty sure they would have had I didn't watch the game, but I'm pretty sure they had a Jet, Phoenix, Omen,
Yeah.
um, let's
Yep.
say Breach,
Shova
or
Cypher.
no, Sova and Cypher, not Breach. Sova and Cypher, yeah. So
Yeah.
this composition will work for them because they know how to play this with this composition. I'm pretty sure they know how to play with this composition. It's just a
Okay.
matter of them, again, Hell figuring out what went wrong for them in that particular game, because Haven is not a very weak map for G. They actually know how to play it and they know how to be dynamic in that as well. So again, but I'm again underestimating FAR over here. They would have definitely done something tremendously good for them to beat G13-4. It's just I'm fairly certain that Hell would have by now figured out what was wrong in their last game.
Mm-hmm. Okay. A double sentinel is something I've always wondered about. I think at least Noble Esports has done the experimentation for you guys. Tito, I want to ask you. You mainly play, from what I know of your time in Noble Esports, you mainly played the sentinel. I'm just
Yes.
wondering, do you think it's easy to be a sentinel and call? Do you think you can call from any role on the map? What do you feel? Do you think it's easy to be something like a Cypher or Sova, and then because you're gathering information, do you think it's easier for you to call in the game?
See, the thing is, I never called in Noble. I wasn't the shot caller in Noble. Rex was the shot caller. I was focused mainly on my game, but I actually given it a thought, and it does seem to be a little task to call when you're playing Cypher, like to call in the
Okay.
game for the team as well. I feel it is a
Okay.
task, but I might be wrong as well. But I feel it is a task to call as well as focus on your own game being a Cypher. But in general, I mean, see, I am probably not even in the top 5 ciphers in the country right now. I'm being very honest. I'm not.
Mhm.
Because I haven't try harded that hero or the agent as much as I should have.
What is your best
But
agent?
there is no best agent. I don't have a best agent. I like playing
Okay.
everything apart from Viper. Like I enjoy. I've
Okay.
experimented with all the agents and I like playing everything apart from Viper. And in match, maybe in competitives, I spam duelists just because I need my rank, man. I just need my rank. I've been struggling. It's been a struggle for me to keep my rank. So
Okay. If you're struggling, then like I don't know what Floki and I are doing. मैं बस इतना सोच रहा हूँ. Like if you're struggling, then I don't know what our scenario is. But
no, I've
do you think
actually.
it's yeah? What were you saying?
No, I'm saying it's been I've had someone come on my stream and tell me that how are you a Diamond 3 and have an organization behind you. It's I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of insulting. It's kind of insulting.
What are you now? Diamond?
Three. I now
Diamond
I'm
what?
an immortal.
Three.
Three.
Okay.
I'm an immortal one
Okay.
now, but then at that time I was a Diamond 3.
Okay. Okay. That time you were a Diamond 3. I think that must have been Act 1 where you were a Diamond 3.
No, no, two, two, two,
Act
two.
2. Act 2.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good, good, good. I mean, I've had a slow decline. I started out at Diamond 2. I played with Immortals, and bit by bit, my medal has been like came down from Diamond 2 to Silver, and then now I said I'm not playing with friends. I have this friend called Floki. I have this friend called Mamba. Mamba's been playing with some very smart people, but yeah, I've just been trying to play without friends and just play alone and grind alone because that's easier, right? I mean, in the lower medals, you just said you can pick a duelist and it's easy to carry. But guys in chat, just don't pick up these ideas blindly. Please don't go on the Mumbai server and just like instant pick Jet, like just go like bang Jet on your keyboard. Please, ऐसा मत करना घर पे.
It's true. Don't insta pick anything.
Mhm. I'm not hearing
I'm sorry,
Floki actually.
I can't hear Floki. I can't hear Floki.
He'll come. He'll come.
Probably.
He's there. ठीक है.
How
So
long before the
what
match starts?
duelist? I think we have a little bit more of time. I don't know, another couple of minutes. We should be jumping into
'Cause
the game.
I
Uh,
I really
what's up?
wanted to specify one more thing. Kappa is another player. He's actually an extremely old player. I mean, he's probably one
Yep,
of the CS legends back in the day.
yep.
So I don't think he gets enough credit for what he's doing for the team. That's something which I've noticed. He doesn't get enough credit for what he's doing for this team.
Yeah, I think he's a very look, if you look at the agent he picks, he played Breach and he played Sova. You call them initiators, but if you had to look at roles from other tactical shooters like CS, he is a perfect support. He is a very very
Definitely,
good support for
definitely.
this team, and I've noticed this. I've always whenever I cast, I think मैं तो उसको Kappa बोलता हूँ क्योंकि Kappa is the emoji. I don't know if his name is it's a proper noun. Is it meant to be Kappa? I don't know, but Kappa सबका बप्पा मैं मानता हूँ.
Yes,
मैं
yes,
मानता हूँ. ये
yes,
मानता हूँ.
yes, yes, yes.
He's very responsible in the role that he plays.
No, that exactly. I mean, that's what I mean. He doesn't get enough credit for what he does. And actually, if you see in the last few games, the last two maps or three maps they played, he's actually had a lot of impact. Even in the first map, and I think he dropped a 30 bomb. I'm not sure. So being like being on his role and for him to drop such big numbers is actually pretty commendable.
Is that the role you play, Tito? Like,
Uh,
is that the role you were playing in Noble? Somewhat.
I I probably because I didn't drop numbers, I was asked to leave. Maybe you don't know.
Okay. I don't know, but like in essence, were you trying to like play a similar role to Kappa
No, I did have
when you were
this.
Noble?
I had the thing for wanting to play Sova, but the team required Cypher at the time. But so that's why I was continuing with Cypher. Otherwise, I mean, not really. I'm okay with playing anything the team wants. It's not something I don't have a preference as such. I'm okay with
Hmm.
playing whatever the team wants. Like whatever the team wants, I'd focus on tryharding that hero. So it's just a
Okay.
matter of that. I mean, I don't have a personal preference.
I think you brought up Sova, so I just have to ask you if you've been following the game, if you've been following the first strike qualifiers that have been going on. Is
Yeah.
there anything about the meta that you'd like to tell us? Is Sova relevant on all maps? Is anything changed, or are the international teams being very
Can you
guarded
guys hear
with
me?
what they're revealing?
Yeah, I can, Floki.
Oh, okay, perfect, perfect. Sorry, go on,
Yeah.
go on, Tito. I understood you.
So actually I think apart from split,
Yeah.
Sova is like it's efficient in all the maps, I think in all apart from split.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of meta, I mean I was just following the TSM Gen G game yesterday, and I was pretty, amused by the way or by the dynamic way TSM was approaching the defender side on Haven. Like if you see Wardle was and they had their Omen backing out their Jet throughout the entirety of the game. Like Wardle goes A long, Wardle goes C long for those shots. Omen always is flash out for him, always, all the time. And one more thing which I saw, I mean, I might not be following it that much, but then I saw the Cypher cage which you use at A long to cross to a shot
Mm-hmm.
has now been shifted from that close along to probably the pillar, the only pillar at along. That's the cage they were throwing at as a attacker from like Genji was throwing that cage instead of the normal cage you throw. So that's something new which I saw. That's something which I'm going to be following.
Okay, and
Is
who's your favorite player, Tito? Like in the international scene, you have one idol. Who is it?
see I've always been known for being a little talkative or having those masala kind of things with certain teams or players. So I'm probably going to go for Wardle because I like the way the guy is. He reminds me of a JW from CS.
Okay, okay. So yeah, I love very early on. Waddell even called out some of the casters. I remember reading that on Twitter. So I think that's a good quality to have in a player. You should call it as you see it. I think Waddell actually backs that up with a lot of raw mechanical skill.
True,
I think
true.
we are very ready to jump into our best of five. Our final map for the day is going to be Haven once again. Tito's given us all his thoughts on Haven. So yeah, Tito is a Waddle fan. I personally, for me, I just feel that this game, like behind all that aiming and all those lineups that like there is like some creativity that each player brings to the game. I look for that, and I think Waddell has this Waddell and Tens, Tito. I can't pick a favorite. I think
Definitely,
both are
definitely,
equally good,
definitely, definitely.
and nobody wins between them really.
But I am saying Wardle because of his personality outside the game. He kind
Okay,
of it's just my personal choice. Like I mean.
Something you
okay.
vibe with.
Are you going to exercise and bulk up and get like biceps like Waddell, Tito? Is that on the plan?
See, I've lost 13 kgs ever since the lockdown.
Mhm.
So, I mean,
That's
okay,
that's
the
quite
agents are up.
commendable,
I
Tito.
assume. Thank
Yep.
you. See, like I said, they aren't going to be changing their composition. G. They know. I'm pretty sure Hell has figured out what he wants to get done.
Yep.
But I
Yep.
think
Yeah.
I don't know if I support the single duelist meta by far. I mean, I think they required another duelist in this map at least.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
don't know,
see.
man. They required a
What
Phoenix, I guess.
Phoenix? Okay, yeah, that was what I was gonna
Mm.
ask you. I was asking if you think Reina is a very viable agent in some of
Reyna
these
can
games,
also work.
because yeah, but so I'm just genuinely curious. In your opinion, do you think a Reina pickup is worth it? Because that agent is very reliant on snowballing, right? So it's slightly
I
more
mean,
puggish in that
yesterday
nature.
Genji used that against TSM. They picked up Reyna, so it is there. Like teams do pick it up. They
Hmm.
did pick up Reyna against TSM yesterday. So I mean Reyna Phoenix anything could have worked because the only advantage FAR has going in their favor is that breach flash, man. It's annoying. It's
Yep.
annoying. Breach flashes are annoying. They're really annoying. And I
Yeah, it
don't like
seems
playing
that.
against a breach.
Yep, you definitely sound like a broken man who's had the displeasure of being at the receiving end of that flash multiple
I
times.
don't like playing against a breach, man. It's pain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
They're
mean,
buffing his flash as well, Tito.
Yeah,
They're buffing it even. Yeah, 1.11. They're
exactly.
increasing.
1.75 to 2 seconds. I mean,
Yeah.
how more do you want to make people suffer? I don't understand.
maybe you should write an email to Riot and ask them to balance the game.
No, but I get
They're
their
trying.
ulterior purpose for this. I mean, they're trying to make it a balanced game in general. But I mean, I don't know. I just personally don't like playing against good breach players. I just don't. I just
Okay.
don't.
Interesting.
And I think the
That's a
best breach
valuable
player in the
insight,
country would be Anuj. Right now would be
Anuj.
Anuj.
I see that's a
Amaterasu.
Matarasu.
Amaterasu.
Yes,
Amaterasu. Yes.
I see.
I think he should be the best breach player right now.
Well, what I took away from this is that if you want to get to Immortal and if you want to start annoying Tito, you better start playing Breach. So,
Uh, Don't do that, please.
Don't worry, I'll never be good enough to get to Immortal, Tito. You don't have to worry about me. You just have to worry about all the other Breach players. For now, though,
Yes.
FAR Esports, they need to worry about taking global esports away. And Vivek, Tito, I think you both can chime in and give me your thoughts on the setup and give me your thoughts on the rounds as they progress.
What Knight did here
I
is basically. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Go on, Tito. You have no time limit, right? You're here for a bit, right? You can be here for a bit.
No, I gotta go a little. Like I have some
Okay.
work to do.
Okay, so tell me the default. What do you see, Tito?
See, what I'm not a default, but basically what Knight did here was going in front of that pillar was to dodge the recon which came behind him. So if by chance G was supposed to walk into A, they wouldn't have expected anyone being close at A long because they were under the impression that the recon is going to clear out any close angle. So that was it was just a small individual play by Knight, which was really good. And by what I see, I think it's going to be a B burst, or knowing hell, it's going to be something which you go from B to C.
Yep. Well, it seems like you've called it as all the players are rushing out towards the C area. That's why they're gonna take their attack, a
30
two-pronged
seconds
approach.
left.
But look at that, Scarlet is actually able to hold back SK Rossi until Skills comes in and trades him off. And now it's gonna be Kappa by himself. How many kills can he get? He picks up another one. Hellranger's here as well to back him up, and FAR Esports, they'll get the
Spike
spike
planted.
down. But I'm not too sure what they... Okay, wait, that's actually Global Esports' spike. My bad. FAR Esports is the one defending. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the colors have been confusing nonetheless. I mean, even at the end scoreboard, the side that was actually defending has the attacker colors for some reason. So, yeah, that's a little source of confusion. But regardless, Global Esports, they win the first round and they win a pistol for a change, Vivek, on Haven, which I don't think we've seen them do.
Yep.
Anyways, man,
Tito,
I think I'll have to
wanted
leave.
to say, yeah. I think it's been a pleasure having you, Tito. If we want to follow
you,
you
thank you.
anywhere, where are you streaming? Please tell chat. What are your socials?
So, YouTube, it's official T1TO. That's where I stream regularly.
Yep.
I'll be streaming after this game, of course. And apart from that, on Instagram, it's Sridhar Rahul, SRIDHAR Rahul. Because if people don't know my name, real name is Rahul. And otherwise, thank you so much, Vivek, for having me here. Thank you, Floki. I hope to meet you guys soon, probably once the lockdown is done.
Same,
Next
Tito,
LAN,
same.
man. Next LAN.
Next Valorant LAN.
Yep, hopefully
Valorant
Valorant
LAN
LAN.
soon.
One
Yeah.
player remaining.
Okay, bye Tito.
Thank
Half
you, guys.
Hacha,
Bye-bye,
half
guys.
Tikra.
Bye.
Just half of me, half of
Bye.
my Bye bye. It's been a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
And FAR Esports are not having any fun so far. Their defense hasn't worked out. It's normally meant to be a lot easier for them on Haven, but this time Global Esports have come prepared. I think Tito was right. Tito was right with how much Global Esports would prepare for this, Floki.
Yep. I mean, look at this. It's almost as the polar opposite of what we've seen Global Esports do. They always end up losing the first two rounds, but this time, the tempo, it's in their favor. And this is, I mean, once again, just look at the money on Global Esports. Despite winning those two rounds in a row, they still have to work with an SMG. They don't have enough money to buy themselves a rifle on one of the players. For now, though, they're gonna have an AWP, and they should be pretty pleased about that SK Rossi's managed to pick it up so early. If they're lucky, they could get a pick here or there with it, and hopefully some tempo to go along. Scar got it though. He is alone on the site. Well, he has Shivy to back him up, but to hold on all these players coming from C long is going to be a bit of a tall task. GE, in the meantime, just going to chill out, throw their owl towards A, scout things out, and SK Rossi still holding down that C long area with his op. Parata.
Yep. Yeah, I think Global Esports are allowed to take it a little bit slow this time around. They've got the operator on SK Rossi. I think SK Rossi has got to find time and find openings bit by bit, Floki. FAR Esports, they've got to be ready because Knight Rider is going to be challenged. He's hearing a lot of noise. He's actually going to peek. He will see Hellranger's back.
30
He
seconds
does
left.
spot one. That's the
One
operator
player remaining.
betrayed. Knight Rider and White House have stepped up.
Flawless.
B is not going to be that simple as SMX will also swing in. And they did it. FAR Esports, they found their footing. You give them one proper buy, and their randomness on this map is tricky for Global Esports to find a read of.
Absolutely. But look at the economy on global esports. Two of the players have enough money to get themselves a decent buy. It's going to be about what Skills and Kappa can string together. So Skills is going to pick up an SMG for himself. He's going to toss it over to his buddy Phoenix, and Kappa is going to be working with the SMG. So they want to try and get these duelists into these sites and get control and just hold W maybe so there's enough space for the single plant to go off. I have to say, this is the polar opposite of what we're used to seeing. FAR Esports winning the third round, winning the bye round. This is good stuff. This match, it's already looking good so far. I think it's gonna be a close one, Vivek. We might even be geared up for some overtime. Look at Knight Rider though, perched up on this cheeky position, always keeps his opponent guessing, and that's what I love about this guy. He's never predictable. You can never know where he's gonna be next until he shows you, until he lets you know that this is where I am, and that's how you have to deal with me. And that's one of the things that makes him such a great offer for FAR Esports, the consistency and the unpredictability.
Yeah. Global esports are bit by bit now just trying to move towards A Floki. They're trying to abuse this lack of consistency or whatever you call it. They're just trying to find chinks in FAR Esports armor, but Shivy with that fault line will actually slow them down. It's not going to be easy access for Global Esports. Their position is quite loudly revealed on the map. I want to say that FAR have a decent lead as to where Global Esports are. You can see the
30
rotation
seconds
start to
left.
come in. Shivi's actually moved into its connector. 30 seconds on the clock. White House does manage to find that first kill. So that skill's dead. He's been so capable as a duelist. And yeah, Global Esports, they've lost him for now. White House is still anchoring the side. He's been blinded by the paranoia, but he gets a little bit of information. The trap wires are
10
helping. He
seconds
peeks,
left.
but Kappa ready. Will manage to bring him down. SK Rossi will chime in with the Phantom as well. SMX and the others are trying to piece together this retake, but SMX doesn't have too many others. As
Spike
Scargod
planted.
is dead. It's just him as well as Knight Rider coming in from the heavens. Knight Rider will manage to find the kill. That's Hellranger dead. It's now a 2v2. Excuse me, the Blade Storm. Very useful in these kind of scenarios. It's all upon Knight Rider to try and find some sort of an opening. They've got the recon bolt available.
Last
Maybe they
player
can wait
remaining.
for that. They spot one. But it's a bit too late. As Kappa with the Spectre gets a kill and lightning fast. Fast as always will manage to trade out. SMX. Oh, he maybe could have just waited to commit that recon. Or he could have just walked in like that. But either way, the retake doesn't work for FAR Esports, Floki.
Yeah, and once again, the AWP being picked up by Global Esports is going to be a huge economical advantage, as SK Rossi doesn't have to spend any more of his money on that big gun, and as a result, their economy is going to get stronger because this round, well, they do have a buy, but it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to pull it through. If they do, though, it's going to be huge gains for Global Esports, and they will be able to cement their lead even further here in this final map in this best of 5. Now Shivy, he's doing some really cheeky things that are gonna get instantly revealed. But look at this, SMX, he has his back covered, but the spam comes through from both of those players, and they're able to take out SMX and Shivy, making this a 2v4. This investment into the operator is not gonna pay off, as Lightning Fast is gonna know exactly where the jet is,
player
peeks
remaining.
out, gets the shot through the wood, through the little wooden plank, and FAR Esports, I think they're done for. This round, it's over. Just a lonely Cypher all by himself on the A site. SK Rossi strolled his way in. It's garden gaming for them for days. And Global Esports most certainly should be taking this round.
Yeah,
Spike
FAR
planted.
Esports. Now, if I had to just replay Haven for you the last time around, FAR Esports, they put together a lot more on their defense. Global Esports, like Tito predicted, have come very, very prepared. White House, however, did catch Lightning Fast off guard, but they know exactly where White House is, and maybe the hunt might just start to come through from Global Esports, but they're also okay just saving the weapons they have. If they don't give up the operator, that's good enough. So SK Rossi is holding on to that. It's actually Kappa that's been given the thankless job of trying to hunt down White House. Kappa is getting close. He's outside B window. He's maybe considering that he could push a little bit more, but nope. He's just going to be patient, and they're going to just sail past each other on the minimap like two ships in the night. But yep, they're okay for now.
Yeah, and FAR Esports, once again, that investment into the operator not really paying off. It's going to force them to eco here, and Global Esports are going to build a stronger and stronger economy. It seems that they have changed up their approach to Haven, and FAR Esports, they're going to have to play it with a little bit of discipline if they want to bring it back, and if they want to sort of give Global Esports a true run for their money in this final game. As we know, Vivek, the stakes are high, and giving up a lead now could just mean that you end up losing out on that on the lion's share of the prize pool of 50,000 rupees. I don't think that's something that either team really want.
Yep, there is a difference, right? It's 35,000 for first place, 15,000 for second place. Nitro, he's gonna get bested. He shoulder picked SK Rossi, and that is a bit too much. SK Rossi can punish those kind of angles, especially when he is in his truest form. He's looking to punish some more. Shivi will challenge. Shivi will peek him. Shivi will die. And now 3 members of FAR Esports are not too sure as to what they need to do. SMX is just pushing out. He's got the drone set up, but now they're coming close. They want to work with the pistols, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were not working with the best of buys. So Scargod dies. Whitehouse still has a Phantom. He's hiding in that corner. Skills doesn't quite clear it, and Skills is going to end up falling. Whitehouse good for 1. His Phantom has done a little bit for FAR Esports, but now SMX needs to do a whole lot more. He needs to connect with Whitehouse to really stall Global Esports. There's Global Esports trying to execute onto the spike side. The Paranoia committed. Lightning Fast will actually take out SMX. So Whitehouse all by himself, just the Phantom. And it's Cypher versus Cypher action. Lightning Fast will come out on top, Floki.
Yeah. The Whitehorse gonna have his kneecaps popped off as Lightning Fast was quick on the trigger, true to his name, getting the kill there. And this lead growing ever so bigger for Global Esports now with tons of money on SK Rossi. Just look at the bank, Vivek. This is beautiful. FAR Esports though, they have a buy, they have a chance to contest this, but they need to do it for a couple of rounds to really get back in the game and give themselves a fighting chance. Global Esports, we talked about how they're going to be on offense and how that could be a bit of a disadvantage, but they really seem to making it work.
Look at Knight Rider. I mean, this man has plans. Yup, definitely. Skills. Oh, you can't just flash and then peek him. Knight Rider has the operator. It's not that easy. SMX is ensuring that nobody gets in through those doors. He's going to deal with Lightning Fast. The Lightning Fast is dead, and immediately Global Esports have only 3 members on the server, and that too, SK Rossi has suffered damage. He's actually suffered some damage elsewhere on the map. Now Global Esports have to be really patient.
Yeah, I mean, with low HP on your Opper, even a Breeze could kill him. And at this point, Global Esports, they've got to try and take it easy. It's a 3v5, it's not the best of situation, so they're going to have to play it smart here. They can't go in guns blazing and expect it to work out. Knight Rider is position revealed, SK Rossi, perfect on the trigger, will pop his head off. Now Whitehorse, looking towards this mid area, will be able to find Hellranger, who traded his life for Shivi's. But with the Cypher ultimate, I'm not sure Kappa and SK Rossi have anywhere to run, as their location has been spotted, and well, it seems that FAR Esports
30 seconds left.
can't really adjust as much. They hear the sound coming in from A Shonto, so they will be able to at least know where the plant is going to come. That Cypher ulti helping out with that, if nothing else. And Whitehorse is quick to find Kappa as well. It's just SK Rossi with the ops. Shoulder peek by SMX to bait out the shot. Look at SK Rossi. He's sitting on 1
10
HP.
seconds left.
This man is so close to the brink of death as he's limping away from FAR Esports, just hoping that he could save this off. And I think he's going to be really happy if he's able to pull that off. Yep. No contest. FAR Esports realize that their economy also needs to be built up, so they don't take any unnecessary risks. Let SK Rossi have the op, and okay, yeah, he repurchased his shields. Never mind. I got confused there for a second. I was like, wait, did he just lose money for losing that round? That was weird.
Yeah, 2-5 FAR Esports. They're starting to put things together, Floki. It doesn't matter who lost money, who won money. I don't know what you got, but I'm not quite sure. Knight Rider's got the operator, and that's what matters for FAR Esports. When this man has his weapon of choice, he can do magic. Right now, he's towards C-Long. He's just trying to hold down C-Long. Doesn't get too much in terms of information, as Global Esports are in essence just sitting towards attacker spawn, right? They're being so cautious. They're just waiting for all the FAR Esports utility, all those abilities to be chucked out, and now Skills is getting closer. Now he's got the run it back. The flash is there, but Knight Rider quick to dash will manage to make it away. Cypher Cage is being committed, and Scargod, in all this chaos, he's managed to deal with a lot of aggression elsewhere. Knight Rider will bring down Lightning Fast. So Global Esports were trying to sneak in from C-Long with Skills just being this distraction towards window, but the distraction is still alive. The runner back hasn't resulted in much, and now Skills has to go get the
Remaining.
spike. Kappa, well, he's not going to be too successful as he tries to escape. It's just Skills all by himself. He's got the spike, but no friends, Floki.
Yep. And when you're all by your lonesome, you get beat up by the enemy team like that. Skills, not much he could have done there. Great awareness by Knight Rider to instantly just back off and not take the fight against the run-it-back Phoenix. A lot of people get baited into holding their position, and as a result, they end up getting traded, but not Knight Rider. Great awareness, a great understanding of the game, just backing off and allowing Skills to come into his crosshairs before taking him off and blowing all of his shields away.
I mean, he pre-fired the angle. He had to guess Skills' timing. So he tried with the operator, but he didn't bother too much. He immediately dashed away, and Scar got just reliable on the Omen. If it's not SMX, it's Scar got. So they have what it takes to play multiple roles, and Scargard and SMX are really showing up for the side of FAR Esports today, Flip.
Absolutely, and SMX, he's also on his signature hero, the signature agent, the SOA. The ability to just shoot people down through walls with the Hunter's Fury is something that he's very good at, as he demonstrated in the previous few rounds. I'm not sure if global esports are going to be able to make this work. They're pushing with 5 people in towards A main. This could catch FAR Esports by surprise. This is not what global do, but look at Knight Rider. Once again, you give this man some room and he'll tell you where the enemies are. Picks off the head, and now he's peeking out towards A main, and just like that, 2 quick kills. This push has been shut down, and look at those 2 up drops to get into heaven. Not exactly what he was hoping for. In fact, I think he took some burn damage from was that the Molotov or was that the shock dart? I don't know, but Hellranger, he's made his way towards
30 seconds left.
Made his way towards this backside area, and he's looking for Shivy, but I've seen the story before in game number 3. When you try to flank Shivy, you don't flank Shivy. You end up getting flanked instead, because he's going to have his crosser at your head. SK Rossi though, you'll be able to get the plant down, if nothing else. That's some extra money in Global Esports' pockets. FAR Esports though, most likely to run away with this round. Lightning Fast using his own Cypher Cage as cover. SK Rossi tried to make it work, but was unable to do so as Whitehorse picks up both of the kills. And just like that, FAR Esports slowly but surely making the comeback again on this Haven on defense side.
Yeah, good stuff coming up from Whitehouse there. I mean, when you're doing a retake, no matter what your numbers are, you've got to be ready in terms of your spray transfer so that that push could come. Whitehouse was ready. His spray transfer with the Phantom is flawless. This is what Cyphers need to do. You don't need to pick up the Vandal. If you can pick up the Phantom, because you're mostly going to be playing these close quarter duels, and if you're managing to spray and burst effectively, you've done your bit. So Whitehouse really coming in clutch. In a sense, the pressure was not on Knight Rider because Knight Rider did get tagged. He couldn't really be any more aggressive with the operator. And now Knight Rider, this time, for the first time in a long time, he misses his first shot, but he immediately makes up with his second. He's found Skills. Skills has got to be a little unhappy about how some of these rounds are starting out for him, Floki.
Absolutely, it's not the skills we're used to seeing. The skills we're used to seeing goes and gets a kill regardless of how many flashes or how many hot hands he has. And I have to point out a really cheeky little play that Knight Rider did. He knew where the recon bolt was going to be, so he threw out the cloud burst to prevent it from getting any information and securing his peak towards the A main area. Now SK Rossi though making his way towards C-Long. His location has been marked, and just like that, the rolling thunder is going to come up, but it misses. It actually misses onto SK Rossi. They're able to pick up 1 kill. Shivi's going to end up giving away his life, and look at Kappa doing a significant amount of damage to the members of FAR Esports. And now they're stuck in a 3v2, a very doable situation. FAR Esports though, they're going to be the ones caught between a rock and a hard place, and I'm not sure if they have what it takes. They have Knight Rider wrapping around, but it's a little too late as SMX ended up getting picked off, and now Knight Rider is most likely going to be looking for exit frags, or is he? He actually takes out his knives, he goes in, gets the first kill. Can he find Kappa? He's taking the defuse and he's not going to be successful as Stackhouse end up taking that round, and just like that. A little bit of disrespect coming out from Kappa, but
I mean, no real disrespect, honestly, but you can see fatigue start to set in for FAR Esports. I think SMX would have definitely hit that shot. I know SMX, if like he had to replay that round, if he peaked with the Phantom, I know that on another day SMX would have hit that shot. But there is no other day. There is no other map. This is the final. This is the final map of the grand finale. The best of 5 is tied at 2-2. You're watching the One Play Esports Valorant India Invitational. And FAR Esports, if they can manage to just lick up these last 2 rounds, they'd be very, very pleased with themselves. They've got 4 rounds so far, and now the setup is starting to evolve a little bit, Floki. They've got a little bit of presence towards B. They've got one trap wire, I believe that's their trap wire towards B. I think White House is just trying to help out Shivy, but SMX, he just pushes out a shot, gets punished. Global Esports are starting to punish FAR, but Night Rider is still there with the operator. The paranoia will not blind them. They're waiting to peek, but nobody's peeking just yet. The shock darts are coming, but they aren't quite reaching. Night Rider will drop a cloud burst. He hasn't dashed yet. He can still hold this angle. It is a 4v4 for the defense, and reinforcements have started to arrive on A, which is why Hellranger is so hesitant as to where he needs to be with the spike. SK Rossi will manage to best Night Rider, and now it's Shivy on the side. Shivy gives away his position, but he's got a friend by his side. White House has started to move on to A. 35 seconds on the clock. They need to make a move. Kappa will manage to bring down White House, but Shivy, there with the trade through those boxes, will bring down Kappa. 27 seconds. Global Esports just being patient. Patience personified, but Hellranger will finally end up falling. And Shivy, just at these boxes, with Scargod, is enough for FAR Esports to anchor down A. It was move by move, turn by turn, but FAR Esports show that Night Rider and his operator is enough to stall any offense.
Absolutely, and now Global Esports not really going to have the buy they wish they had, and that's the problem of gambling with these forced buys. You get caught in these awkward situations. Fortunately for them though, everyone is really close to their ultimates. Even the Phoenix, everyone on the team is pretty close to the ultimate, so if they secure one off for skills, they could end up finding an opening, at the very least trade the body double for a kill onto one of the sites and hopefully get the plant down. They'd love to end the half with 7-5, they'd love to end the half with 7-5, but seems like that's not gonna happen. As Scargod, he's got their memo, even though he was uninvited, and he's taking them unpleasantly by surprise. This time around the Cypher Cage is gonna spot him out as Zeke goes into the tripwire as well, man. Scargod, he's just anchoring down this side by himself. White Horse comes in and gets the 3rd kill. SK Rossi is there to trade him out, but this is a 2v1, and I'm not sure if SK Rossi has enough fuel in the tank to be able to get the post plant off. He's gonna go for it again. He just barely managed to get the plant down. I think he knew he was gonna get peeked, unfortunately. Not much he could have done, but dead even half awake.
Dead even, and it's been a dead even series. I mean, we're tied at 6-6 now. It's going to boil down a lot to how much Global Esports can manage to accomplish on this pistol round of theirs. I see a couple of ghosts. SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, Hellranger, as well as kills. They've just picked up ghosts, and Kappa is going to be the one that's going to be responsible, that's going to be working with the Classic, and should have a little bit more in terms of abilities to share with the team. Okay, they're switching this up. Lightning Fast is actually, he's got 2 trapwires and the camera, so he's just trying to hold down B. It takes a bit to refresh the scoreboard, but yeah, Lightning Fast has tried to just set up for B, and he's going to be just playing close with the light sheets, Floki.
Yeah, SMX with that perfect recon, spotting out 3 members towards that A main area, and he's okay, never mind. That was actually Global Esports' start. That was Kappa's start. Never mind. So they managed to spot out where FAR Esports are going to go. FAR Esports immediately back off, and look at Skills in the perfect position to take out Night Rider. And FAR Esports, this is their time to shine. This is when they decide, okay guys, we've lost one of our members, it's do or die time. But SK Rossi in the perfect position at Cubby. Shivy doesn't check it, gets eliminated. Scargod finds the trade, but at what cost? The C site up for the taking. They should be able to get the plant down, but Kappa's here with the shock dart and the recons to scout things out and to know the positioning of FAR Esports. And that recon bolt is going to get destroyed. The Owl going in from SMX will spot out lightning fast, but it's a 3v3. It's as even as it could get. Although SMX, he's working with a sliver of his life and skills. He's clearing the site out slowly but surely. Whitehouse has managed to hold it down. In fact, Skarkot is going to find the trade on to skills. Perfectly set up bait by SMX. As he exposes himself, Skarkot finds a trade. And Vivek, this team's communication, safe to say, it's top-notch.
This goes here.
It's top notch. Yesterday we had Hellranger say something about how in post plants you need to be making triangles. I can't even tell what shape FAR Esports are making. I don't think shapes matter. I really don't think what shape you draw on the ground matters. But as long as you have friends by your side, as long as you're trading like that, as long as the comms are solid, you can maybe even be a circle for all I care in your post plant. But as long as the bullets hit and as long as the communications are that solid, it's good enough. Skills actually pushing out A-Long for information. Eats a couple of bullets. He's down to 36 points of health. He's got the hot hands if he needs a Floki. But he's also been tagged by the Owl drone. So they know that he's healing up. But they should at least know for sure that his shields are depleted, Floki.
Yeah, and this is the second round, so it's not really going to matter. Global Esports is just going to look to get as many kills as they can and cause economical damage. Knight Rider, though, opting for the Phantom this time and not really saving up for the Operator. That should be a big tell. Still a 4v4, favoring FAR Esports. They should be able to get onto the site with their superior weaponry. But if they're not careful, Global Esports could punish them. I mean, they have an idea that it's going to be a push towards A. I'm sure Hellranger is letting them know that, guys, they're not coming towards C. They would have entered by now. They're gonna go plant A. And look at Knight Rider. He's there to hold this down. He's gonna get the first kill onto Esquiros, the second kill onto Kappa. It's eco frags all the way around. They're just making bank at this point. They get the spike down as well. And it's just gonna be Hellranger alone by himself in the lonely world of Defender spawn, trying to make his way towards site.
Yeah, this is a hard job. If Hellranger is going to take this upon himself, it's actually a very hard role to play, to be the last one to rotate onto a site. I mean, this round, it's okay. He's working with just the Sheriff. If he finds even one kill or one weapon, it's a win. But he's going to be tagged. He's caught on camera. It's candid. And it's also unpleasant at the same time, as Whitehouse is there with the Spectre. Shoots him down. 8 on the scoreboard for FAR Esports. Oh, they're inching closer and closer. They can smell that 50,000 rupee prize pool, Floki. They can start to smell it.
Absolutely. Rock often asks if you can smell what he's cooking, but I don't think the Rock needs to cook anything because FAR Esports, the smell of money is just enticing enough for them. And they've put their pedal to the metal and they're going to get going. They're not making any stops on this car. FAR Esports, looking good so far. Have a Spectre on Whitehorse. He's gonna be a little aggressive towards Garage. This is quite surprising. You don't usually see him push out this often, but I think this is the classic FAR Esports strat. You make a bunch of noise, you commit a little bit of utility towards one part of the map, and you fake them out. But this time, there's no fake. This time, in fact, they're gonna go onto the C site, and look at that. Esquiros completely gives up control. They're gonna have a fantastic time to plant the spike. Yes, a few kills come in. Lightning Fast gets cargoed and straightened out by Shivy, but this is a great situation for FAR Esports Global. Still waiting for all their players to come in. Kappa sends out his Owl drone. It's going to get taken down by Whitehorse. But look at SMX. He is flanking the flank. He is countering the flank. And this man, he can do so much if FAR Esports just a little bit patient. The paranoia comes in. Whitehorse is able to get a kill. But look at SK Ross. He picks up two for himself. Chivy finds one with the aftershock. Knight Rider finally revealing in position with the backstab. And now it's Hellranger versus SMX. 1v1, but he gets it through the smoke. Hellranger with the beautiful plays on the Vandal. And FAR Esports, they tried to troll Global Esports, they tried to fake them out, but the only person they fooled is themselves, as they end up giving this round to Global Esports. And now Global, in a comfortable position, should know that they're not really going up against a lot of weapons.
I mean, Global Esports doesn't have the best buy, right? Because they kind of committed on that round. You can see Kappa, whatever you want to call him. He's got just a stinger because for him, his abilities are more useful. There's a Bulldog in play as well. You need your abilities. You need a utility on defense, especially that of a Sova, especially that of the Cypher. So Global Esports are working with less in a sense. Can FAR Esports really try and find this loophole? Can FAR Esports really try and abuse the limited abilities that Global Esports are working with. All they have to do is be a little patient, Floki. I think what they did there, just trying to take control of the double doors and just trying to move into C window was good. You were wondering why
Yep.
they threw that cipher cage, just to reveal anyone playing close. So they have a little bit of information. They know that, you know, they're not playing close towards window. They know that SK Rossi is somewhere in the area, somewhere playing on the side. So they gathered a little bit of information in the previous round. Let's see if they can convert that into a win this time around, though.
Yeah, it's a very interesting way of utilizing the cipher cage to check corners and to see if there's anybody hiding in that spot. Great awareness really by Whitehorse. I never imagined that you could use the cipher cage in that particular way. I mean, you just toss it down and get cover, right? It's so unintuitive. But having the creativity to use your abilities like that, I think that's what you highlighted you love about this game, Vivek. Just the way people use their abilities. It says so much about their personality. And Whitehorse, I think he carries
it's
the
not
cipher
just the
stereotype
cover.
perfectly.
It's not just the cover, Floki. It's also the sound cue.
Yeah, it's the sound
it's not
cue
just
as well.
cover. It's all. Yeah, it's the sound cue of the enemy. It's both those things that I think he was looking for. This time, skills has started to really click in when it matters most. He's managed to take out Whitehorse. So Whitehorse, just being aggressive towards A, will be denied anything. But the entirety of FAR is swung B. They've actually not B. Where do they go from here? They've been tagged on camera. SMX caught with his bow and arrow in hand. That's not a pretty sight for any Sova. And now Skills is pushing for more. He's going to run it back. This time, doesn't get too much. Just his knife in hand. He gets a little bit of information. Sidesteps Scarguard and then just falls back. Now Hellranger is going to play off this information. Hellranger has the paranoia, but he's waiting for friends to get close. First, a smoke towards C long. Then another smoke just in case. He knows where the spike is. He's assuming it's planted for default. And yeah, they're going to start tapping it. The post-plant seems okay. Shivy there with the Rolling Thunder, but Skills is going to toss out the hot hands. Abilities being thrown in fury and in anger, and bullets being tossed out on instinct. Skills is got that instinct back, and even if he has it, Hellranger's there. Hellranger's always there. The three-man retake has come together. Global Esports playing it perfectly. I really don't know. I don't know who's right. Is Tito right? Is he right about what he said? Have Global Esports really got a good enough read on FAR? I have no idea.
Yeah, but despite having a great read, it seems that neither team is gonna have that great of a buy. If you could just pull up the scoreboard real quick and have a look, as you can see, both teams opting for light shields. And on the side of GE, they're working with SMGs on one of the players and light shields on the other. Both sides are struggling to get a lead here, Vivek. A very close match from both teams. Constant back and forth affair, and we couldn't have asked for a better grand finals. Skills though. He's asking some questions of FAR Esports, and FAR Esports answer back loud and clear. With the Cypher taking the control towards A main. Look at Hellranger, they instantly rotate, the neural theft goes out. So FAR Esports know exactly where they're all perched up. And look at the plan of attack. They're making them move towards the C side. And SK Rossi gonna make his way around. There is a tripwire over there that he'll have to cross though, so he has to be careful. Knight Rider in the meantime still unable to find the pick onto Lightning Fast. He was hoping that if he can find the kill, they can move on to the site. But look at this. This is classic FAR Esports. They make noise on one part of the map and move into the other. Shivy, he's gonna be there with the flashes. He has Whitehorse to back him up. The smoke's gonna come down to heaven. And Kappa, his position, gonna be revealed. Got with his pants down. Lightning Fast is gonna find the trade at the very least, if nothing else. And he's looking to find another. The paranoia comes in, but Shivy blows her apart with the aftershock. And now it's up to SK Rossi and Hellranger. 3v4, how much can they do? Hellranger, not much. Knight Rider sneaks up behind him, puts a bullet and puts him out of his misery. It's only SK Rossi with 100 health and 50 shields. Can he do enough? Well, he's looking for the first kill, but unfortunately after thinking, he's not able to connect the shots, and SMX able to secure this round for FAR Esports. And once again, Vivek, this game is the constant back and forth away. You never know who's going to win the next round.
Absolutely, it's been constant back and forth, Floki. I mean, that aftershock, I've seen it at least 2 or 3 times in these games. I think Tito said it, Breach is pure torture to play against, especially when she plays well, Floki.
Absolutely. I mean, with all your abilities forcing out movement from the enemy team, you always end up with a net positive, right? Because if you're in a good position, you can hear the footsteps, you can prepare for them. Reach, always sort of useful. And right now, Scargod really putting his Phantom to great use as he finds SK Rossi, who had his knives out. Kappa by himself is trying to bounce some shock darts to try and fight back, but Scargod gives up. He's like, I got one pick, I'm happy, let's move on, guys, let's get going, let's go somewhere else. And somewhere else is the A side from shot. It's Knight Rider peeking out with the Vandal, but he does not get the kill. Skills takes him out with the classic. Okay, that's new. Hellranger, in the meantime, completely whiffing his shots, but is able to connect with the last moment to find the kill on Scargod. And just like that, Vivek, some prophecies do come true. I mentioned how this is unpredictable. White House is there to find the kill onto Hellranger. Looks like I spoke too soon, because just like that, it's a 3v3 again. Although Global Esports, they have a rifle or two to work with, this is very doable for them.
Yeah, it is.
Frenzy.
It is. I mean, the Frenzy can do its trick at close range.
Yeah, and look at that, lightning fast, able to find the first kill, but got the spans down, has to reload. Shivy comes in, gets the kill, and now it's a 1v1 between the two Sovas. Who's the real Sova? Will he please stand up? I'm not sure if it's gonna be Kappa or if it's gonna be SMX or if it's gonna be Slim Shady, but either way, we'll figure it out. Kappa, let's go off the Hunter's Fury, is trying to find SMX, but is unsuccessful in doing so, unable to tag him. Great awareness by SMX, and look at this. He loves doing this. He loves flanking the flank, outthinking the enemy. Kappa is not going to be expecting this. And SMX with the perfect timing. He's going to go for the knife. Nope. He's disciplined. He goes for the head, shakes his head in denial and says, no, Kappa, you're not the real Sova. I'm the real Sova.
Well, I don't know who's the real finalist. I don't know who's the real grand final winner even. It's still a very close game between these two. We know the finalists, of course, but who is going to take away that KTF first place? Who is going to lay claim to the champion? The title of champion of the first one-play esport Valorant India Invitational. It's up for the grabs. FAR Esports, they've come far. They've begun from far, far away. Can they close it out? They've got 2 rounds to work with, but still, offense can be tricky on Haven. SMX did clutch out the previous one Floki, but now there's SK Rossi with the operator, and SK Rossi starts to doubt himself. He really starts to doubt himself, and that gets the better of him. Knight Rider just walking calmly with the Vandal, wins that duel. Skills now looking for the trade, will bring down Knight Rider. It's getting a little messy here, Floki, between both these teams, but FAR Esports, they still have the spike. They still have the numbers advantage, and you can see the spike. It's signed towards C Long. White House, he tried to move towards window. He couldn't find the opening. Lightning Fast did shut him down, but there's SMX, ever so reliable. As the entirety of FAR Esports, they're going to group up towards C and plant the spike. SMX playing that post plant from long. He's got the Hunter's Fury, Floki.
Yeah, he has the Hunter Fury. He has the Hunter's Fury up and ready for the post plant, but he's sitting very low on HP. Hellranger still at the flank. I'm not sure they know where he is, but look at that ultimate being committed onto Skills. Thankfully, he has to run it back, so he will be able to respawn with full HP and no concussion, and Skills will be able to find the kill onto Shivy. Now the paranoia coming in from Scargod. Is it going to do enough? That's the question. Well, for now, it's not going to do much because Scargod has been picked off. The hot hands being tossed out by Skills. I think he's very well aware that it's going to be a post-plant Hunter's Fury from SMX. So they're just going to rush and they both peek out at the same time and they're able to find the kill. Are they going to get the defuse though? That's the question. No, they can't. In fact, it's a clutch from FAR Esports. Great stuff coming out here from SMX, able to buy just enough time and create enough of a distraction to make sure the spike goes off in Global Esports. That can't be pleasant.
Yeah. I think the time that both these abilities really buy for you, the Hunter's Fury as well as the Rolling Thunder, really making all the difference there. They committed those abilities, they put that round on the board. It's been so far so good for FAR Esports. Global Esports still have a buy, however, but you can see the buy. It's not the best, Floki. They're missing shields. They're missing shields, Floki.
Yeah, they're missing shields, they're missing utility, and I'm sure this is not going to be an easy task for Global Esports because look at FAR Esports. Their economy it's not the greatest in the world, but it's a lot better than the way Global Esports is looking right now. And if they can put this round on the board a bit cleanly, then they're going to be in a great spot in the next round. But it seems like a tactical pause has been taken. Both teams looking to discuss the ideal strategy and just taking this time off to talk about things and see how they want to approach the upcoming rounds. Hellranger
Yeah.
has his ultimate up and the ready, so maybe they're looking to incorporate that into his play.
Yep. Hellranger's got his entire kit. He's also got shields up and going. So the onus of really trying to put something together on this round falls on Hellranger as well as Lightning Fast, because Lightning Fast has that neural theft. But nobody is really walking into them just yet. FAR Esports are towards A. The Owl Drone is actually clearing out shot. Kappa, though, is still a bit of an issue. Kappa does manage to get a kill and fall back, but Knight Rider there, he finds the trade. They're moving on to A. Knight Rider just blinded, will try his best, and his best is good enough. White House will also chime in. The A spike side has been cleared open. The spike needs to be picked up for one and planted a little bit later. That's what Shivi's put himself up to. Him and SMX are just walking up A short quietly, bit by bit. Is just sitting on the heaven, being really patient along with White House. But yeah, Lightning Fast has swung to, they've juked themselves. Both Lightning Fast as well as SK Rossi have swung to C.
Yeah.
The spike gets planted at A.
Spike
I mean, this
planted.
is what happens when you overthink things, when you confuse that the answer is potato or potato, and you end up clicking the wrong one after thinking for a long time. It's one of those old adages, you know, I thought, and I finally wrote thunk. And that's what has happened with Global Esports, as they end up thinking a bit too much.
I think they went for the save, Loki. I think they were ahead of all of us. They just went for the save. Yeah.
Okay,
I
mean,
think
yeah.
it's a save call coming out from Hellranger. Maybe Global Esports just called for the save. So these two are going to save up whatever they have. So, yeah, they have something moving into the next round, because you have to look at their economy. It's not going to be that great. At least two members will have some weapons. There you go. They get loss bonus. It's not all that impressive. And Knight Rider's hunting as well. So it's only SK Rossi that's managed to save. FAR Esports are sitting at match point, and not just match point, they're sitting at series point. Global Esports, I really need to pay attention to what they can buy up, what they can put together, Floki. So there you go. There's a Bulldog. They've got shields on Kappa, so Kappa has shields to work with. SK Rossi is just working with light shields. Skills is probably going to have to put together. Yeah, it's a Bulldog and light shields for him. So it's not the best of buys. Hellranger, he's got the ultimate. He can work in the shadows. So can Lightning Fast. One of these two need to make a play for Global Esports for this round to really work. This time around, Kappa's actually snuck in. Kappa, that Owl Drone. Okay. I think that gave away his position. They should know where Kappa is. Will Kappa be allowed to rotate? Yeah, Kappa's fine.
Yeah. Beautiful shock dart though by Kappa, exploding right at their feet. They could have got multiple people had they not positioned further back. His knowledge of geometry is on point, but is it enough to win them the grand finals? That's the question, because FAR Esports, they are one round away from salvation. They're one round away from 35,000 rupees. And this game, so far, has been a nail-biter. But can FAR Esports cross the finish line? They're so close. They can smell it in the air, but they still need to cross that ribbon and get that prize money. For now, they're gonna take things easy, still waiting for Global Esports to make a wrong move. Both teams showing a lot of patience and skills. Finds the first kill with the hot hands along with his rifle, and White Horse is gonna be the unfortunate victim. They still have the two walls ready on the Jet and the Omen, so they could look to work with it. But look at that, SK
30 seconds left.
finds two crucial kills on Shivi and Scargod, and the spike has been dropped. Knight Rider will be able to find Lightning Fast, but this is a 2v4. Not a great situation for the side of for the side of FAR Esports, as Hellraiser is able to find Knight Rider, and it's just SMX against all the world, and Global Esports will be able to stay alive to fight another day, Vivek, but this is too close to bear. They are winning, but they are winning by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I think what SK Rossi did there, playing that in the smoke, that was really, really good stuff coming out from Global Esports. I think SK Rossi just playing that cheeky angle with the Phantom, found the opportunity to get two players to line up. He got those two kills. Now FAR Esports, they have another buy, if I'm not mistaken, but Global Esports, they've flipped that switch. They've started to, find what it takes to make a comeback. I think this is a tactical timeout that we're looking at, Floki. FAR Esports have called for a tactical timeout, so let's see how much it rewards them. I think Scargod doesn't even have a buy, but Scargod and White Horse, they both have their ultimates to work with. So does Knight Rider. Global Esports the neural theft, and Hellranger again can teleport around. So if you have to find somebody that really has to make a play or look for the outplay, it's going to be the Omens this round, Floki.
Absolutely, and both of the Omens have their ults ready, like you mentioned, but Skargor is gonna have to be a lot more careful about how he uses it, because if he uses it poorly, he could just end up feeding away an extra kill, and FAR Esports cannot afford that. They have a 3-round lead, though. They still have another round to make things happen, make things work for them, but they would like to close it here if possible. The buy, it's not the best in the world because Skargor is running an SMG, but it's not that bad. It's doable. They can make this work. Question is, can Knight Rider and Co find the kills? It's been stellar last round as he found the opening, but Shivy and Plus1 ended up giving away a few kills, and as a result, the round didn't go in their favor. Lightning Fast, though, in this cheeky little angle, I'm not sure if they're gonna expect this. FAR Esports, they have a tendency to push into Garage and just get some extra information, and that's where Lightning Fast could punish them. For now, those kills have been spotted and taken out by Knight Rider as they make the move towards B. SK Rossi trying to come in, trying to hold on to this bomb site for his team to allow for the rotations to come in. But look at this, Hellranger finds 2 consecutive kills with 2 headshots on the Vandal. And all of a sudden, this is a 4v3 in favor of Global Esports. FAR, they don't know what to do. They're dazed, they're confused, and looking to make their way towards this B site. The spike is dropped, everything is going wrong. They're trying to pick it up. SMX, what can you do? The answer, well, he's trying. He's trying to get something out of the Shivy, dropping all of his utility, but he's unable to find anything. Hellranger and Lightning Fast are quick on the trigger to find the kill, and the breach ends up getting revealed. SK Rossi will be there to finish him off. Beautiful stuff coming out by Global Esports, Vivek. I think we might be seeing this game go into overtime.
Yeah, FAR Esports didn't commit any of their ultimates, any of their major ultimates that round. Yep, they didn't commit any of them. So SMX doesn't have the Hunter's Fury, Shivy doesn't have the Rolling Thunder. They didn't get even closer to getting those points for the ultimates. Hellranger still can scatter across the map if need be. Global Esports are really starting to make a comeback. FAR Esports, they've been sitting... FAR Esports have been sitting on tournament point, Floki. They've been sitting on tournament point for 2 rounds in a row. Global Esports this time around have called their own tactical timeout. Or technical timeout. I don't even know what timeout this is. I've lost track of the timeouts. But yeah, we're looking at a timeout, Floki. And again, we have to look at who really puts their ultimates to good use. FAR Esports, they have a very scrappy buy.
Yep, I think this round, the side of FAR Esports are going to be more than happy to just get the ultimate points up and running on their Breach and Sova. And as soon as they have that, in the next buy round that comes along, they should be able to win it if they use their ults properly. The issue is, even Global Esports are really close to their ults and skills. He is more than willing to press W when he has a double body. So it could be a little trickier to execute in case they end up, winning this round, Global Esports. So FAR, they're really gonna have to make sure that they aren't too hasty like they have been sometimes in the past and pay the price for it and really take their time with their pushes. Well,
yeah, I think
it seems like Hellranger is I think Hellranger is giving a motivational speech to his teammates right now, much like Shah Rukh Khan and Chuck the India, when he's telling them, he's telling everyone to believe in themselves and believe in their ability to hit these shots. I think that's what he's doing right now.
I think Shah Rukh Khan says something like 1 minute or 4 minute, something like that. He says, I don't even know what a Shah Rukh impersonation looks like, but he says something about that in Chakte. Something about minutes, Floki. Can you do it?
Yep. I'm not sure I can do it. I'm not sure if I can even do justice to it, but we'll see if Hellranger can do justice to the timeout that he's just taken. Knight Rider has his knives out. How much can this man do? I know this is going to be a little hard for him, but he has light shields to work with. Maybe if he can find the opening kill and create enough of a distraction, they will be able to explode onto another site. Look at FAR Esports though, Vivek. They're all grouped up around here. Kappa is going to scout everyone out with his owl drone. He sees 2 members, and I think that should give everyone the news as to FAR Esports' whereabouts.
Yeah. So FAR Esports need to be very, very patient. They're just clumped up outside B and C window. I think Kappa's immediately found a good read of them with that owl drone. He's going to toss out the recon when he feels like it. He's measuring the bounce. And there it goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it actually ended up hitting wide enough to spot the players that were outside the doors, because I still see FAR Esports perched up there. I think the smoke actually prevented it. But SK Rossi holding his close angle. How much can he do? He finds one, finds two, gets the spike. Shivi's gonna end up going down as well. Elsewhere, Kappa finds a kill onto Knight Rider. And Rossi going forward, bloodthirsty as ever, is looking to find the kill. SMX is gonna calm down, but SK Rossi with the 4K coming in clutch when it's needed for Global Esports. And now, FAR, they have their buy at the ready. But I am not sure if they're gonna be able to put a dent into Global Esports' defense here, Vivek.
Yeah, I think we need to look at the scoreboard again just to see what kind of buy FAR Esports are really putting together. So they've got the operator on Knight Rider. They've got a decent buy. They're just looking to punish mistakes. I think the only adjustment I would really ask of FAR Esports is that SMX plays with his team, that he's trying to set up information with his recon bolt alongside his team. He's sitting at 5 ultimate points. If he manages to get a kill and maybe pick up one of those ultimate points on the map, he's got the Hunter's Fury. I mean, that's what mentally he might be trying to play for. But is Global Esports even going to concede any map control towards FAR Esports? That's the question. And how quickly can FAR really look to take map control in this round?
Absolutely. Skills has his ultimate ready. He just needs 1 point, Vivek. Just 1 point, and he's going to be able to do what he does best, and that's press W. But look at this. Kappa stunned up right off the bat. Has the operator. They might not be expecting this. He misses the shot, though. And as a result, he's going to have to fall back. Has a phantom dropped in the ground if needed, and this might just be the bait that he was looking for. Elsewhere, SK Rossi finds the kill onto Scargod, so no more cover for the side of FAR Esports. This is a huge loss for FAR, and we might be staring at overtime, Vivek. The question is, can SK Rossi do some more? Can SK Rossi buy enough time to prevent the C push that seems to be coming out from FAR Esports? But they seem to be backing now instead, making the better of it, wising up and looking to hit elsewhere.
This is a very old strat that Hellrangers pulled out of the middle of nowhere. Back in his days when he used to play another game with Antidote, this was one of his go-to strats on this map called Mirage. And this map called Haven has definitely not been a pleasant experience so far for FAR Esports. They're going to be a bit flummoxed as to what the heck is going on. There are 2 operators on the map, but Kappa is actually a flex opper. It's now Lightning Fast who has the operator towards Heaven. And he's just trying to hold on. I think he has got to be careful because he's losing health. The shock dart and that fusion cannon will be enough. So Lightning Fast gets a bit ahead of himself. Those are paper thin, so you've got to be careful. Now Global Esports has to play the retake, and Knight Rider has actually picked himself up the operator. It's SK Rossi versus Knight Rider. It's the jet difference, but it's also the Sovas just going off. SMX, he's found skills. SMX has done his bit with the Hunter's Fury, and Knight Rider does manage to find the kill. It's spelled the tournament in the air. They've got 4 members alive. Kappa and Eldridge will push out. They'll be dealt with. Shivi is there, reliable as always. As FAR Esports, they've done it 13-11. They have bested Global Esports in this best of 5. It's been no nuttiness coming out from them, but they are the champion of the one-player esports Valorant India Invitational. We have to pick an MVP. I don't care who's the MVP, Floki. FAR Esports, in the end, when it mattered, when they really had to clutch things out, they clutched out. The double operators running on the map weren't enough to really confuse them or put them in any sort of a tizzy. They just grouped up towards SMX. Those shock darts, those Hunter's Furies that he's worked with, it's been sheer madness coming out from SMX. If I meet him at a LAN, I might just hug him actually, Floki.
Man, this guy, we saw him on stream yesterday, and he was talking about how he's going to end up playing Omen on Split. Haven being the difference maker for these guys, I have to say that performance on Haven is really going to haunt Global Esports in their initial fight against FAR on that 3rd map. This is not something you see every day. You know, Global Esports, a reverse sweep coming in from FAR. This is just mind-blowing stuff. And especially towards the end where Global got creative with that extra operator setup towards the site. Yeah. They had one in Heaven, they had one on the site, but it doesn't matter when FAR Esports, they can just press W and shoot you in the head. But once again, I have to give credit where credit is due. Shivi is an amazing in-game leader. His ability to bring up the best of his players and give them a lot of room to work with, I think, has been really understated throughout the tournament. And I think we have to give a lot of credit to the captain as well. As FAR Esports, they walk home with 35,000 rupees, Vivek.
Yeah, I think if you had to pick like some pattern to these 5 maps, I think FAR Esports had the luxury of starting out on defense on 4 of these maps, but that doesn't matter. They are your winners. They're going to be walking home with 35,000 Indian rupees. Is a Diwali sale coming up, Floki. I need stuff, Loki.
Don't worry, buddy. I can give you something. What do you need?
I think we need an Indian land, Floki. I think it's time.
That I cannot do, Vivek. See, now you're asking too much of me. That is not something I can pull off. I'm a man of many means, but there are some things that even I cannot put together. But there's the MVP screen. Holy crap! Look at Knight Rider. 118 kills, 76 deaths, and 11 assists. Even though the score may not look the best, I have to say Knight Rider has been solid as a rock for FAR Esports. Just being so reliable for his team. I think he's going to be very pleased about the way this tournament has turned out after struggling in the initial few rounds against some of the better teams here, and then in the grand finals being able to make a reverse sweep against Global Esports. It has to feel sweet. It has to feel sweet. I don't imagine that Knight Rider is at any point. There might even be tears in some of these players' eyes, Vivek. Like this is some really interesting storylines being played out here. The underdog
Yep.
versus the Goliath. You know, it's a classic.
Yeah. I think it's been a great story of David versus Goliath. Goliath, I don't know. I really don't know. I think he just came with that little small rock in his hand and he slung it hard. It was David who slung it hard and it
Yep.
smacked straight in between the eyes. But that is the nature of Valorant. I mean, you got to just keep preparing. This tournament, though, has been a particular treat, Floki. It's been a pleasure just watching this. FAR Esports have come such a long way. I mean, if you look at the bracket, if you look at what they had to do, they had to beat Rat Syndicate, they had to beat Global Esports in a best of 5. It was a best of 5 that went all the way until map 5. It's been an absolute pleasure, Valorant. It's been an absolute treat to just cast this with you, Floki. So thank you so much. If you've been
Likewise, my
enjoying
man.
his work, you can find him at the rate Hirak on Twitter. You can find me at official Vivek or just Vivek on Facebook and Twitter. On Facebook and Twitter, I'm just like some version of Vivek. But yeah, this tournament, it's been a treat. The One Play Esports Valorant India Invitational is unfortunately coming to a close, but we'll be having a lot more of these tournaments hopefully coming up soon. Floki and I would be hyped to cast any of them. If you've been enjoying these broadcasts, if you've been enjoying all the Valorant action that you watch, do remember to hit the subscribe button, hit the bell icon. One Play Esports. The socials are in your screens, are on your screens. You can see that they're on Instagram, they're on Facebook, they're on Twitch, they're on YouTube. It's been a pleasure casting for all of you guys. It's time to say bye-bye.